Chapter 1069. This time, we'll choose the largest material plane. First, we'll explore the surrounding terrain. Then, we'll choose some large material planes and arrange our retreat route. Then, we'll start the massacre. Out of Yi Qinghan's expectation, Lord Devour didn't ask him to take action after he appeared. Instead, he said faintly, "My lord, we don't have to be so careful. Even if we find a small material plane, only the Azura King will appear. Even if the Devil Monarch appears, he can turn invisible, so can I. Even if we can't defeat him, we can still escape, right? Once we get out of the space turbulence, with your support, the Devil Monarch won't be afraid." Yi Qinghan felt that Lord Devour was making a mountain out of a molehill, so he frowned and said, based on his understanding of demons, they were derived from high-level demons. The death of some low-level demons wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. Just like the monster Tharch didn't care about his low-level descendants. He would only care about the death of a level 5 demonic beast. Hide? Try to hide yourself and see if I can detect you. Lord Devour raised his eyebrows. Beside him, Jida was also interested. The enchantress had seen it before, so she didn't care. Divine power shot out from Yi Qinghan's body, and he disappeared without a trace. Jida was surprised. He used his divine sense to scan and found that Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Then he searched the 9th floor, but he couldn't find anything. In the end, he had no choice but to release his power of space. In the end, he was able to easily find out what was going on. "Little Han, get rid of the hide." Lord Devour shook his head and sighed. He used his will to detect easily. Looking at Yi Qinghan, he said, "Your hide is different from the Devil Monarch's invisibility. The Devil Monarch's body is completely merged with the aura of the demon. For example, the Devil Monarch on the Supreme Island. If he doesn't show his body, you won't be able to detect him. Although you can use the restriction to hide from the divine sense, your body is still in the space. The Devil Monarch will be affected by the law of heaven and earth. As for the dark power, it's on the same level as the space power. He can easily detect you." Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. He couldn't help but feel helpless. If the hide worked, he could even kill his way into the 9 nether demon world. He suddenly remembered something and said with anticipation, "Right, Lord, I got a spatial divine item in the Sealed God Valley. It's really powerful. It can take me in. See if you can refine a door like the Carefree Pavilion. If you can, I won. I can kill my way to the 9 demon world." Lord Devour and Lord knew that Yi Qinghan had a spatial divine item, but Yi didn't know. Had. Yi God. Right. Lord Yi Qian Yi said. "Now plain. Devoff Lord of. And Lord and all God. Get. Got Yi of Yi God he and want to hide. His own. Of God Yi God." He was trying to hide some secrets that belonged to him. Lord Devour stood in the War Imperial Hall and didn't say anything. He just looked at the restrictions here and there. After a while, he asked Yi Qinghan to open all the restrictions in this hall. After all the restrictions were opened, the heaven and earth essence chi in the hall instantly became extremely rich. "Little Han, this spatial god tool was given to you by the Battle Emperor, right?" After a while, Lord Devour suddenly opened his mouth and said something that surprised Yi Qinghan a lot. The identity of the War Emperor was extremely mysterious. There was no information about him in the God realm. Even Jida had heard of a rumor. Lord Devour had never been to the Investiture Valley, but at first glance, he could tell that the Battle Emperor had given this to him. There's no need to be surprised. I also know that Battle Emperor is the master of Sealed God Valley. Lord Devour smiled faintly. Looking at Yi Qinghan's face, she confirmed his thought. She sighed deeply. "I can't refine this spatial divine treasure. Even the Soul Emperor and the Wind Moon Monarch can't do it. No one would be able to refine something that belongs to the number 1 master of restrictions in the divine realm." Jida's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Battle Emperor? Lord, does this person really exist? Legend has it that he is the most mysterious peak expert in the God of War Pavilion." Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that the Battle Emperor existed. Moreover, there was a remnant of his soul in the divine crystal. However, he was extremely curious about the Battle Emperor, so he looked at Lord Devour with great interest. Lord Devour nodded and said, "Of course he exists. Others might not know, but the Soul Emperor and I know it the best. Because the Soul Emperor obtained the Battle Emperor's restriction notes, he embarked on the path of refining supreme weapons. The Battle Emperor is the #1 master of restrictions in the God realm. Until now, no one has surpassed him. You know about the Eternal Palace, right? It was refined by him. Also, the Shield of Supreme Island and the restriction that suppresses the demonic ancestor demons were all built by him." "What?" Yi Qinghan and Jida cried out at the same time. The Eternal Palace was not shocking, but the restriction that suppresses the demonic ancestor demons was really awesome. However, the two thought about it. Besides the legendary #1 master of restrictions, who else could suppress the 3 demonic ancestor demons? That's not right. The battle simulation in the God of War Pavilion didn't mention the Battle Emperor's name among the 3 pavilion masters. Yi Qinghan sighed and suddenly asked in surprise. Jida also nodded. He had also seen the battle simulation in the God of War Pavilion. The battle between the 3 pavilion masters and the 3 demonic ancestor demons did not mention the Battle Emperor's name. Yi Qinghan was even more certain because he had seen the Battle Emperor's appearance. He was definitely not one of the 3 pavilion masters. Lord Devour pursed his lips and said, "It was during the last dimensional war. I don't have any information about it. No one knows what happened at that time. I'm afraid Kid was still in the dimensional war at that time, right? It's normal that he doesn't know about the Nifa's abyss." "Oh." Yi Qinghan fell silent. It seemed like he would only know when his nomological laws broke through to the 9th grade, and he met the Battle Emperor. Lord Devour did not speak anymore. Instead, he let the little demon Sala control the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and began to fly rapidly in the vicinity. It even flew a long distance away from the demon realm in the opposite direction, preparing to arrange an escape route. "Oh, is that the black hole that can devour everything?" After a month, Yi Qinghan's pupils dilated because he saw a huge black hole in front of him. It was the size of a small material plane, and it was so dark that it made people feel suffocated. There was a strong suction force inside. From far away, the space-shattering saber currents blew over and were instantly devoured. Lord Devour nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, this is the space black hole. Don't get close to it. Otherwise, you will be sucked in and transported to any place in the void. If you are transported to the edge of the void, you won't be able to find a plane. Even a 9th grade supreme being will be slowly consumed by the space-shattering saber currents. Eventually, they will die." Yi Qinghan and Jida sighed. This was not a joke. Even if they were not transported to the edge of the void and transported to a faraway plane, they might not even be able to return to the divine realm in this lifetime. Moreover, other planes definitely had 9th grade experts and 9th grade supreme martial artist experts as well. If they encountered experts from other planes, the final outcome would be death. Lord Devour carefully observed. After a long time, he decisively ordered, "It's about time. Little demon Sala, go back. Go to the #1 plane that I told you about, and prepare to kill." Chapter 1070. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor streaking across the vast sky. After half an hour, it arrived at the #1 material plane that Lord Devour had chosen. This time, Lord Devour had chosen the 50 largest material planes that weren't too far away from each other. He had also decided on the hunting order. Although these were the largest material planes, Jida and Lord Devour couldn't enter them. However, Lord Devour allowed Jida to accompany Yi Qinghan out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "Big brother Jida, I'm going in." Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God saber, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He nodded at Jida and entered the thin space, disappearing into the cloud-like origin energy. As soon as he entered the material plane, Yi Qinghan didn't release his space power immediately. Instead, he chose to hide and use his space power to suppress it. Finally, he used his divine consciousness to explore. Although he didn't feel any danger, he still decided to follow Lord Devour's instructions. This material plane was bigger than the Flame Dragon continent by more than 2 times. There were hundreds of millions of demonic creatures below. Of course, they were all low-level demonic creatures. Demonic creatures love to kill and devour each other to evolve. Hence, a material plane with hundreds of millions of demonic creatures was considered a very large material plane. Xiaohei, your food is here. Devour it. Yi Qinghan's divine power increased, and Xiaohei's phantom quietly appeared in the air. When he heard Yi Qinghan's words, his eyes brightened, and he turned into a gust of wind that swept down. Although there was an Azura in this material plane, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried at all. He quickly followed Xiaohei and watched as he swept across the material plane like a gust of wind, devouring countless demonic creatures. Xiaohei's speed was getting faster and faster. It didn't take long for them to finish devouring all the demonic creatures in the entire plane. Even the Azura didn't last more than a second. Xiaohei, that's it. Retreat. Yi Qinghan put Xiaohei away and shot toward the space like a flying dragon. He passed through the weak point of the space and appeared in the space turbulence. Big brother kid, the next plane. Hijida nodded and didn't speak any nonsense. The two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion like lightning. Then the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew towards the next plane. 3 months later. Demon Realm, Obama Continent. Augi's body flew toward the largest castle in the city like lightning, his face filled with excitement and ecstasy. Ignoring the Azura King who was respectfully bowing to him in the city, Augi didn't even have the time to shrink his body as he walked towards the central hall. The central hall was as promiscuous as ever. This time, Augi did not look at the countless lamia on the ground. Instead, he stared at the man who was even more seductive than the lamia, the king of the Obama Continent. He quickly said, "King, there's news. That human from the immortal realm has made his move." Hee. The fish took the bait? Where is it? Monarch Bama covered his mouth and giggled. His pretty face moved Augi's heart. However, Augi didn't dare to act recklessly at this moment. He was well aware of Obama Continent's hatred for humans. He quickly said, "The North Sovereign Aogu's subordinate small sacred world." However, Lord Aogu doesn't seem to care about this matter, and his subordinates aren't too enthusiastic about it either. Now a total of 43 small sacred worlds have been massacred. According to our spies, I'm afraid this matter hasn't reached Lord Aogu's ears yet. Aogua, this unromantic man, humph. A trace of anger appeared on Obama Continent's seductive face. He stretched out a beautiful hand and grabbed the hair of a lamia who was swallowing and spitting on his body. He ruthlessly threw the hair at the wall. Clapping his hands, he leisurely stood up and elegantly put on a pink robe. Only then did he say to Augi, "Let's go and see that cruel man Aogu. If he doesn't agree with me taking action, I won't be able to. You know, the sacred world has been too chaotic recently. The ancestral demons will be sad if they find out." Augiland was located in the northernmost part of the Fiend Realm. But for Obama Continent, it only took him half an hour to fly over. When Obama Continent and Augi condensed their true forms from the black mist, the entire city of Augiland was on high alert. The entire city of Augulu was on high alert. Countless Azura kings flew out of the castle and glared at the two of them. A beautiful woman walked out of the castle in the center, looking no different from a human woman. She looked at the tall Azura king standing above the city and the pink, seductive Obama Continent. She frowned slightly and said softly, "Sovereign Obama Continent, please leave. Augiland does not welcome you." "Kiki Barbara, I'm not interested in you. Let your man come out. This king has business with him." Obama Continent gently stroked his hair and chuckled. From time to time, he would throw flirtatious glances at the nearby Azura kings. He looked extremely exquisite. The woman called Barbara smiled coldly and said unhappily, "Sovereign Obama Continent, I've already said that Augiland does not welcome you. The king will not see you. If you don't leave, I will take it as a provocation to Augiland." Kiki, provocation? If it weren't for the fact that there have been so many killings in the sacred world recently, I would definitely kill you, you hateful woman. If it weren't for you, Aogu would definitely fall in love with this king. Obama stared hatefully at Barbara, then actually opened his throat and let out a shrill cry. "Aogu, you heartless man, get out here for this king, or I'll tear down your broken city." The tens of thousands of Azura kings in the city were embarrassed. Sovereign Obama Continent's reputation as a pervert was well known in the Fiend Realm, but no one expected him to be so reckless. He did not look like one of the 18 great supremes of the fiend realm. Humph. Barbara's expression was gloomy as she prepared to attack. She was also a demon monarch. Although she was much weaker than Obama Continent, she wasn't the only demon monarch in Auguland. Moreover, her husband's sovereign Aogu's strength ranking was much higher than Obama Continent's. But at this time, a cold snort sounded out. She could only helplessly withdraw her power of darkness. Obama Continent, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Following that, an extremely domineering voice rang out. All of the Azura kings in the city were shocked, and their fighting spirit soared. At this moment, even if the owner of this voice ordered them to kill Obama, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Kiki Aogu, your voice is still so charming. I'm afraid this king will be suffering from insomnia again. So hateful. How can you bewitch my heart like this? Obama Continent's sweet voice sounded out, causing the surrounding Azura kings and Barbara to break out in a cold sweat. This Obama Continent was even more feminine than a woman, able to attack and resist at the same time. He was truly a freak of the fiend realm. If you spout any more nonsense, do you believe I won't tear you apart? The overbearing voice continued, and it was even colder than before. Obama Continent didn't dare to continue acting coquettishly. He sighed slightly. Sigh, you unromantic man. Don't you know that dozens of people in your small sacred realm have been slaughtered recently? Let me tell you a secret. The one who slaughtered our people is a human man from the divine realm. Do you want me to help you kill him? Humph. How dare you arrange a spy in my place? Do you believe I won't kill you? Get out of Auguland right now, or I will kill you. The overbearing man's words came again, and the murderous intent in them was extremely obvious. All of Auguland suddenly darkened at this moment, and dark clouds loomed over the city, making people's hearts tremble. Humph, good intentions don't get rewarded. I'm just reminding you that he's a human man from the divine realm. If the ancestral fiends knew that our children were killed by humans, how sad would they be? Augie, let's go. This heartless man has broken my heart. Obama Continent twisted his body, his face full of resentment. He pulled Augie and turned into a black mist, disappearing from the city. As soon as Obama Continent left, the overbearing voice sounded again. Barbara, you'll be responsible for this matter. Make this divine realm man stay in the sacred realm forever. Chapter 1071. Obama City. Obama and Augie's figures condensed in the middle of the city, causing the Azura kings to hastily pay their respects. Bama didn't enter the castle, and instead pondered in the air. After a while, he suddenly smiled sinisterly and waved his hand at Augie. Have the children of the Wind Shadow clan immediately go to the space turbulence outside the small sacred world, where Augie met with an accident. I need to know the location of that human male immediately. Augie's brow rose slightly, but he didn't say anything and immediately sent word to the Wind Shadow clan's patriarch. The Wind Shadow clan's patriarch didn't dare to speak any nonsense and immediately carried out Obama's orders. Not long after, countless Wind Shadow clansmen, like bees, flew towards the space turbulence near the plains that Yi Qinghan had hunted. King, didn't you say that if Sir Aogu didn't agree to us interfering, we would? After all of this was done and the Wind Shadow clansmen had set off, Augie cautiously asked Obama. Although he was Obama's male pet, he had always been very smart and didn't act arrogantly. Obama smiled sinisterly and said, Yeah, we won't act. I'll just go take a look, right? I'm guessing that the proud Aogu won't act himself. If that slut Barbara takes action, I'll take advantage of her, and then wait for that human male to escape from Aogu's forces before I catch him. Jia, Augie, don't you think this king is very smart? Augie's eyes immediately flashed with fanatical worship as he said with great affection, King, your wisdom is as deep as the waters of Daming Lake. You are the most outstanding child of the ancestor demon ancestor. Aogu will definitely regret this. Jia, it's still my Augie who knows how to speak. This time, this king will capture that hateful man and give him to you, so that his chrysanthemum will bloom for you. Jia. Obama covered his mouth and chuckled, his eyes like silk, giving off a boundless amorous feeling. Not long after, in just half an hour, news came from the Wind Shadow clan. When Obama heard this, his spirit shook and his pair of peach blossom eyes brightened as he smiled and said, There's a big fish. There's also a divine world monarch. There was also a strange pagoda. TSK, if Babla went there, she would definitely be finished. Otora, Odila, you two bastards, get out here. Interesting. Shio. Following Obama's shout, two identical black shadows quickly condensed in the air. They were two men who looked like ordinary humans, but they had two demon horns on their heads. His appearance was also sinister and full of baleful aura. King Ordora is at your command. As soon as the two men appeared in the air, the Azura king below bowed once more, and even Augie bowed slightly. These were the two sovereigns under Obama's command. Their strength was much weaker than Obama's, but they were supreme experts who had been bestowed the power of darkness by the natural laws. Augie, let's go. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so fun. Otora, Adela, follow me. Let's go catch some people. La la la. Two men from the divine world and a strange pagoda. As Obama giggled, the four of them turned into a gust of black wind and disappeared from the sky above Obama City. It's the 49th plane. Xiaohei, hurry up. After we finish this plane, we'll go to the next one. Then we'll run. Haha, you're satisfied this time, aren't you? In a plane 4 to 5 times bigger than the Fire Dragon continent, after Yi Qinghan confirmed that there was no danger, he immediately asked Xiaohei to act. Looking at Xiaohei, his eyes were filled with joy. For half a year, under Lord Devour's arrangement, Yi Qinghan had crazily hunted the creatures of the demon world. Xiaohei had devoured at least 10 billion creatures of the demon world. Although these creatures were the lowest level, with only a few Azuras, he had the advantage in quantity. Xiaohei's soul was becoming more and more stable, and his body was much bigger than that of a dog. His face could even show different expressions, and his eyes looked so lively. Yi Qinghan had a premonition that if he could finish this hunt and hide for a while longer, he would hunt crazily like this again. At that time, Xiaohei would evolve, which meant that his soul would take shape. After that, he wouldn't need to devour anymore. Instead, he would automatically absorb earth and heaven energy. At that time, he could return to the capital and cultivate in peace. Haha, boss, watch me. Xiaohei made a face at Yi Qinghan in the sky. Then, he turned into a gust of wind that was tens of thousands of meters wide, sweeping down like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. His speed could reach tens of thousands of miles in 1 second. In just a blink of an eye, millions of creatures of the demon world had been devoured. If this ability reached the demon world, the demon monarchs would be so scared that they would pee their pants. Although they didn't pee, in just a short while, half of the creatures of the demon world had been devoured by Xiaohei. Xiaohei was like a demon god descending, unstoppable. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows twitched. He had a bad premonition in his heart. His expression changed as he shouted, "Xiaohei, come back!" At the same time, he used his spatial ability and formed a huge palm. Then he slammed it down towards the sky. Just as the huge palm shot out, Xiaohei had already returned to the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan immediately concealed himself, and his body transformed into a swimming dragon, shooting violently towards the sky. The huge palm slammed into the sky, shattering the image that had just formed in the sky. Then, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang, causing the entire plane to tremble. Countless low-grade creatures of the demon world, although they didn't have any intelligence, were extremely terrified as they ran all over the plane. A huge palm print that was tens of thousands of meters wide appeared on the ground. It's actually a human monarch? That saber? The image that was shattered in the sky condensed again. It was the extremely beautiful Barbara, and an Azura king. Originally, Barbara only wanted to send the Azura king beside her to take a look. In the end, she decided to do it herself. She had never seen a human before, and she was very curious about them. From the start, she didn't intend to reveal her original body. She only wanted to use the power of darkness to form a phantom image and come over to take a look. She didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would sense it immediately and shatter it. She was shocked and immediately brought the Azura king to descend. At the same time, the power of darkness quickly swept towards Yi Qinghan. Coincidentally, she saw Yi Qinghan holding the slaughter god saber and flying towards the weakest part of the space. A human monarch? Your Majesty, should we report this to the king? The Azura King beside her immediately said, "No need. Wait here. I will go and capture him." Barbara smiled enchantingly as she looked at the Azura King beside her. At the same time, Barbara's figure quickly rushed in the direction that Yi Qinghan disappeared. Her speed was twice as fast as Yi Qinghan's. Her eyes were filled with passion. It wasn't because this was the first time she saw a human male. It was because she saw that saber. The demon world's sacred weapon, the supreme slaughter god saber. Barbara believed that as long as she obtained this saber, she would become the next ancestor of the demon world. Unifying the demon world would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1072. Brother Jida, there's a devil monarch. As soon as Yi Qinghan rushed out, he immediately sent a message to Jida, who was guarding outside. At the same time, he sent a message to Lord Devour. Kill him. Jida did not say anything and immediately released his space power. At the same time, Lord Devour's figure appeared in the sky. He teleported to Yi Qinghan's side. The three of them gathered their space power, ready to kill the devil monarch as soon as it appeared. The demon territory was the devil's territory. Even the endless void was filled with thick devil aura. In this place, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed could not be compared to a devil monarch's. Thus, Lord Devour had told them that once a devil monarch came, the three of them would attack immediately. Even if they could not kill it, they had to injure it severely. Then they would retreat immediately. In the distance, the Soul Emperor Pavilion also flew at high speed. However, it was circling around this material plane, waiting for the three to finish their attack before it flew away. Swish. A faint black wind blew out from the space crack. However, the three of them did not make a move. They just used their space power to freeze the surrounding space. Until the black wind completely floated out of the space crack, Lord Devour's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He shouted, "Attack!" Swish. Kid held a long spear in his hand and countless spatial powers turned into giant dragons that roared towards the black wind. The giant dragons caused the space around them to tremble. It should be known that the space in the endless void was 100 times more stable than the divine world. It was obvious that Jida was going all out to kill the enemy in one move. Yi Qinghan's attack wasn't fanciful at all. Instead, he condensed all of his spatial energy into a huge palm and slapped it towards the black wind. The huge palm whistled through the air. Although it didn't cause any spatial fluctuations, it still caused the space in its path to become blurry. It was the first time that Yi Qinghan had seen Lord Devour's space power use. Lord Devour had condensed space power into countless sword energies. They were like thousands of small swords that shot in the air. The momentum was huge, and it was much more frightening than Jida's. Boom. The three of them attacked indiscriminately. More than half of them hit the origin power of the material plane. Instantly, the entire plane shook a little. One could imagine how powerful their attacks were. Damn it, there are actually 3 human overlords. A weak female voice rang out. The black breeze in the air, under the combined attack of the 3 people, was instantly shattered. Barbara did not expect there to be 3 human sovereigns. Fortunately, the demon sovereigns preferred not to reveal their true forms when the battle was unclear. Otherwise, her original body would have been torn apart in an instant, and she wouldn't even have had the chance to escape. Under the combined attack of the 3 sovereigns, even demon monarch Barbara, who possessed an immortal body, was heavily injured. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately commanded the few black winds to flee towards the weak point in the material plane. The devil monarch's body could be broken down into demonic aura. As long as the demonic aura was not completely destroyed, the main body would not die. This was the benefit of cultivating the law of darkness. Of course, if that attack had been unleashed by the astral monarch, Barbara would not have had any hope of escaping. She would have been instantly shattered. Seeing that the nether wind was about to enter the weak point in the space, how could Yi Qinghan let go of such a good opportunity? With a wave of the slaughter god blade, Xiaohe whizzed out and enveloped the remaining half of the black winds. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let Xiaohe devour a demon monarch at its peak. However, Xiaohe was even more ferocious than a dog now. It should not be a problem for him to devour the energy of a severely injured demon monarch, right? The answer was yes. The nether wind that Xiaohe had transformed into started fighting with the remaining half of the black winds. In just a short 3 seconds, Xiaohei's nether wind had completely devoured the black winds. At that moment, the nether wind that Xiaohei had transformed into actually shone brightly with a green light. Xiaohei's ecstatic voice could be heard. Boss, I feel that I am on the verge of evolving. This energy is so pure, and it tastes so good. On the verge of evolving? Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up, and Kid, who was beside him, jumped in fright. Then something that shocked Kid happened. Yi Qinghan actually dashed toward the weak spot in the space at lightning speed. Little Han, come back! Lord Devour's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice. However, the message that Yi Qinghan sent back made Lord Devour's eyes light up, and he did not obstruct Yi Qinghan anymore. Xiaohei is on the verge of evolving? Lord Devour and Kid were delighted. They were not afraid that the severely injured demon monarch would harm Yi Qinghan, but they were worried that an even more powerful demon monarch would descend. Then, it would be really dangerous. However, since Xiaohei was on the verge of evolving, it was worth the gamble. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes could melt godly iron, and his speed had reached the limit. He chased after Barbara's tail, and entered the material plane. Your Majesty? What's wrong? Barbara's figure had just condensed in the material plane, and her face was pale. The Azura King beside her hurriedly asked in shock. However, before he could finish speaking, the Azura King's expression changed drastically. As Barbara was too weak, although her reaction was slightly slower, she immediately turned into a black wind and fled in all directions. Die. Xiaohei has devoured them. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the sky and did not hide. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens. The vast power of space directly pressed down, causing the black wind's escaping speed to become extremely slow. The Azura King could not move at all. Kaka die. This Lord Xiaohei has devoured all of you. You should feel honored. Xiaohei turned into an angry dragon from the slaughter god's saber and roared. At this moment, he could actually speak the human language. It was obvious that after devouring a portion of Barbara's energy, his soul form was close to stabilizing. Xiaohei turned into an earth-shattering gust of wind that was like a dark cloud pressing down, almost covering half of the plane. In an instant, it covered Barbara, the Azura King, and countless other demonic creatures. Xiaohei, don't devour too much. It's fine as long as you can evolve. Although Yi Qinghan felt that it was a gamble, he did not lose his rationality. He shouted at Xiaohei. Xiaohei's gust of wind and Barbara's black wind entangled. At the same time, they began to corrode the Azura King. The speed of corrosion was dozens of times faster than that dog. In the blink of an eye, the Azura King turned into pure energy and was devoured by Xiaohei. As for those low-level demonic creatures, they disappeared without a trace like water droplets on a raging inferno. Although Barbara was severely injured, and Xiaohei had devoured a small portion of her power of darkness, a centipede was still alive. However, a centipede would not fall down even if it died. Moreover, it was a devil monarch recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. The gust of wind and black wind entangled. The black wind contained Barbara's main body, so it was very difficult to devour. However, it was clear that Xiaohei's gust of wind had the upper hand and started to devour it bit by bit. However, based on this speed, it would probably take at least an hour to completely devour it. After 1/3 of the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Xiaohei had devoured 1/3 of Barbara's black wind. He suddenly retreated back into the slaughter god's saber and laughed. Boss, I have enough energy. I, Xiaohei, am about to evolve. I think I will need to sleep for a period of time. Let's retreat first. Chapter 1073. Yi Qinghan looked at the black winds that were escaping in all directions and sighed inwardly. However, the current situation couldn't drag on any longer. If a stronger demon monarch or supreme demon were to be lured out, then it would be a disaster. His body turned into a sharp arrow and shot up into the sky. He pierced through the weak point of the space and entered the spatial turbulence. Yaoji, Lord Devour saw Yi Qinghan's ecstatic face and revealed a smile. However, he did not relax and continued to condense his spatial power. He shouted at the Soul-Arch Pavilion that was flying at lightning speed. Swish! The Soul-Arch Pavilion nimbly made a turn, and Yi Qinghan and company disappeared into the void. The soul the arch pavilion turned into a meteor and flew far away. Buzz. After the soul the arch pavilion flew away, the demonic aura in the sky quickly condensed, and 4 figures appeared in the endless void. In the middle was a coquettish man dressed in a peach-pink robe. His eyes were blood-red as he opened his scarlet lips and stuck out a pink tongue. He licked it and said with a slightly trembling voice, "O ancestral fiend, what did this king see? It blinded this king's eyes. The supreme massacre god saber. I saw the first ancestral devil's supreme massacre god saber." "King, you did not see wrongly. That is indeed the weapon of the ancestral devil. Congratulations, king. As long as you obtain the supreme massacre god saber, the day of unifying the sacred world is just around the corner." Aog did not understand, but Aurora and Odila knew very well because they were the children of the ancestral devil. Aurora's bloodshot eyes flashed with greed, but he did not dare to show it. He said excitedly. Odila did not say anything, but his similarly bloodshot eyes showed how excited he was. At their realm, it was rare for them to be excited. However, once the creatures of the demon world were excited, their eyes would turn red. At this moment, the 3 of them were bloodshot. One could imagine how much shock the Supreme Massacre God Saber brought to them. Aog did not notice it at first, but now that he heard it, his scaly body began to tremble, and the huge whip below him also stood up. He did not know what the Supreme Massacre God Saber was used for, but he knew that the Devil Monarch who possessed the Supreme Massacre God Saber would become an existence like the ancestral devil. Augie let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "King, why aren't you chasing after them?" TSK, where can these lowly humans escape to in the saints' world? Can the speed of their treasures be faster than this king? This king has already secretly left behind a darkness mark. Catching up is only a matter of time. Obama giggled, his body still standing proudly in the void as he looked at the puzzled Augie. Because he was in a good mood, he made an exception and explained, "Barbara definitely hasn't been killed in such a short time, so that ruthless man Augie will soon arrive. This king needs to completely erase the aura of this group of humans with his darkness force. Otherwise, if Aogu catches up, this king won't be able to overtake him. Hehe. The Supreme Slaughter God Saber will soon belong to this king." After a while, Obama had already silently erased the lingering aura of Yi Qinghan and the rest. He laughed and shouted, "Let's go. Odila, Otola, help me obtain the Supreme Slaughtering God Saber later. After I unify the holy world, I will give the 2 of you 3 continents each. If you dare to use underhanded means, you know this king's methods. Augie, take care and protect yourself." With that, Obama brought the 3 of them and disappeared into the void without a sound. Not long after Obama and the rest left, 3 figures appeared in the void. One of them was a majestic man with a pale face, and the other was a skinny man with a devil's horn on his head. "Barbara, where did they go? Why is there no trace of them?" The majestic man's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. Although his tone was calm, it was not angry, and it caused Barbara and the skinny man beside her to tremble in fear. "King, I also don't know. They definitely didn't run far," Barbara said in a low voice, feeling a little guilty. Although this was her man, his methods made her heart cold. "Humph, immediately mobilize all the Wind Shadow tribe members and search in all directions. If the Slaughter God Saber is taken by someone else, Barbara, you know the consequences." The majestic man looked around and pointed in 3 directions. The 3 of them split up and started to search. "What's the exact situation, Little Han?" In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devour, Kid, and Yaoji were all smiles as they looked at Yi Qinghan hopefully. Although Lord Devour had guessed the answer, he still opened his mouth. "Xiao Hei's energy is already sufficient. He is currently in a deep sleep, and he said that he is already evolving." Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. He did not expect things to go so smoothly this time. Xiao Hei was already so mighty. His soul form was almost materialized, and he could even speak the human language. If he evolved, he would definitely be able to completely take shape, and he would no longer have to worry about his soul dissipating. Even if he could not find the secret method to take over another body, at least Xiao Hei would be able to exist forever. "Lord Brother Kid Yaoji." Yi Qinghan laughed, his face full of glory. He said excitedly, You don't know, but Xiaohei's strength is very abnormal now. He swallowed the Shura King in just a blink of an eye. If he had more time, even the Devil Monarch would have been swallowed. I estimate that after Xiaohei evolves, his overall strength will reach grade 9. What? Lord Devour and Kid were frightened, and Yao Ji's beautiful face turned pale. Grade 9? What was grade 9? How many grade 9 experts were there in the immortal world? Xiaohei's overall strength could reach grade 9? Hehe, this is my preliminary estimate. You will have to wait until Xiaohei evolves. However, you haven't seen his terrifying devouring ability. It's appalling and extremely brutal. Yi Qinghan recalled Xiaohei's power that could sweep everything. That kind of pressure made Yi Qinghan's heart palpitate. Although Xiaohei's principal power and soul power weren't strong, his monstrous devouring ability was absolutely heaven-defying. Diewu, we're near the black hole. What should we do next? Yao Ji controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to move forward in the void. After half a month, they reached the destination of Lord Devour's retreat route, which was near the black hole. Along the way, no Devil Monarch chased after them. Yi Qinghan and Kid exhaled in relief. However, Lord Devour wasn't careless. She wore a heavy face. As long as they were still in the Demon Plains territory, she couldn't relax. She pondered for a moment, then pointed to the front, and said, "Continue to stick close to the black hole, and fly forward. Don't fly in the direction of the Divine Realm's plane of existence. Leave the Demon Realm's sphere of influence, and then circle back to the reincarnation plane." Boom. As soon as Lord Devour said that, the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion shook hard. The tables in the hall were overturned. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's barrier was so strong that even if it hit the material plane, it wouldn't shake. But now Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Jida changed their countenances, while the Enchantress gawked. As the controller of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, she knew clearly how strong the enemies who could shake the Soul Emperor Pavilion were. Instantly, she used the barrier of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to sense and screamed hoarsely. 3 monarchs. At least one of them is close to the Supreme Devil Monarch. Close to the Supreme Devil Monarch? Yi Qinghan started to shiver. He had experienced Shen Tixiong's power. He was like a high mountain that he couldn't resist. We can't run away. Prepare to fight to the death. Little Han, if you have no other choice, you and Yao Ji run first. Lord Devour's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Instantly, a murderous aura burst out from him, which froze the air in the hall. Chapter 1074. Sir. Yi Qinghan screamed hurriedly. He could see the determination in Lord Devour's eyes. He was close to level 9 Supreme Being, which meant he was at the same level as the Ice Queen, maybe even stronger. Besides, there were 2 demon monarchs with unknown power. It was possible that the 3 of them couldn't defeat him. More importantly, this place belonged to the demon world's territory. More demon experts could descend at any time. It seemed that Lord Devour wanted to sacrifice himself to cover Yi Qinghan and the Yao Ji's retreat. If possible, Jida also. Don't talk nonsense. Jida and I don't have much room to improve. You still have a lot of room to grow. Don't make me look down on you. Yao Ji, teleport us out. Remember my order. Take little Han away. Lord Devour's face became resolute. He exchanged looks with Jida, and then shouted at Yi Qinghan. Finally, he turned to the Yao Ji. The Yao Ji sighed reluctantly and teleported the 3 of them out. At the same time, she controlled the Soul Monarch Pavilion to fly far away. Swish. As soon as the 3 of them teleported out, they immediately urged the space power to attack. Kikik, friends from afar, don't attack yet. At this moment, Obama, who was wearing a long pink robe and looked even more beautiful than a woman, laughed. His amorous eyes raked through the 3 of them and finally fixed on Yi Qinghan. After confirming that Yi Qinghan didn't run away, he didn't even look at the Soul Monarch Pavilion. He stroked his hair and smiled elegantly. First, let me introduce myself. I'm from the Holy World. Air, the demon world that you humans call. I'm the king of the South Obama continent, Sovereign Obama. These 2 are my subordinates, Sovereign Odila and Sovereign Otora. Please allow me to represent the entire Holy World to welcome you to our Holy World as our guests. Yeah. Please surrender. I'll spare your lives. Jida's mini space dragons, Yi Qinghan's giant palm, and Lord Devour's space swords, which were made of tens of thousands of sparkling gold swords, responded to Obama. Before Obama Ma could even finish his last word, the entire space there trembled slightly. The three of them summoned their essence power to protect themselves. Their wills froze the space around them, and the power of space poured down. Both of them used their full strength. There was no need to be polite, and they had no time to waste. Hong. Hong Long. Chi. The huge dragon let out a soundless roar, its huge palm bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. Thousands of flying swords tore through the spatial turbulence, their might soaring to the heavens. Their auras surged, and they whistled towards Obama's group. Ayaya, you humans from the god world are always so barbaric. Odora, I'll leave that woman to you. That middle-aged Uncle Odora has a really big butt. TSK, this handsome young man is my favorite. Come on, hero. Let's play. Obama's slightly resentful voice sounded, and the three demon monarchs began to slowly dissipate in the air, disappearing without a trace. The demonic aura in the air began to condense nearby. In an instant, the demonic aura in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers became extremely dense. If it was an ordinary low-level martial artist, he would definitely be demonized in an instant. Of course, the attacks of Lord Devour's group missed. However, they weren't surprised. They weren't afraid because Lord Devour had said that as long as the origin energy wasn't scattered, the three of them would be temporarily safe. Little Han, be careful. That devil that's close to the Supreme Demon Monarch has his eyes on you. If I ask you to retreat, retreat immediately. Lord Devour advised Yi Qinghan. Then he flew up to the left. At the same time his two beautiful fingers moved. Countless wisps of space power turned into flying swords, shooting out like a meteor shower. It was so beautiful. Jida arched his brows, attacking to the right. The space energy on his body turned into a giant dragon that twirled around him like an ancient god of war. Sizzle. All of a sudden, in the sky above Lord Devour, a 10,000-meter-long black serpent quietly emerged from the void. It looked like a giant serpent had just crawled out of the grass. This serpent was made of the demonic aura, and an extremely cold and overbearing aura diffused from it. Even Yi Qinghan, who was underneath, could feel the immense pressure. Odila had taken action. Lord Devour snorted coldly. Both of his hands danced as if he was playing a zither in the air. His red robe fluttered, which made him look so beautiful. Facing the ferocious black serpent, he wasn't afraid at all. This time he had created billions of flying swords, which formed a golden flying sword dragon in the sky, attacking the serpent. A giant black serpent and a long golden dragon were both 10,000 meters long. Their auras were so intimidating that they shook the void. They attacked each other fiercely. Suddenly, a giant serpent that was smaller than the one above appeared. The dragon that Jida had created wasn't as intimidating as Lord Devour's flying swords, so it couldn't be seen with naked eyes. Silently, dozens of giant dragons tore at the giant serpent. Yi Qinghan swept a glance at the two of them, and suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart. His eyes were like lightning as he abruptly looked behind him, only to see a beautiful palm lightly floating towards him. The palm was so beautiful that it could be compared to Lord Devour's palm. The palm was so small that it was dozens of times smaller than the palm that Yi Qinghan had created. It was only half the size of his body. The palm was white, and he didn't feel any evil or cold aura. It was like a lover reaching out his hand to caress his face. However, Yi Qinghan's face changed dramatically. Lord Devour and Jida, who were hovering in the sky, also paled. There must be something wrong when something abnormal happened. The strongest Obama had taken action, and it wasn't as Lord Devour had expected. Instead, he was targeting the weakest Yi Qinghan. Moreover, his attack was so special. Little Han, retreat. Little Han, run. Lord Devour and Jida roared at the same time. Lord Devour created billions of golden flying swords again, which turned into a long flying sword dragon that roared and attacked the beautiful palm. Jida spurted out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and created dozens of giant dragons that flew toward the palm. Yi Qinghan wanted to run, but he felt that the palm had locked onto him. No matter how hard he tried to run, the palm would hit him. Gritting his teeth, his face became ferocious as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He used all of his strength to create a giant palm that slapped down on the beautiful, small palm. Boom, 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 boom. 5 ear-splitting explosions occurred almost at the same time. Lord Devour had created a group of golden flying swords for the first time, and they easily broke the giant snake above. Jida's giant dragon had the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before the giant snake below was destroyed. It seemed that Odora was weaker than Lord Devour, and Jida could suppress Odora. However, what shocked Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour, and Jida was that the 3 of them had joined hands to attack that small palm. That small palm was not affected at all, and it easily pierced through Lord Devour's group of flying swords. Then it directly crushed Jida's giant dragon. Finally, it easily pierced through Yi Qinghan's giant palm and hit Yi Qinghan, who was protected by the origin energy. Then Yi Qinghan was like a kite with a broken string. He spurted out blood and turned into a meteor, flying backward. That was not all. That palm suddenly sped up and disappeared in the air. In the next second, it appeared behind Lord Devour, and easily smashed the golden flying swords that Lord Devour had created. Then, with another slap, Lord Devour also turned into a meteor and flew backward. Jida's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the giant palm that suddenly appeared in front of him, he really wanted to teleport. However, he knew that this giant palm could also teleport. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and resist. When he turned into a meteor, he flew away. An emotion called despair surged in his mind. The difference in their strengths was too big, too big. They were not on the same level at all. If they didn't have the origin energy to protect their bodies, their souls would have perished in this face-to-face confrontation. However, so what if they had the origin energy? How many rounds of attacks could they resist? Enchantress. Lord Devour's wounds weren't serious, but his face was so frightened. His speed soared to the limit, flying toward Yi Qinghan. He was ready to risk his life to protect him. However, when he saw the Soul Emperor Pavilion flying toward Yi Qinghan from a far distance, Obama's beautiful palm easily smashed it away. Lord Devour's face became paler than snow. Her sprinting figure suddenly stopped in mid-air. She saw a coquettish face quietly appear between her and Yi Qinghan. The face was full of mockery and ridicule. She sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Was this the end of the hero's road? Chapter 1075. When Yi Qinghan saw how easily the Soul Emperor Pavilion was slapped away, he had a sudden realization. It seemed like they could not escape this time. This devil monarch, who was more of a transvestite than a transvestite, was too strong. He was so strong that they did not even have the thought of risking their lives. It was just like when they faced the star monarch, Shin Taxiong. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all his internal organs and bones had been shattered. If it wasn't for the soul ring, he would have been dead by now. Although he had the origin energy to protect his body, the power was too strong. His divine crystal might not have been shattered, but his head would have been shattered, and his soul would have dissipated instantly. He used his divine senses to check the black hole behind him. He tried to control the power of space to stabilize his body, but he still felt a strong suction force. If not for the soul ring that healed his injuries in an instant, even if his body was not shattered by Obama, he would have been sucked into the black hole. He looked at the smiling Obama, then at Lord Devour, who was pale for the first time, and at Jida, who was no longer elegant. He sighed deeply. Were they really going to be wiped out this time? Haha, the king is invincible. Unifying the holy world is just around the corner. You lowly humans actually dare to fight against the king who ranked in the top 5 of the saints' world. King Obama? In the words of the divine world, this is called a mantis trying to kill a chariot. Hand over the supreme slaughtering god saber, and the king might be soft-hearted and let you live. At this time, the demonic aura around Obama surged, and an unfamiliar figure condensed. It was extremely tall, covered in black scales, and filled with a violent aura. It was an Azura king. AOG had been hiding in the surroundings. When Obama gained the absolute advantage, he immediately showed himself. If he did not grasp such a good opportunity to flatter, he would not have been able to get to where he was today. It should be known that in Obama City, there were many Azura kings that were as big as him. However, after AOG appeared, He looked at Obama intimately. However, he did not see Obama's usual charming smile. On the other hand, Obama's eyes were filled with rage. Then, a powerful force suddenly blasted his body and sent him flying. Idiot! Obama cursed in a low voice. His expression did not change, but he immediately condensed a small palm and attacked Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. This time, his speed was faster than the last time, and his aura was even more violent and violent. He probably wanted to shatter Yi Qinghan with a single palm strike. However, his palm suddenly stopped in midair, not daring to slap down on Yi Qinghan, because he saw Yi Qinghan's eyes light up immediately after Augie finished speaking. Then he took out a long black blade. The edge of the knife was not pointed at him, but at the black hole behind him, a bright smile on his face. If you dare to move, this slaughter god blade will immediately fly into the black hole. This is the supreme slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice sounded. When he saw the palm in midair, it was as though he saw a ray of hope. Hence he smiled brightly. He was not afraid of death, but he would definitely not give up if he could survive. Hence, in such a dangerous situation, he kept his cool and his soul spirit circulated at a high speed. When Aog mentioned the supreme slaughter god blade, his eyes started to light up. He knew that this blade was very powerful. He knew it when he first came to the divine world to hunt demons. When he killed a bunch of demons in the baleful Een stream, he was even more certain that this blade was extraordinary. This was the weapon of the demon world's ancestor devil. When the 3 ancestor devils were suppressed in the Nepha's abyss, this blade was also left in the divine world. After that, there were people from the God of War pavilion who used this blade, but the 2 supremacies died. This blade was thrown into the lava of the Nepha's abyss, and was considered an ominous demonic artifact. However, it was obtained by the Soul Emperor who accidentally barged into the Nepha's abyss. He casually threw it into the carefree pavilion, and it ended up in the hands of Yi Qinghan. After the slaughter god blade killed countless demons in the Star Sea, it gave birth to a perverted dog. Yi Qinghan was even more certain that this blade was extraordinary. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure how powerful this blade was in the demon realm, after hearing Augie's words, Yi Qinghan was certain of one thing. Obama really wanted this blade. Hence he smiled. The blade contained Xiao Hei's soul. Although he could not give it to Obama, today, at least Lord Devour and the Kid Demon Lady could be saved. Originally, the situation where everyone was going to die was starting to take a turn for the better. It would be good if a few of them could survive, right? Of course, Obama wanted this blade very much. This blade was the demon world's sacred artifact. It was the first ancestor devil's weapon to command the demon world. At this moment, he wanted to strangle Aog to death. His good-looking eyebrows furrowed slightly as he sighed in his heart. It would have been better if he had used his full strength on the first strike. He had been too careless. He could clearly sense that Yi Qinghan's strength was very low. That strike just now was enough to kill him. He did not expect Yi Qinghan to have a soul ring that could instantly heal his body. And damn it, there was a spatial black hole behind him just now. Not to mention him. Even the ancestor devil was extremely afraid of this black and ghostly thing. He was confident that he could catch the slaughter god blade after Yi Qinghan threw it out. However, his body would definitely be sucked into the spatial black hole. If he was transported to the edge of the void, although he might not die, it was very likely that he would never return. What was the point of obtaining the slaughter god blade then? Hence, Obama's face turned into an intoxicating smile as he said coquettishly, "Little handsome brother, give the blade to me, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, all of you, including the woman in the pagoda, will die. You must believe that I have the ability to do so." "Little Han, don't!" Lord Devour shouted from afar. At this moment, Lord Devour was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. Looking at the overbearing Obama, she recalled the moment when she and the Soul Emperor were enveloped by the Star Sovereign's space power. A trace of anger flashed in Obama's peach blossom eyes, and he was about to attack. Yi Qinghan immediately shouted, "Damn ladyboy, don't move. Otherwise, my hand will really tremble. If that happens, this supreme slaughter god blade will forever float in this endless void." A dim light flashed in Obama's eyes again, and he laughed loudly. "Damn ladyboy. Kiki, you have character. I like it. Yi Qinghan knew when to stop and did not waste any more time. He went straight to the point and said, "Let them go first. I will stay. When they are safe, I will naturally give this blade to you. This is fair, right?" "It is indeed fair. Deal." Obama agreed straightforwardly. He turned to look at Lord Devour and said faintly, "You guys can go now. I have erased the traces you have left. As long as you leave the territory of the forces in the Holy World, you will be absolutely safe. Of course, if you dare to continue to kill this king's people, this king will definitely not be polite." Little Han. Lord Devour and Kid exchanged looks, then they shouted at the same time. At this moment, Lord Devour had regained her composure. From Yi Qinghan's eyes, she knew what he was thinking. However, she didn't know what to do. She could only roar mournfully, "Go." Yi Qinghan still had a faint smile on his face. His tone, however, was unquestionable. Chapter 1076. Swish. Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yao Ji. Yao Ji quickly brought the Soul Emperor Pavilion across the sky and quietly floated over. Lord Devour and Jida looked at the decisiveness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and sighed deeply. Lord Devour shouted at Jida with red eyes, "Go, Jida." "Little Han, we will wait for you to come back." Jida also understood what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. He knew that this was the only way. If they did not leave now, everyone would die. The human heart was made of flesh. Who would want to die if they could? Yao Ji did not know how the situation changed so drastically in an instant. However, she did not hesitate and immediately brought Lord Devour into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then the Soul Emperor Pavilion glided over under Odilla's eyes, kept Jida, and left resolutely. "King." Aog didn't dare to speak from afar, but Odilla still called out hesitantly. His gaze was locked onto Yi Qinghan like a venomous snake staring at its prey from the bushes. "It's all right. This king believes that handsome little brother will not do anything stupid." Obama smiled charmingly, and his pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Yi Qinghan with tenderness. He said faintly, "The Supreme Massacre God Blade is ultimately an external object, and it isn't very useful to you people from the God world. Handsome little brother, you are a smart person. This king guarantees with the honor of the ancestral devil, that as long as you give me the Supreme Slaughter God Saber, this king will definitely not hurt you. I will even personally send you out of the divine world." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and said, "Of course I believe you. I'll give you the blade, but I'll have to wait until my companions are far away. In your demon realm sphere of influence, our speed is far inferior to yours." "How long will that take? We are not far from the border of the divine world. We can leave in at most 3 days. Do you think 3 days is enough?" Obama's attitude was very good. He was extremely polite like a harmless little girl. 10 days. That is my bottom line," Yi Qinghan said resolutely. If there was any disagreement, he would throw the Slaughter God Saber into the spatial black hole. 10 days? Obama frowned slightly, then nodded his head and replied in a relaxed manner, 10 days it is. However, little handsome brother, don't lie to this king. At that time, this king will be very sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. His nerves were tense, and his divine sense and space force were constantly spreading out. It seemed that if Obama and the others made a move, he would take them all down with him. Obama waved at Odilla and Otora leisurely. He also glanced at Augie, who was smiling bitterly in the distance. Augie immediately flew over with a flattering smile. The 4 of them actually closed their eyes and sat cross-legged in the air, as though they had been waiting patiently for 10 days. King. He couldn't wait any longer. In 10 days, Monarch Augu would have already found this place. The children of the Windshadow tribe sent a message. All the Windshadow tribe members on Augieland have been dispatched. They will definitely find this place in 5 days at most. Although the 4 demons closed their eyes and pretended to be cultivating, in fact, Augie had already begun using the special voice transmission method of the Fiend Realm to send a message to Obama. Obama sent a furious voice transmission. "Isn't it all because of you, you fool? Otherwise, this king would have succeeded long ago. If it weren't for the fact that you have followed this king for so many years, this king would have slapped you to death just now." Augie hurriedly sent a flattering voice transmission. It was Augie who was foolish, King. Even if you slapped Augie to death, Augie would not have any complaints. King, what do we do now? This time, Bama did not talk to Augie secretly. Instead, he talked to Otola and Otola secretly. He said sinisterly, "Cover for me. I'll use a secret technique. In less than 3 days, I'll be able to make this handsome boy a citizen of our saint's world." The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated into the distance without any hesitation. Its speed had reached its limit. This time, it did not go around in circles but flew directly toward the divine realm. At this speed, they would be able to leave the demonic plane's territory in 7 or 8 days. Of course, this territory was very general. After 7 or 8 days, the demonic aura would not be as thick. The Devil Monarch's flying speed would be affected. If they could not catch up to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, they would be safe. Diewu, little Hani. After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devour immediately ordered Yao Ji to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and fly toward the divine realm. Yao Ji did not ask anything. At this moment, she was waiting for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to reach its fastest speed. Sigh. Lord Devour's face was pale, but he did not say anything. Although he had many things to say, he could only sigh deeply in the end. Yao Ji, take out little Han's soul jade slip. Whether or not he can escape this time depends on his fate. Jida's face was powerless and lonely. He held his head in the hall like a defeated rooster. Then he suddenly remembered something and lifted his head. However, the excitement on his face disappeared in just a blink of an eye. He stooped and scratched his head, saying helplessly, "Sigh. If he can escape this time, he will be possessed by a divine emperor. Motherf asterisk cur. Little Han. He still has a chance to escape? Haha, he's going to die. He's going to die. He's going to die." Yao Ji stared fixedly at the soul jade slip in her hand, not daring to look away for even a moment. Her limpid eyes were watery, and 2 transparent threads quietly dripped down onto the soul jade slip. She seemed to want to use her tears to moisturize the soul jade slip, hoping that it would never break. Jida lifted his head and sighed. If he has a chance to escape, he will wait for us to run away, and then jump into the space black hole. I know him. He will never give Xiaohei to the Devil Monarch. Space black hole. Haha, anyone who gets into the space black hole will die. Little Han doesn't have a lot of source energy. He won't be able to endure long under the space-shattering saber current. He has no way to survive. After the soul jade slip breaks, tell me. Lord Devour finally opened her mouth, but her voice was so cold that it could pierce one's bones. Then she stood up, walking to the door. Her figure was lonely and desolate. Jida even saw that Lord Devour's graceful back had become hunched. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan had been extremely nervous for the past 3 days. Of course, he wouldn't give the Slaughter God blade to Obama. Jida was right. His original intention was to wait for Lord Devour and the others to leave before rushing into the space black hole with the Slaughter God blade. He knew that if he entered the space black hole, he would most likely die. In other words, he would definitely die. However, he didn't have a choice. He would rather rush into the space black hole with Xiaohei and die under the space-shattering saber current. He also didn't want Xiaohei to become Obama's puppet. He looked at Obama and the others who were still sitting cross-legged in the void. Calculating the time. 2 more days should be enough, right? Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept across the black hole that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. A mesmerizing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Was this his final destination? At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart suddenly shook. A premonition of fatal danger surged in his heart. Before he could do anything, he felt his body suddenly stiffen. Afterwards, an ear-piercing, reckless laughter rang out in his head. Hee, handsome little, you'll become this king's child from today onwards. The saint's world welcomes you. Chapter 1077. This devil monarch actually managed to enter my body? He wants to demonize me? Not good, my body has already been demonized. He wants to demonize my soul. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit was alarmed. He used his divine senses and easily understood the current situation of his body. Obama had actually entered his body without him noticing and was about to demonize him. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not be demonized by you. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit roared. He tried his best to control his soul spirit and wanted to regain control of his body. However, every cell in his body was filled with the demonic aura. Although Yi Qinghan wanted to control his body to move, he realized that he couldn't move at all. Hee, little handsome brother, don't be afraid. Once you become this king's child, this king will take good care of you. Come, don't resist. The sacred world and the ancestor devil will be with you. Obama's wanton laughter continued. He was determined to obtain the Devil Supreme Saber, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Therefore, he could have let Odila and Otora execute the secret technique to demonize Yi Qinghan. In the end, he decided to do it himself. Under the cover of Odora and Otora, Obama turned into a demonic aura and quietly entered Yi Qinghan's body. Facts proved that Obama's decision was right. He spent 3 days to allow a trace of demonic aura that Yi Qinghan couldn't sense to penetrate his skin. As he breathed, the demonic aura quietly concealed itself in his body. Only now did he confirm that he could completely control Yi Qinghan's body. Only then did he reveal his sinister claws. His main body also entered Yi Qinghan's body and prepared to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul spirit. Yi Qinghan really wanted to self-destruct and let the shockwave of the explosion send the slaughter god saber into the black hole behind him. However, his soul spirit seemed to have been separated from his body. He couldn't control it at all. Chi-chi. Countless wisps of black energy penetrated the blue shield of Yi Qinghan's soul sea and pierced into Yi Qinghan's soul like thousands of tiny black needles, intending to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul and turn him into a demon, a low-level creature of the demon realm. Boom. An incomparably strange thing happened. Countless wisps of black energy turned into millions of black needles that stabbed into Yi Qinghan's soul. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning suddenly emerged from the weak origin energy in her soul sea. They smashed down like enraged dragons. The demonic aura that Obama's main body had transformed into was instantly pulverized. A black rain that was even thicker than the rain on Paragon Island started falling on Yi Qinghan's 2 soul seas. Ah! Oh ancestral fiend, what the hell is this? Obama's extremely horrified and shrill voice rang out. At that moment, Obama's soul began to tremble. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt that his body could move again. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he laughed out loud. His body suddenly shot into the spatial black hole. Haha, you want to demonize me? Let's die together. Under Yi Qinghan's wanton and arrogant roar, Odila, Achuolai, and Aji saw a scene that shocked and excited them. Yi Qinghan actually brought Obama and directly rushed into the black hole, instantly disappearing into the bottomless black hole. Our king has been sucked into the spatial black hole. Odila and Achuolai looked at each other. The domineering southern king of the demon realm, Sovereign Obama, was gone just like that? Also, the supreme god slaughtering saber, the weapon of the first ancestral fiend, the sacred weapon of the demon realm, was also gone? That was a spatial black hole. History had proven that although not all the powerful beings that entered the spatial black hole died, none of them returned. It was the same in the demon realm and the divine realm. Therefore, the supreme god slaughtering saber and Sovereign Obama were really gone. Mother****. Aji looked around in a daze. After confirming that Obama's aura was gone, his body started to tremble. He cursed in his heart, and his face was even uglier than the human-faced beast heart spider. Because he was doted on by Obama, he had offended many people in Obama City. Now that Obama had gone, he would probably follow him. Odila and Otora did not care about Augie, who even had the intention to give up. After the initial shock, followed by confusion and excitement, the 2 number 2 and number 3 figures of Obama continent also started to feel fear. Without Obama, the Obama continent would become a delicious cake in the eyes of all the demon monarchs in the future. The days of bloodshed were coming. Dizzy. Dizzy was what Yi Qinghan was feeling at this moment. The world was spinning and everything was upside down. He felt like a seasick person in a violent storm. He was so dizzy that he could not even use his divine senses. A god-tier martial artist, and a 9th grade supreme martial artist at that. Even if he was spinning, flipping, and flipping in the air at lightning speed, he would not feel dizzy. His head would definitely not feel dizzy. Not to mention that his divine senses would not be able to detect it. The only explanation was that there was a mystery in this black hole. Yi Qinghan did not know, and he did not want to know. His soul was spinning so dizzily that he could not tell north from south. This was the first time his soul had encountered such a situation. Yi Qinghan did not know what to do and could only go with the flow. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 10,000 years. When Yi Qinghan felt that his soul was no longer spinning, he immediately controlled his soul to check his body. In the end, it would have been better if he did not check. The moment he did, Yi Qinghan was scared to death. What situation was this? The demonic aura in his body was gone, but his soul was filled with demonic aura. His soul only had time to check his body and soul before it was instantly filled with demonic aura. He directly entered a state of madness, which was many times worse than the first time he entered a state of madness in the baleful Een stream. In the end, he used his last bit of fuzzy consciousness to cover his body with the power of origin, and then he completely lost consciousness. His eyes turned blood red, and his body began to tremble. Black lines even began to appear on the surface of his body. He looked hideous and terrifying, and the demonic flames were monstrous. From far away, one could feel the evil and cold aura emanating from his body. It was like a sleeping demon god floating in the endless void. Chi. From afar, pieces of space-fragmented saber currents would blow over from time to time, scraping against Yi Qinghan's floating body and colliding with the power of origin on the surface of his body, producing a zheng-zheng sound of metal clashing. Then, it whizzed away and continued to float in the endless void. At first, Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently, but it gradually slowed down and finally quietened down. He was like an ancient corpse floating in the endless void. From time to time, the space-fragmented saber currents would blow over, causing the power of origin on the surface of his body to dissipate bit by bit. Although Yi Qinghan had already lost consciousness, his hand was still tightly holding onto the slaughter god blade. It was as though he was holding on to his most beloved woman. He refused to let go even if he died. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the power of origin on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body would be completely eroded by the space-fragmented saber currents. He would be completely minced by the blade-like space-fragmented saber currents and turned into dust, forever remaining in the endless void. Chapter 1078. Shirdiawu was very sorrowful. She sadly sat on the lion chair in the corner of the room, sinking her entire body into the chair. The room was very dark, and it was impossible to see her face clearly. However, the entire room was filled with a desolate feeling. She was born in the Flame Dragon Continent's dark forest. At that time, she was a little rabbit that didn't know anything. She only knew how to hide under the grapevines outside the cave and bask in the sun. She clearly remembered that on a stormy night, she was attacked by an 8th-ranked demonic beast, the Lion Tiger King. At that time, her strength was very low, and she was on the verge of death. In the end, a cute black small beast with a single horn descended from the sky and saved her. She then left her favorite grapevines and wandered the dark forest with the soul-devouring beast that called itself the Soul Emperor. As they wandered, they fought. Many times she and the Soul Emperor almost died, and she was wounded many times. But she didn't regret it, because she liked to see that cute black small beast looking at the sky with a lonely and deep gaze. She knew that the Soul Emperor didn't like her, because he always told her that he saw her as a human and treated her as a beast. But she didn't regret it. She followed him all the way. After becoming the Flame Dragon Continent, she went to the Divine Realm, fought in the Divine Realm, and wandered the world with the Soul Emperor. When the Soul Emperor and Xiaohei's mother entered the bridal room, Shirdiawu cried. That was the first time she cried. When the Soul Emperor died to save her, she cried for the second time. She cried for the second time. She cried for 10 days and 10 nights in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then she resolutely wiped away her tears. Shirdiawu changed to Shirdiawu. Butterflies no longer danced in the air. She walked the path of revenge. Yi Qinghan's appearance gave her hope. Xiaohei's growth warmed her cold heart. But as Xiaohei used the soul-devouring transformation on Supreme Island, Lord Shi's heart became cold again. When Obama stretched out her beautiful hand and gently sent them flying, her heart became completely cold. It chilled her heart and froze her blood. The restrictions in the room were all activated, and the light was very dim, covering her pale face. The tears flowing down her beautiful eyes couldn't be seen. She had always looked strong on the surface. When she was still a 7th-grade war god, she was already known as a vicious woman in the divine realm. Countless warriors had died at her hands, and the god bandits who roamed the seas would tremble in fear upon hearing her name. She had been very bitter all these years, making countless arrangements in secret. She silently gathered a strong power in the god world. Although it wasn't fully formed, it revealed some fangs and shocked Ice Queen and Lord Qing Shan. She also knew that she was actually a very fragile woman. Therefore, at this moment, she once again burst into tears, crying her heart out. Losing Xiaohe was the same as losing her own child. She had lost the only thing that the Soul Emperor had left in this world, the only place that she could entrust her soul to. After losing Yi Qinghan, she was at a loss and didn't know what to do next. She felt as if she had returned to countless years ago, when she was still a level 6 magical beast. When she encountered that level 8 king lion tiger, she felt so helpless and hopeless. That's not right. All of a sudden, Lord Devour lifted his head, frowning slightly. She wasn't sure how long she had been in the room, but it seemed to be a long time. She was immersed in her sorrow, but time flew quickly. Why hadn't the evil spirit Sala sent a message? Was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip not broken yet? It was almost impossible. Even if Yi Qinghan could escape successfully and enter the black hole, with his origin, he couldn't hold on for long, right? Did he teleport to a small realm? Did he get in through the weak space? That must be it. Thinking of this, Lord Devour was so excited. As long as he wasn't dead, anything was fine. Even if he couldn't come back, he still had hope as long as he was alive. She wiped her tears, sent her divine consciousness, and teleported out. When she saw the evil spirit Sala carefully holding the soul jade slip, which was still intact, Lord Devour's eyes brightened. He hurriedly asked the evil spirit Sala, "How many days has it been?" 43 days. The evil spirit Sala lifted her head, her face hopeful. Not far from her, Jida swallowed his saliva. Of course, it wasn't because of the evil spirit Sala's charming face. It was because he found it unbelievable. Where is the Soul Emperor Pavilion now? Lord Devour pondered for a while, then asked again. His voice had resumed its indifferent tone. The evil spirit Sala answered immediately. We've been in the barren area for 1 month. Lord Devour knew about the barren area. It was a barren area between the god world and the demon world. The heaven and earth energy in this area was extremely thin, and there were no living creatures in this area. Although there were many planes, they weren't suitable for living creatures. Lord Devour ordered resolutely, "Don't fly back. Fly around this area. When we run out of energy, we will fly out of this barren area." The evil spirit Sala and Jida's eyes brightened. The evil spirit Sala immediately changed the Soul Emperor Pavilion's route. Jida hesitated for a while, then asked, "Sir, Little Han, can he survive?" Lord Devour pursed his lips like a stubborn child. He said resolutely, "As long as his soul jade slip isn't broken, we will wait for him here for 100,000 years. He can create so many miracles. I hope he can create one this time. We will wait for him to come back." Jida and the evil spirit Sala nodded, then said in unison, "Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back." Reincarnation Secret Domain. Yu Qingqing's group of women, Yi Suhan, Peach Blossom, and Li Shui, were gathered in Li Shishir's pavilion. They had been sitting in the hall of the pavilion for more than 1 month. All of them wore a deathly still face. 1 month ago, all of Yi Qinghan's women, including Li Shui, had their hearts pounding. Their souls shivered. They didn't know why it happened, but Yu Qingqing's group and Yi Yao Rao's group had experienced the same thing. That year, when Yi Qinghan fell into the investiture valley of the gods, the 4 of them had their hearts pounding. Then Yu Qingqing's group had gone to the god world resolutely, while Yi Yao Rao had jumped into the deep hole in the investiture valley of the gods. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe were in trouble. They were sure of this. But, in the reincarnation secret domain, they didn't have the ability to penetrate the weak points of the space to enter the turbulent space, and there were no deep holes to jump into. Therefore, they could only look for Mo Xiaoxiao at the first instance. But Mo Xiaoxiao had entered a dangerous place in the reincarnation's secret domain. Although Li Shishir had tried to contact her, she hadn't returned for more than 1 month. Yi Qinghan was their sky, Yi Sahan and the countless little Yi Qinghan's sky. Xiao He was Li Shui, and the demon devourer demon's sky. If the sky collapsed, they might be able to escape, but they would never be able to see the light again. The demon devourer demon, and the group of Yi Qinghan's children, sat obediently in the corner of the hall. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could feel the sadness in their mother's eyes. The group of lawless little tyrants stared at each other with their eyes wide open. A faint emotion called sadness welled up in their hearts. Chapter 1079. In the endless void, countless planes were like stars, existing eternally in the sky. The tireless space-shattering blade current whizzed through the void. The space vortex spun as usual, sucking in the surrounding gravel and dust. The black hole, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was still wide open, swallowing everything that dared to approach it. Apart from the space-shattering blade current, there were actually countless gravel and dust in the endless void. Some would be chopped into pieces by the space-shattering blade current, and then wander around the world, while others stood quietly in the void, as if waiting for the end of the world. In this void, there was a special dust. Like a small plane in the distance, it could emit a sparkling light. However, there was not much origin power that could make his body glow. The light was extremely dim. In fact, the origin power on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body was on the verge of breaking. In the past month, if he had not been lucky enough to encounter the space-shattering blade current a few times, his origin power would have been exhausted. His body would have been turned into dust and wandered to the ends of the world with the space-shattering blade current. 43 days. He had been floating in the void like a corpse for 43 days. He did not know that the origin power on the surface of his body was on the verge of breaking, nor did he know if he was still alive. His soul had completely fallen into madness because of the murderous aura in his mind, and he had lost consciousness. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, but they were still blood-red. He stared blankly at the endless void, at the dazzling star not far away. He was like a lost child, lost and lonely. God damn it. Suddenly, the pupils in the blood-red eyes, which could still be seen, suddenly widened, and a curse unique to Yi Qinghan rang out. Then Yi Qinghan's body suddenly moved, and he flew to the side like a bolt of lightning. But his movement was still too late. A streak of spatial blades rapidly drifted over, shattering all the origin energy below his calf that he could not dodge in time. Afterwards, it continued on its way with a mist of blood and flesh. The intense pain caused the redness in Yi Qinghan's eyes to recede quite a bit. Yi Qinghan didn't need to control the divine crystal to repair his body. The soul ring automatically operated and instantly repaired his body. As for Yi Qinghan, he let out a furious roar and flew toward the only small plane in the distance like a bolt of lightning. Quick, quick! Yi Qinghan's eyes began to fill with blood again, and he felt his mind being filled with killing intent once more. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had no time to check the condition of his soul and body. He could only make up his mind and rush towards that plane. If he didn't rush into that plane, he would be shredded into pieces by the next wave of space-shattering blades. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan held his head with one hand and flipped in the air. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and the slaughter god blade emitted a piercingly cold intent. If there was a living creature in front of him now, it would definitely be chopped into pieces by him. F***ck your mother. The slaughter god blade was raised high by Yi Qinghan. Then he slashed down at lightning speed. His target was not anywhere else but his calf that he had just formed. Chi. There was no need to doubt the sharpness of the slaughter god blade, or the pain of having his legs broken. Even though Yi Qinghan was a god-ranked being who grew up in pain, he still couldn't take it anymore after having his legs broken twice. The immense pain caused every muscle in his body to contract, and his face to contort. However, the redness in his eyes lessened once more, and he started flying at full speed again. He used the power of space, and his flying speed was definitely faster than a supremacy's instantaneous movement. I hope that there are no absolute experts in this plane. If someone detects that I have entered, I will be finished. Although Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, they were blazing with passion. The desire to live erupted from the depths of his soul. He was like a shooting star as he rushed towards the plane that was at least 10 times bigger than the Flame Dragon continent. Just as he was about to reach the cloud-like source energy on the surface of the plane, the killing intent in Yi Qinghan's mind started to attack him again. Yi Qinghan roared furiously in the sky. Then a look of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. In the distance, there was a spatial blade current that shone with golden light. It was like a meteor shower as it floated towards him. Despicable heavens, you want to toy with me to death, but I refuse to die. I will fight it out with you. Yi Qinghan let out a deafening roar. His face was extremely sinister, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The slaughter god saber danced in the air and slashed down on his thigh. The soul ring quickly repaired itself and formed a thigh. However, Yi Qinghan slashed down again. Pain. Heart tearing, lungs splitting, liver and intestines breaking. This was what Yi Qinghan was feeling at this moment. The intense pain caused both of his souls to tremble, causing him to completely wake up. Swoosh. Without waiting for the thigh to form, half of Yi Qinghan's body pierced through the sky and rushed towards the material plane. He had already extended his divine senses and started to investigate the surrounding area. Left front. Quick, quick. The spatial blade current rubbed against the void, bringing about a scorching heat. Yi Qinghan could already feel it clearly. At this moment, the source energy on the surface of his body was already so weak that it could be ignored. If he was hit by the blade current, he would be doomed eternally. Swoosh. Clang clang. Countless blade currents struck the source energy and produced the sound of metal clashing. Then they were rebounded by the source energy and continued to fly into the distance. F***ck your grandma. You almost smashed my divine crystal. Not good. There are few strong auras in this plane. Most of the people in this plane are humans. And I can only do this. Half of Yi Qinghan's body was hit by the blade fragments. Luckily, he reacted quickly and moved his body to the side. If not, his Yi family spear, divine crystal, and his head would have been smashed. He endured the pain and didn't dare to use his spatial power to investigate. He could only use his divine senses to scan the plane. However, Yi Qinghan felt that there were at least a few high-grade god thearchs. In the end, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his aura and the remaining origin energy. Just like that, he plummeted straight down like a wild goose with a broken wing. Once the spatial power was used, it would produce divine might. If he didn't restrain his aura and source energy, his body would produce incomparably strong divine might. It would definitely attract the attention of the experts in the plane. If it was any other time, he could easily kill these experts even if there were 100 times more of them. However, at this moment, the murderous aura in his mind began to attack again. He wasn't sure when he would faint again. Hence, he could only fall quietly and naturally. Suppressing the murderous intent and evil aura in his heart, Yi Qinghan investigated the situation around him. After confirming that the experts didn't use their divine senses to investigate, he felt relieved. When Yi Qinghan felt that he had fallen into the water and his body stopped falling, his divine senses immediately spread out to investigate the surroundings. His divine sense immediately spread out in all directions. If he was sure that there were people or beasts that could threaten him, he would kill them immediately to ensure his own safety. However, when Yi Qinghan opened his blood-red eyes, he saw a peerless face that had lost its color. There was also a beautiful and delicate body bare. 2 lotus-like hands, one covering the proud peaks and the other covering the mysterious area below. She looked at the man who fell from the sky, smashed through the roof of her house, and finally smashed into her bathhouse. Chapter 1080. Whoosh! 4 beautiful sword-wielding women immediately rushed into the room. Their gazes were like 8 daggers as they locked onto the blood-red-eyed Yi Qinghan. They shouted, "Princess!" Yi Qinghan's body released a berserk aura that instantly froze the entire room. The 4 maids weren't even comparable to divine generals. Under Yi Qinghan's tyrannical pressure, they were immediately suppressed to the point where they couldn't even move. Then, Yi Qinghan stared at the delicate girl in front of him, who was called Princess with red eyes. Should I kill or not? The killing intent in his mind began to surge. His body began to tremble, and his back slightly bent. His blood-red eyes made him look like a human-shaped demon. His divine sense easily swept the surrounding area, and he easily discovered that this was a side courtyard in the mountains. There were only 5 people in the entire side courtyard. If he killed all 5 of them, he would at least be temporarily safe. However, he looked at the delicate and naked princess in front of him, at her water-blue hair that was slightly curled, at her eyes that were as pure as water, and at her pitiful expression. He hesitated. Her blue hair and gem-like eyes reminded him of blue rain. Her pure eyes and pitiful expression reminded him of Yi Qingyu. Blue rain, little you. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth subconsciously curved upwards. It was incomparably gentle, incomparably sweet. In the end, he looked at the woman in front of him and felt a headache coming on. If it was a group of men or monsters, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't care about the consequences and would directly kill them. However, this was a woman, and a delicate woman at that. A woman without a trace of martial strength. Yi Qinghan was conflicted and didn't dare to make a move. I'm a good person. Don't kill me. The woman in front of him felt danger, and she also felt Yi Qinghan's hesitation. She weakly spoke, and her expression became even more pitiful. Yi Qinghan stared at the woman's eyes and realized that when she said this, her pupils didn't change at all, and her soul didn't tremble at all. In the end, he kept the slaughter god blade, and left a sentence before falling into the water. Don't touch me, I won't hurt you. The malevolent energy once again attacked Yi Qinghan's soul. Yi Qinghan began to tumble about in the pool, looking incomparably ferocious and terrifying. The 4 maids regained their freedom the moment Yi Qinghan collapsed. They hurriedly dragged the terrified princess out. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. After an hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped struggling. He floated on the surface of the pond like a corpse. He didn't breathe out, nor did he breathe in. His soul was completely sealed, and his life force was completely concealed. Princess, what should we do? A yellow-robed maid asked in fear after confirming that Yi Qinghan was not moving. Yi Qinghan's domineering aura had scared her. The red-robed maid beside her also said anxiously, Princess, let's quickly leave this place and report this matter to the Vatican. This person is definitely not a kind person. Princess, let's go and kill him. If he recovers, we will all be in trouble. Yes, this person seems to be seriously injured. Princess, let's go and kill him. He must have a lot of treasures. The other 2 maids in blue and white had a cold look on their faces. They looked like they would kill Yi Qinghan the moment the princess gave the order. Yi Qinghan had completely lost his consciousness. He didn't know that his moment of soft-heartedness had landed him in a near-death situation. He had completely lost his consciousness. If these 2 maids went forward and stabbed him a few times, he would definitely die. No. The lady who had carelessly put on a long robe to cover her beautiful body shook her head. She stared at Yi Qinghan's well-defined face, which had turned slightly pale because his legs had been chopped off a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, He won't harm us. If he wanted to kill us, which one of you could have stopped him just now? The 4 maids fell silent at the same time. That domineering aura just now had suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even move. This was just an aura. How strong was this person's true strength? They didn't dare to imagine. But Princess, the aura on his body is extremely evil. He is definitely not a human. A human can't be so evil that it makes people feel cold all over. Yes, this person was built from heaven. His aura is so evil. Could he be a legendary creature from another dimension? Princess, why don't you just kill him? If he is a creature from another dimension, not to mention us, the entire Malfa continent will be destroyed. He is too powerful. No, Princess, let's quickly inform the church and let the Pope personally purify him. Creatures from another dimension should have their souls imprisoned in the abyssal ocean forever. The maid spoke again. The beautiful princess also hesitated. If he was a creature from another dimension, then it was very likely that the entire continent would be implicated. She hesitated for a moment. No. I believe that he is also a human, a good person. Suddenly, the princess said resolutely and decisively, She thought of the last time Yi Qinghan had looked at her. The corner of his mouth had unconsciously revealed a touch of tenderness, that touch of sweetness, as if he had seen the woman he loved. She believed that if he was not a human, if he was not a man with feelings, he would definitely not reveal such an expression. Princess. The four maids looked at the princess who had a burning gaze in front of them, and called out worriedly. They were familiar with this gaze. The last time the princess showed this gaze, she had made a fool of herself. In the end, they were forced to live in this courtyard in the mountain. This time, she had made a fool of herself again. Would the four of them die because of this? The expression on the princess's face became more and more resolute. She said firmly, "Believe me, think about it. This person is so powerful. If he is a good person, then there is hope for father and mother's revenge. I want to take this gamble. Of course, if you don't want to gamble, I won't force you. You can leave, but I hope you don't leak the secret." Princess. The four maids looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They looked at the man in the pool and said helplessly, "Since you want to gamble, we will accompany you. If this man wants to harm us, we will risk our lives to take the princess away." Yi Qinghan was unconscious. He didn't know that he had walked one round on the edge of death. The princess and the four maids didn't touch Yi Qinghan. They let Yi Qinghan float in the princess's bath. Although the princess decided to keep Yi Qinghan alive and not kill him or leak the secret, she was still extremely terrified. However, his heart was still incomparably terrified. Every day, he would come to check on Yi Qinghan, only to find that he was still floating on the pool like a corpse. Yi Qinghan didn't know that while his body was wandering on the edge of life and death, his soul had already wandered between human and demon countless times. In the other soul sea, countless demonic aura turned into evil energy. It was like countless black dragons swimming in the two souls, trying to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons in Yi Qinghan's origin power were also swimming in the soul sea, chasing after these black dragons. They roared and fought with all their might. Both sides were extremely powerful. If the black dragons formed from the demonic aura won, then Yi Qinghan would completely become a demon, a low-level creature in the demon world. He would sink forever. Chapter 1081. Obama felt that he was in a tragic situation. As one of the 18 sovereigns of the demon world, he was very powerful. He was ranked in the top 5 of the 18 sovereigns and had been in the demon world for millions of years. He thought that there were very few experts in this world that could threaten his life. Thus, he followed Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan without any scruples and successfully intercepted the three of them at the edge of the black hole. In fact, he was very powerful. The three peak experts in the divine world were not his match. He easily entered Yi Qinghan's body without him knowing. He wanted to make him a citizen of the demon world, and easily obtain the supreme slaughtering god blade. But he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. The moment the trace of devil aura that his body had condensed entered Yi Qinghan's soul sea, it was shattered by the thunder dragons above his soul sea. Then Yi Qinghan entered the black hole, and his soul sea started to spin. This was not important. What was important was, when Yi Qinghan stopped spinning, he realized that the devil aura that his body had transformed into had entered Yi Qinghan's soul sea. Moreover, the countless thunder dragons in his soul sea had started to chase after the devil aura that his body had transformed into. He was a devil monarch that had been bestowed the power of darkness by the laws of heaven and earth. As long as there was a trace of devil aura, he could not die. That was also true. But God damn it, he discovered that his true form, which had transformed into countless black dragons, was now being targeted by countless lightning dragons. As long as he stopped, he would be killed immediately. He wanted to escape from Yi Qinghan's soul sea, but there was a blue shield outside Yi Qinghan's soul sea. When the black dragon formed from his devil aura wanted to penetrate the blue shield, it would pause for a second. Once it paused, the thunder dragons behind would catch up and shatter it. He actually could not escape? In the end, Obama had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and risk his life. The demon black dragon made of demonic aura drilled into Yi Qinghan's soul sea. He decided to cut off all means of retreat. Either he demonized Yi Qinghan's soul, or Thunder Dragon caught up with him and strangled him. When the last trace of the black demon dragon was killed by the Thunder Dragon, It would be the day of his death. Countless black dragons burrowed into Yi Qinghan's soul, attempting to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons behind him immediately followed, and the soul sea, which was showing signs of demonization, was instantly purified. The demonic aura of the abyssal black dragon melted like ice on fire, leaving nothing behind. What the hell is this? This King Sun your ass. Obama furiously roared. He attacked a few times and almost succeeded once, but in the end, he was still purified by the lightning dragon. Every time he would lose a large amount of demonic aura. His power of darkness was getting lesser and lesser. At this rate, he would be finished sooner or later. Seeing the thunder dragon chasing after him again, Obama had no choice but to temporarily rush out of the soul sea and fly above it. Often, the thunder dragon would not chase after him. Instead, it would continue in the soul sea and finish strangling all the demonic aura, giving Obama a chance to catch a breather. What the hell is this soul? There are actually two of them? And there's a bridge? Why do I feel that this bridge has the power of darkness? And the power of light? Oh. The black line on the side of the bridge is pure power of darkness. Kiki, I'll risk it. The demon aura that Obama had transformed into did not stay on the Sea of Souls for too long. In a moment it split into 3 groups. One rushed toward the bridge and the black line, one rushed toward the bottom of the Sea of Souls, and one rushed toward the blue light barrier above the Sea of Souls. Chi. The moment Obama moved, the thunder dragon below seemed to have eyes. Countless thunder dragons rushed out of the soul sea, but they did not split into 3 groups like the abyssal black dragon. Instead, they split into 2 groups. One group continued to swim in the soul sea, strangling the abyssal black dragon, while the other rushed towards the blue barrier like lightning. It actually ignored the black dragon formed from the demonic aura that rushed towards the white bridge and the black line. Obama was overjoyed. Even if the demonic aura on this side of the soul sea and the blue barrier was completely destroyed, but as long as he demonized this bridge, it would quickly spread to both sides of the soul sea. Once he demonized half of his soul, he would be able to gain control of Yi Qinghan's soul. Then, these thunder dragons would also listen to the soul's commands. At that time, victory would be certain. The thunder dragon used all its strength to deal with the black dragon formed from 2/3 of the demonic aura, and easily gained the upper hand. Carrying the momentum of wind and thunder, it completely strangled the 2 groups of demonic aura in one go. Black rain fell from the soul sea again. Bastard, T. What the hell is this thing? What the hell is this soul? The other group of 7 or 8 black dragons easily rushed to the bridge, leaving behind one that rushed towards the black line. The rest all entered the bridge that was emitting a gentle white light. But what made Obama want to die was that the black dragons actually couldn't enter. Moreover, at this moment, the bridge suddenly shone with a divine light, and a white barrier suddenly appeared on the bridge. Once his demonic aura touched the white barrier, it was like water meeting a red-hot iron pincer, immediately evaporating. The black dragon with demonic aura outside easily entered the black line, and it also felt the surging power of darkness contained within. Unfortunately, that thunder dragon strangled all of his black dragon's demonic aura. Then dozens of thunder dragons roared from all directions and instantly annihilated that black dragon. 3/4 of Obama's powerful power of darkness had already been destroyed by the thunder dragons. The remaining 1/4 was trapped on the bridge, not daring to even move. The thunder dragon didn't continue to rush over. It entered the bridge and completely annihilated Obama's remaining aura. It continued to completely eliminate the remaining demonic aura in the soul sea. Then, it returned to the small amount of origin energy, and began to circulate between the origin energy and the soul sea. And at this moment, Yi Qinghan immediately woke up. The moment he woke up, there was no trace of blood in his eyes. They were incomparably clear and he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He stared blankly ahead, at the hole in the roof, a bit confused. How could there be a hole in the roof? What if it rained? Then he felt as if he was on water. He twisted his body and remembered something. His body shot up and he stood up. His divine sense swept out and found a few familiar women sitting in the hall. After confirming that there was no danger, he directly threw himself onto a large pink bed and fell asleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate his soul, nor was it that he didn't want to thoroughly investigate the surrounding situation. It was because he was too tired. His soul sea had been abused by the Black Dragon and Thunder Dragon, and had become incomparably tired and exhausted. At this moment he only wanted to sleep. Who cared if the sky collapsed, the earth split, or the world was destroyed? He wanted to have a good sleep first. Yi Qinghan's unbridled divine sense had alarmed the 5 women in the hall next to him. The princess with Yi Qingyu's eyes and Lan Yu's hair carefully brought the 4 people in. However, they discovered that the man who was so powerful that they trembled was like a child, sleeping soundly on her fragrant bed, and his head was pillowed with the underwear that she didn't have time to change until last time. Chapter 1082. Princess, the evil aura on this person is gone. The woman in yellow stared at Yi Qinghan as if she had seen a new continent. She looked left and right, but she couldn't feel the evil aura that they hated so much. Hee, I told you he's a good person, but you didn't believe me. Humph. The little princess wrinkled her cute little nose, and said to the 4 of them proudly, "Good person." The woman in white looked at the innocent little princess and sighed slightly. Princess, are there still good people in this world? Which one of them isn't virtuous on the surface, but would do anything for benefits behind the scenes? The Vatican, which we once believed in the most, has torn off their hypocrisy. What else do they have? The little princess's eyes had just lit up with excitement, but it dimmed again. Then, she quietly looked at the man sleeping on her side on her bed, and using her underwear as a pillow. She blushed and trotted away. The woman in red nodded at the woman in blue and the woman in yellow. The 2 immediately chased after her, but the woman in red stayed behind and said to the woman in white, "Sigh, with the princess's personality, no wonder she still spoke up for her cousin even after he cheated her of the throne. Alice, I still don't think it's safe. Why don't the 4 of us take the princess far away? Go to a secluded corner and spend the rest of our lives in peace? Let's not talk about whether this man will harm the princess after he wakes up. I'm afraid, once Her Highness and the Vatican finish cleaning up the enemies, they will harm the princess. No matter what, the princess is Her Majesty's only child." The woman in white called Alice frowned tightly. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "The princess's personality is indeed not suitable for a life of scheming. She doesn't have powerful martial arts, and it would be difficult even for her to be a queen. But, Silas, with the princess's stubborn personality, do you think she will agree? Didn't you see that she cries every night when she sleeps? If she can't take revenge, I'm afraid she will spend the rest of her life in pain. And it's very likely that she will die." Alice and Silas looked at each other and sighed deeply. Silas looked at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as this man can help the princess, I am willing to offer my body and soul to him. The princess is too pitiful." Alice smiled sadly. Under her golden hair, her exquisite facial features were filled with endless loneliness. She said faintly, "If he can help the princess, what's wrong with the 4 of us sacrificing ourselves to him? However, it's not like you don't know who really killed His Majesty and the Empress. No matter how strong he is, it's hard for his fists to fight against 4 kicks." The 2 of them looked at each other again, smiled bitterly and walked away, heading for the little princess's new room. Odila and Otora were having a hard time. Of course, Augie suffered more than them. The 3 of them returned to Obama City. Odila and Otora knew that it was impossible for Obama to be sucked into the black hole after hiding for a long time. Therefore, Odila and Otora thought of a brilliant plan. They got the children of the Wind Shadow clan to start spreading a piece of news in the 18 continents of the demon world. 3 sovereigns of the divine world had secretly sneaked into the vicinity of the demon world. One of them was holding the ancestral devil's supreme slaughtering god saber. Because of Sovereign Obama's carelessness, his vitality was greatly injured by the supreme slaughtering god saber. At this moment he was hiding in a place to recuperate. As for these 3 divine world sovereigns, they were hiding. They also stated that Sovereign Augusta could testify for this because Barbara, who was under Sovereign Augusta, had fought with the 3 divine world sovereigns. When this news spread, the entire demon world was shaken. In addition, More than 100 small sacred worlds under Obama and Augusta had been slaughtered by Yi Qinghan not long ago. For such a big matter, even if they wanted to hide it, there were still traces of it. All the demon sovereigns confirmed the authenticity of this news. A huge uproar was set off in the demon world. All the sovereigns were mobilized, the trillions of Wind Shadow clan members were all mobilized, and countless Dark Knight clan members were planted in the small sacred worlds. In the endless void outside the demon world, black winds blew, and undercurrents surged. Under pressure, Augusta finally released the projection of the battle between Barbara and Yi Qinghan. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's appearance spread throughout the entire demon world. Countless mainland sovereigns offered rewards. As long as Yi Qinghan was found, they would give him anything he wanted, regardless of whether it was the supreme slaughtering god saber, or the divine world sovereigns wantonly killing the people of the demon world. This had already caused the entire demon world to unite against a common enemy. Yi Qinghan had completely become a celebrity in the demon world. However, the demon world sovereigns were furious and frantically searching for the main character. At this moment, he was lying on a medium-sized plane who knew how far away from them, sleeping soundly. It was very likely that they would never be able to find this celebrity again. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. This time he had slept for an entire month. His soul spirit sea had enough time to rest. When he woke up, he felt lazy and comfortable. His divine senses quietly explored the surrounding area. After confirming that there was no danger, Yi Qinghan immediately looked inside his body. However, the moment he did so, his indifferent face suddenly turned ashen, and his body started to tremble. He was scared half to death. This was 100 times more terrifying than discovering the lightning above his soul spirit sea. How could this be? Heavens, you must be joking. His body was fine, and his divine crystal was fine. What had happened was his soul spirit. And something big had happened. The protective shield around his soul spirit sea was fine. Apart from the fact that the origin energy floating above the sea had decreased a little, there was no big problem. The lightning above still did not strike down, which was normal. What was not normal was, countless black lines had appeared above his soul spirit sea. They were densely packed, crisscrossing and terrifying. His soul spirit was divided into pieces. It felt like a white meatball was tied up by countless black ropes. It was a ghastly sight. For the first time, a black line appeared in his soul spirit. As a result, he almost died. In the end, his soul was divided into two, and the black line became that white bridge. At this moment, there were at least 100 black lines on his soul spirit. Each black line was of different length. The longest one was about to penetrate his entire soul. Moreover, there were at least 30 black lines that were about to penetrate his soul. Back then, when the first black line penetrated his soul, and his soul was divided into two, he almost died because he could not bear the pain. Now 30 black lines were about to penetrate his soul. If they penetrated at the same time, Yi Qinghan was absolutely sure that he would become the first supreme expert in this world to die from pain. Moreover, even if he did not die from pain, his soul would be constantly divided by these black lines. Wouldn't that be the same as collapsing? Moreover, he could easily probe inside the white bridge between the two souls. There was an incomparably evil and cold demonic aura inside. He probed his entire body, but did not detect any demonic aura. This meant one thing. That demonic aura inside the white bridge must be hiding Obama's real body. He did not know why his soul would undergo such a mutation, but he knew that if the insufferably tyrannical Obama was finished, he would also very likely be finished. Chapter 1083. Opening his eyes, Yi Qinghan forcefully rubbed his face with his hands and forced himself to be clear-headed. His sea of souls had mutated many times, and he could do nothing about it. What was the point of being afraid? What was to come would come. Originally, the moment Obama entered his body, Yi Qinghan had already mentally prepared himself to be demonized. Now that he was still alive, his life could be said to have been retrieved. With this thought, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. He once again began to look into his soul. After observing for a very long time and thoroughly examining every inch of his soul countless times, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed a few things. The first was the good news. That ball of demonic aura of Obama's main body was trapped on the bridge and could not come out. There was no possibility of him being demonized. Furthermore, that ball of demonic aura was slowly decreasing under the holy light of the bridge. Even though it was very slow, there would be a day when Obama would completely perish. The second was even better news. Even though so many black lines had appeared on his soul, there was nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, the strength of his soul was at least 3 times stronger than before. What did 3 times mean? In the past, Yi Qinghan's soul strength was close to that of a 6th grade war god, but now it had reached the strength of a 7th grade war god. And Mo Xiaoxiao's soul strength, the strongest in the realm of gods, was only at the level of a venerable. The third was the bad news, the fatal bad news. Because that ball of demonic aura of Obama was constantly decreasing, those close to 100 black lines were slowly increasing at the same time. According to Yi Qinghan's careful observation during this period of time, it was very likely that that ball of demonic aura had not completely disappeared. The 30 longest black lines would simultaneously pierce through the soul. What would be the consequences of 30 black lines simultaneously piercing through 2 souls? Yi Qinghan did not dare to imagine. Based on this speed, it would take at least 10 years for these 30 black lines to simultaneously pierce through the soul. In other words, after 10 years, Yi Qinghan's 2 souls would simultaneously become 60. Even if his soul did not collapse on that day, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely die in pain. 10 years? Yi Qinghan weakly opened his eyes. This feeling was like finding out that he had cancer in his previous life, and it was in the late stage. Just sit there and wait for death. What is this place? If it's close, I can rush back to the secret realm of reincarnation in 10 years and take a look at them. How good would that be? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly to himself. This idea was too naive. There was only one plane nearby, and it was a medium-sized plane at that. It definitely didn't seem like a plane near the god realm. Even if he was teleported to the vicinity of the demon world, he would not be able to return to the secret realm of reincarnation without encountering the space-shattering blade current. Qingqing and the others should have already given birth, right? I wonder how many more children I have. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up when he thought of the 3 months of madness in the reincarnation plane. A hint of determination appeared on his face. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. After a long silence, he said to himself, 10 years. 10 years. I still have time. I must think of a way to stop my soul from splitting. I want to live on. I want to go back to see my children. I want to bring Xiaohei back to see Xiaohei's children. I cannot die. I want to fight against the heavens and take my life from them. I will never give in. Yi Qinghan took out the slaughter god blade and sent her divine senses into it. She saw that Xiaohei's spirit body had transformed into a small, white soul-devouring beast that was in a deep sleep. The determination in Yi Qinghan's eyes deepened. He stood up, and his body emitted a strong sense of confidence. Through the hole in the roof, he looked up at the sky and told himself to live on. He had to bring Xiaohei home. What are you doing? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? Suddenly, a tender voice resounded and interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan was startled and hurriedly concealed himself. He felt ashamed in his heart. Because of his soul mutation, he was so scared that he did not even know what was happening outside. With his divine senses, Yi Qinghan easily understood the situation outside. Outside the courtyard, thousands of martial artists had arrived. They were all wearing white armor, and the weakest of them was a heavenly god. There were even some who had reached the god world's god generals and god kings. Thousands of people surrounded the courtyard, and at this moment, the 4 maids were protecting the delicate and beautiful princess. They were shouting loudly at the entrance of the courtyard. King Feng has ordered for the princess to return to the palace. A tall and mighty middle-aged man walked out from the crowd of thousands of martial artists. He was wearing gorgeous battle armor and had a handsome mustache. He was the leader of this group of martial artists. The white-robed Alice had a murderous look on her face. She was not strong, but she had grown up with the princess. In the past, her status was incomparably obedient. How could she tolerate someone offending her? She said coldly, "How dare you? Luo-san, How dare you surround the princess courtyard? How dare you? The princess has been ill recently. You should report to His Majesty and apologize another day. Shut up, Alice. Do you believe that I won't rape you if you continue to be so long-winded? How could Alice know that Luo-san, who used to not even dare to fart beside her, sneered coldly? He looked at her alluring body without the slightest scruple and said faintly. At the same time he waved his hand, and the surrounding martial artists opened up a path, revealing a gorgeous carriage in front of them. Luo-san shouted coldly again. Invite the princess into the carriage. Princess, don't. Luo-san, if you dare to offend me, I will kill you. Clang. Clang. The four maids pulled out their swords at the same time, and their divine power vibrated. The thousands of martial artists outside also pulled out their weapons at the same time. Murderous intent immediately filled the courtyard. The four maids were all God World's God Generals. Not to mention the God King Luo-san outside, and the dozens of God Generals squad leaders outside. Even if there were thousands of heaven gods, they would not be able to deal with them. Panduoji, I didn't expect you to cheat me of the throne, and even break your promise. Alice, put down your weapons. You are not a match for them. The little princess' gem-like eyes flashed with a trace of anger and helplessness. That delicate and pitiful expression weakened the killing intent of the countless heavenly god martial artists. No matter what, this was their princess, the Empire's #1 beauty, the goddess in the hearts of the Empire's men, Princess Pandora. If I kill this group of people, won't it be troublesome? At this time, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the little princess' mind. The little princess was stunned, but her eyes lit up because this voice said something not long ago. Don't touch me, I will not harm you. It was that mysterious and powerful man. Although the little princess was overjoyed, she did not show it on her face. Her thoughts were pure, but many years of palace etiquette taught her that she could not show her emotions on her face. You just need to say it in your mind, and I will know the answer. Don't be afraid, with me here no one can hurt you. The voice continued. This voice seemed to have some kind of magic, and the little princess felt her heart was at peace. She immediately thought in her heart. Don't be rash, esteemed guest. These are the Empire's holy guards. If you kill them, it will attract countless experts and the Vatican's holy army. The Pope is extremely powerful, almost invincible in the continent. You are not a match for him. Pope? Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. The Pope that this little princess spoke of was probably one of the few high-level emperor gods in this plane. This plane was very strange. There were many mortals, many heavenly god martial artists, and there were even emperor gods. Logically speaking, martial artists of this level would have long ascended to a higher plane. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, and decided not to make a move first. Yi Qinghan did not care about these few experts in this plane. He could crush them to death easily. It was just that he was unfamiliar with this place, and he had to think of a way to prevent his soul from splitting. If he made a big deal out of this, it would attract the attention of the higher plane's overlords, and it would be troublesome. After a moment, Yi Qinghan thought through the matter and sent a voice transmission. Get on the carriage. Don't worry, I will protect you secretly. No one can hurt you, not even that so-called Pope. Chapter 1084. Let's go. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, the little princess did not hesitate and directly gave the order. Then, she lifted her skirt and walked towards the carriage outside. Princess! Alice and the other three people's expressions changed at the same time. They did not understand what was wrong with the little princess. However, the little princess had already walked out of the courtyard. The four people had no choice but to quickly follow and protect the little princess in the center. Let's send the princess back to the palace. Lawson looked at the beautiful little princess with a trace of pity in his eyes. However, his eyes immediately turned cold. He shouted and took the lead to fly forward. Thousands of warriors took off together. At the same time, the luxurious carriage also rose into the air. Under the protection of thousands of warriors, it flew towards the east. Princess! Princess, you can't go back. No, we will protect you and kill our way back. Princess, His Royal Highness Panduoji is definitely up to no good. Otherwise he would not force you to go back. It is very likely that you will be imprisoned forever if you go back this time. As soon as Alice entered the carriage, she immediately activated the magic array in the carriage to isolate the sound and probe of the outside. But Alice smiled and shook her head. She said lightly, "Don't be afraid. He said that he will protect me." Alice raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Him? Who is he?" "It's me." At this time, a gentle and strange voice suddenly sounded in the carriage. Alice and the other 3 people were so scared that their whole body trembled. At the same time, the 4 people madly surged their divine power and unsheathed their cold swords. They were on guard. The little princess' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked around but did not find the owner of the voice. "Put away your swords. If I want to kill you, I can give each of you a supreme divine tool. You can all be killed in seconds." The voice rang out again, and a green figure slowly appeared. He sat beside the low table at the side of the carriage. He didn't even look at them, and leisurely picked up the tea on the square table, poured a cup and leisurely drank it. "It's you? You? How did you come in?" Alice looked as if she had seen a ghost. The magic shield in the carriage was fully activated. How could this person come in silently and the warriors outside did not notice? Lawson was the commander of the Holy Guards, a famous powerhouse of the empire. How could he not discover it? The other 3 maids were also shocked. They knew that this person was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was actually so ridiculously strong. The little princess' beautiful face was filled with the light of joy. If this person was really as he said, that even the Pope could not hurt her, then there was hope for her parents' vengeance. Yi Qinghan glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "You came in just like that? To me, the protective shield on your carriage. It's as good as nothing." Then why didn't the people outside notice you?" Alice looked at the man in front of her who was smiling amiably like a big boy next door, and felt that he was so unfathomable. Her tone became extremely gentle, and the way she addressed him also became respectful. "Haha, if I want them to find me, they can find me. I don't want no one in this plane to be able to find me." Yi Qinghan calmly sipped his tea, enjoying the leisurely time, temporarily putting aside the matter of his soul splitting. Looking out the window, looking at the green mountains and clear waters below, as well as the warm sunshine, his heart was at peace. "Respected guest, I am Princess Pandora of the Malfa Empire under the Sacred Alliance. These 4 are my mates Alice, Hilas, Mandos and Rakis. It's an honor to meet you, and I sincerely thank you for your protection." The little princess stopped Alice from continuing to ask questions. Instead, she took a few steps forward, and respectfully bowed her head to salute. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, somewhat unaccustomed to such formal etiquette. He smiled and said, "Pandora, good name, beautiful name. Don't be too restrained, I like to be easygoing. You can treat me as your friend. You can call me Han Yi." "Your Excellency Han Yi? Nice to meet you." Pandora blushed somewhat shyly. As the first beauty of the empire, she had heard the most mushy compliments, but Yi Qinghan's simple compliment made her feel a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Perhaps it was because of Yi Qinghan's strength, or perhaps it was because of his unique temperament, or perhaps it was because of his black hair, black eyes, and the fiery gaze in his eyes that was different from the people of this world. But Alice instinctively leaned towards Princess Pandora, because she saw in Yi Qinghan's eyes a man's naked desire to possess a beautiful woman. The number of men in the Sacred Alliance who wanted to have Pandora could be lined up from the east to the west of the alliance. But no one dared to be like Yi Qinghan, and directly express their desire to possess her. Yi Qinghan sensed the hostility of the maids. He smiled faintly, and shifted his gaze outside. But in his heart, he was somewhat ashamed. This little girl looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. Just now he had evil thoughts. It seems that the evil aura of Obama in his mind had a great influence on him. "Pandora, can you introduce your beautiful continent to me? The more detailed, the better." "Alice, you don't have to be hostile to me. I won't hide it from you. I'm not a person of your continent. But I'm a pure human. I won't harm the ordinary people of your continent, and I won't stay here for a long time. If there's a chance, I'll immediately leave and return to my continent. So you don't have to worry that I will enslave or harm the people of your continent." Well, you can think of me as a tourist. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a while, then turned to stare at the four people and said seriously. He needed to understand the situation of this continent and the situation of the higher planes. After making sure that he was safe, he would think of a way to prevent his soul from splitting, and finally, he would think of a way to go home. Yi Qinghan's words scared the five people. Was this person really a creature from the legendary other plane? The Holy Bible in the Vatican said that there were many creatures from other planes who always wanted to descend to the Holy Continent, and then began to kill the people of the continent, turning the beautiful Holy Continent into hell, the Azura Hell. Could this person be a devil? And now he wants to use his power to unify the continent? And finally let the Holy Continent fall into the Azura Sea forever? Even Pandora's heart was hesitating at this moment. The devil in the legend was very cunning. Alice wanted to shout at the first moment and let Lawson, who was outside, send a message to the Pope to purify this creature from the other plane. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and leisurely drank his tea. He was not in a hurry, nor did he explain, waiting for the five people to make a final decision. Finally, Pandora remembered the sweet smile on Yi Qinghan's lips when she saw him for the first time. There was also the cute appearance of Yi Qinghan sleeping on his bed. Feeling prevailed over reason. She thought that if this devil's acting was so good, then she would also admit defeat. Pursing her lips and nodding, she looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Your Excellency Han Yi, Pandora believes in you. If you want to harm Pandora, Pandora will also accept it. I just hope that you won't harm the people of the continent." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, swept a glance at Alice and the other three people and said, "In the future, you will know how correct your decision today was." Chapter 1085. The carriage continued to fly quickly at a low altitude. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, this speed could only be considered crawling. Yi Qinghan drank his tea leisurely and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, as well as the majestic city in the distance. That was the capital of the Malfa Empire that Pandora had mentioned, Mengzhong City. An hour was not a long time. However, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to have a sufficient understanding of this unknown dimension. This dimension was very strange and interesting. The entire dimension was bathed in the glory of the Vatican, and the God of Light and the Pope were the only two faiths in this dimension. Everyone cultivated combat energy and magic, and the God-level powerhouses cultivated the power of light. Of course, in the eyes of Yi Qinghan, combat energy, magic, and power of light were actually just a way to use the vitality of heaven and earth. In essence, it was still using the power of the laws of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. The Vatican was the largest in this dimension, and there were three empires under it. One was the Malfa Empire where Pandora was located, and the other two were the Mali Empire and the Macy Empire. Pandora's father died mysteriously half a year ago, and it was said that he was killed by evil dark creatures and cultists. Along with him, there were also three high-level celestial emperors of the empire. However, Alice did not feel the power of darkness that night, and it was said that there was a misunderstanding between Pandora and the Vatican not long before her father's death. After Pandora's father died, the throne was, of course, inherited by the only crown prince, Pandora. However, the three strongest powerhouses of the empire died at the same time, and the empire was in chaos. The other two empires took the opportunity to attack the Malfa Empire. Pandora was simple-minded, and she panicked and lost her wits. At this time, Pandora's cousin, Pandora, stood up and asked Pandora to give him military power to resist the attacks of the two empires. The naive Pandora believed him and gave all her military power to Pandora. In the end, after a few rounds of battle, Pandora actually succeeded in repelling the strong enemies and obtained the recognition of the Vatican. At the same time, he also took over the throne of the Malfa Empire. Pandora did not have any attachment to the throne, and she only wanted to avenge her parents. In the end, Pandora did not fulfill his original promise. He only wanted to stabilize his throne, and his current actions were obviously to imprison or kill Pandora. What a melodramatic story. What an innocent girl. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly. Although he didn't know the specifics, Yi Qinghan could guess some things from this superficial information. It was obvious that Pandora's parents and the three most powerful people of the empire were killed by the church. Dark creatures? Heathen? Hee. Yi Qinghan knew very well that these things were left behind on purpose by the Vatican in order to make people more devoted to them. It would be very easy for the church to wipe out these heretics, just like how they wiped out Pandora's parents. This was because Yi Qinghan had easily discovered that 4 of the 5 high-level emperor gods were living in the holy city mentioned by Pandora, and that was where the church's headquarters were located. It was obvious that Pandora's father had discovered some dark secrets of the church and decided to abandon his faith in the church. However, the 3 high-level emperor gods of the empire were too weak. The church easily killed him and replaced him with a very obedient emperor, Pandora. Yi Qinghan looked at Pandora's eyes that were as pure as water and smiled. If only Pandora wasn't so innocent. If Pandora wasn't so innocent, the 5 of them might have already died under the slaughter god blade. Pandora, what are you going to do? Do you need me to help you take back the throne? Seeing that they were about to reach Mengzhong City, Yi Qinghan retracted his thoughts and looked at Pandora with a burning gaze. When Yi Qinghan opened his mouth, Alice and the other 3's eyes lit up. Since Pandora chose to believe in this man, they could only take a gamble. At this moment, this man was actually casually saying that he wanted to help Pandora take back the throne. Although his words were calm, there was an indescribable charm to them. It felt as though if Pandora just nodded, he would definitely be able to do it. No, I don't want the throne. Pandora shook her head. She was clear that she wasn't suitable to sit in that supreme position. Moreover, she didn't like it. She stares at Yi Qinghan. She suddenly lifts her skirt and kneels down. Alice and the other 4 people beside her also kneel down. Pandora pays her respects before her face turns red. She clenches her teeth and says, Pandora only wants to kick Imperial Father and take revenge for Imperial Mother. If, Your Excellency Han Yi, you can help me get revenge, Pandora is willing to give up everything I have, including my body. Yi Qinghan's smile disappeared. His eyes flashed with an indescribable meaning as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Indeed, this girl had the capital to be proud of. She had a peerless appearance. According to the ranking of beauties, she could reach the level of fireworks. She was a beauty that was doted on by the heavens. Although Obama's aura was constantly affecting him and increasing his evil thoughts, Yi Qinghan didn't plan to take her body. If he couldn't find a way to stop his soul from splitting 10 years later, he would die. At that time, she would be left alone and would definitely suffer even more. If he found a way and survived, he would also find a way to go to a higher plane and find a way home. The road would be difficult, but Yi Qinghan wouldn't take her to suffer. The most difficult thing to enjoy is a beauty's grace. Yi Qinghan is a man of principle. He wouldn't let his woman suffer, so he was very cautious about the matters between men and women. Even though this Pandora woman was really beautiful, so beautiful that it made people feel pity for her. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a moment, then shook his head and said, Pandora, get up. I won't take your body. Yi Qinghan's answer made Alice and the other 3 stunned. He actually refused? There was actually a man who didn't fancy the number 1 beauty of the empire. The goddess in the hearts of hundreds of billions of men in the holy continent, Miss Pandora? Could it be that this man's sexual orientation was abnormal? The 4 people were puzzled. That's not right. Just now, he clearly showed a strong possessive desire towards Pandora. Pandora's face was full of shame and awkwardness. She finally mustered up the courage to say such shameful words, but she didn't expect Yi Qinghan to actually refuse. She had always been very confident in her body and beauty. It could be seen from the greedy eyes of those nobles. Just now, Yi Qinghan's eyes also shone with this kind of light, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She felt a burning hot on her face, and her heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness and sadness. Apart from this body, what else did she have? Looking at Pandora, who was about to cry, Yi Qinghan knew that he said the wrong thing. He quickly smiled bitterly and said apologetically, Pandora, don't think too much. I didn't mean to look down on you. You are very beautiful, and I just treat you as a friend. I can help you take revenge for your parents. I will also help you, but it will take some time. Also, you have to listen to my orders. Really? Pandora was startled by Yi Qinghan. She was happy one moment and worried the next. A pair of gem-like eyes held back tears as she looked at Yi Qinghan foolishly and asked with uncertainty, "I always keep my words. Go down, Pandora. Your cousin is here to pick you up." Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and stood up. The hair on his head turned green, and his black eyes also turned green. At the same time, a white battle armor appeared on his body, and there was a big golden sword in his hand. With a face full of righteousness, he said to the 5 people, "Remember, I am now the personal bodyguard of Princess Pandora. Cold night night." Chapter 1086. Looking at Yi Qinghan's green hair and green eyes as if he was performing a magic trick, Pandora, Alice, and the others were amazed and scared at the same time. This man was really magical. "Princess, please get off the carriage. His Majesty is waiting to see you." Lawson's voice was amplified by the power of light. Pandora glanced at Yi Qinghan and saw the confident light in his eyes. She felt a lot more at ease. She lifted the hem of her skirt and led Alice and the others out of the carriage. Lawson's gaze vaguely swept over Pandora's graceful body, and then turned to look at Alice's group of 4 behind him. He became incomparably bold and unscrupulously swept his gaze over Alice's towering chest and slender thighs. Finally, his gaze was fixed on Yi Qinghan, who had green hair and green eyes and was carrying a big sword lazily. Lawson's expression changed. The white power of light with a holy aura instantly burst out from his body. The silver sword in his hand issued a soft cry and locked onto Yi Qinghan. A chilling murderous aura filled the surrounding space. Clang clang. As soon as Lawson moved, thousands of warriors in the vicinity drew their weapons at the same time and locked onto Yi Qinghan. Invisible murderous aura crisscrossed in the air. Alice and the others did not even dare to move. Although Pandora was under the protection of the 4 people, she could not withstand such a strong murderous aura. Her whole body trembled, and her face became incomparably pale. "Presumptuous." Before Lawson could speak, Yi Qinghan shouted. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and the murderous aura around Pandora and the others suddenly disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan released a murderous aura that was even more overbearing than the thousands of people and Lawson's, directly suppressing the murderous aura that they condensed. Thousands of people's faces changed. Even Lawson felt a bone-piercing chill all over his body, and involuntarily trembled. How many people must he kill to condense such a heavy murderous aura? "How dare you be so rude to Her Royal Highness? Are you all courting death?" Yi Qinghan's incomparably domineering voice rang out. His demonic green hair and green eyes, as well as his piercingly cold killing intent, instantly caused the hearts of the thousands of people present to tremble. They retracted their killing intent and almost dropped their weapons. The eyes of Pandora and the other 4 lit up, but they were a little worried. They thought that Yi Qinghan would protect them in secret and was plotting something. Who would have thought that Yi Qinghan would make such a domineering entrance? How is this going to end? Humph. Who are you? Why did he sneak into the princess's carriage? Kidnapping the princess? Do you want to become enemies with the entire Malfa Empire? Quickly release the princess, otherwise you will die. As one of the powerhouses of the Malfa Empire, Lawson was able to counteract the pressure that Yi Qinghan exerted in an instant. Although he spoke coldly on the surface, he was shocked in his heart. This person actually snuck into the carriage under his nose. The aura that he released just now was several times stronger than his own. If he were to fight, he would definitely be the first to die. He groaned inwardly. He could only delay for the time being and wait for the powerhouses in Mengzhong City to come to his aid. "Lawson, put away your weapons. This is my personal bodyguard, Frost Knight Knight, a first-grade duke. Why don't you bow to him?" Pandora regained her composure under the protection of Yi Qinghan's aura. Her many years of palace etiquette education allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Under Yi Qinghan's telepathic signal, she looked coldly at Lawson and said, "First-grade duke? Who are you trying to fool?" Lawson smiled coldly. He felt 2 powerful auras flying towards him from the palace, and his confidence was greatly boosted. Where was this place? Mengzhong City. Didn't this bitch know the situation she was in? How dare she put on airs in front of him? This Frost Knight Knight was also an idiot. Let's see how he dies when the reinforcements come. Yi Qinghan continued to lazily carry a great sword on his back. He squinted at Lawson and said coldly and arrogantly, "Huh? You actually dare to ignore the princess decree? Why aren't you bowing to this duke? Boy, do you really want to die?" *T. Lawson and the countless knight captains around him almost had their eyeballs fall out. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Was his brain damaged? Where was he right now? Didn't he know that her master was nothing now? Or was his eyesight bad that he couldn't see the two incomparably powerful imperial protectors in the distance? Lawson gave him a mocking look and said contemptuously, "Bowing to a bullshit duke like you? You think?" Clang. The second half of Lawson's sentence was interrupted by a dragon's roar. The greatsword on Yi Qinghan's shoulder slashed down towards Lawson at lightning speed. A pure white dragon carrying a sacred aura whizzed out and instantly submerged Lawson, whose eyes widened in shock. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the entire Mengzhong city. Then, a dazzling firework bloomed, and the sky was filled with blood-red rain. Lawson's entire body was blown into pieces of blood mist, which rustled and fell from the sky. Deathly silence, deathly silence. The thousands of holy guards in the sky above Mengzhong city, and the countless residents in the city were all scared silly at this moment. Even the two imperial protectors who were flying halfway stopped in midair. Everyone stared blankly at the blood-red rain that was falling from the sky. They were at a loss. Under the protection of Yi Qinghan, Pandora and the other three did not get a single bit of Lawson's exploded flesh. However, the five of them widened their eyes and stared blankly at the blood rain in the sky. Even Pandora, who had been subjected to palace etiquette for more than 10 years, was completely pale. There was not a single trace of blood on her face. Someone actually killed the commander of the Holy Guards, Viscount Lawson, in front of millions of people in the capital of the Malfa Empire? Even the heathens and dark creatures would not dare to be so bold, right? This was a blatant provocation to the Malfa Empire and the supreme authority of the Vatican. "How dare you insult me, the Duke? Insubordination? That's too lawless. I hate people like you who have no noble upbringing and don't know how to respect your superiors. Why aren't you bowing? Do you want to follow your commander?" Just when everyone was secretly swallowing their saliva, Yi Qinghan's domineering voice sounded again. Then, a boundless murderous aura once again swept across the thousands of holy guards. The piercingly cold murderous aura made everyone feel that if they did not kneel in the next second, they would turn into a pile of minced meat like Lawson. Rustle, rustle. Greetings, Duke. Everyone's hearts trembled under that domineering aura, and they simultaneously knelt in midair and greeted in unison. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, everyone's face turned awkward. As the most elite warriors of the Malfa Empire, how could they kneel to the enemy? And in front of the two imperial protectors at that? "You are the lawless one, aren't you? There have been 13 dukes in the history of the empire, but only one first-class duke. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be a first-class duke? Kidnapping Her Highness? How dare you kill Count Lawson in the streets of Mengzhong City? Hurry up and surrender, or else this teacher will kill you immediately." The two imperial protectors who were not far away almost vomited blood when they heard that. They knew very well that this person was definitely not a duke, nor was he the personal guard that the former emperor had assigned to Pandora. It was very likely that Pandora had gotten strong reinforcements from the outside. However, they were in the sky, and there were countless citizens of the Malfa Empire watching from below. This person was relying on Her Highness, so it was not good for him to make a move directly. Most importantly, the two imperial protectors also felt that if they were to make a move against Yi Qinghan, they would probably be the ones to die. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and looked at the two imperial protectors. Boundless murderous aura gathered and silently pounced forward, shrouding the two imperial protectors. He laughed coldly, and said in an extremely domineering manner, "How dare you? I was entrusted by His Majesty to protect Her Highness. I am a first-class duke that was personally appointed by His Majesty. How dare you slander me? How dare you not kneel in front of Her Highness? Are you trying to rebel? Or do you want to die?" Chapter 1087. In Mengzhong City, in the gorgeous palace, a blue-haired, blue-eyed, handsome young man sat on a throne made entirely of purple gold. The young man's eyes were cold. He looked at a purple-haired elder beside him and said in a dark voice, "A peerless expert suddenly appeared by Pandora's side? He killed Lawson in one move. Mike the Turtle, can you kill him?" The purple-haired elder's face turned serious. His divine sense kept probing the situation in the city, but he finally shook his head. "I'm not sure. Your Majesty, it's better to ask the Vatican for help. Otherwise, the consequences will be unthinkable once war breaks out." "You're not sure?" Panduoji slammed the armrest of the throne, the veins on his hand bulging. In order to obtain this position, he did not hesitate to participate in the murder of Pandora's father, and also eliminated several princes of the empire who opposed him. Seeing that the empire was already under his control, and the Vatican was secretly supporting him, he didn't want to waste all his efforts. "We can't ask the Vatican. Don't you know who they are? How much have I sacrificed to obtain their support? If we ask them again, the empire will no longer be my empire, but the Vatican's empire." Panduoji shook his head. A trace of hostility flashed through his cold eyes, and he became silent. The purple-haired elder next to him said worriedly, "Your Majesty, what should we do if he attacks?" Panduoji suddenly raised his head, his eyes red and his handsome face twisted. He said in a low voice, "Send a message to Mike and Mike. Tell them to lower their heads and observe the expert's attitude. If he dares to attack, immediately go out and resist. I will ask the Vatican. Pandora, if you want to seize my throne, then let's fight to the death." The message was quickly sent out. When the two protectors outside received the message, their faces were filled with grief and indignation. But in the end they gritted their teeth and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Duke Frosty Knight. Your Highness, Lord Duke, His Majesty has a favor." Pandora and Alice looked at each other in astonishment. Finally, their gazes landed on Yi Qinghan, who was standing lazily. They didn't expect Panduoji to admit defeat. This Frosty Knight was actually this powerful? He was so overbearing as soon as he came out. Could it be that he predicted that Panduoji would give in? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and retracted his murderous aura. The giant golden sword was still on his shoulder as he said leisurely, "Your Highness, you've been frightened and need to rest. Go back and tell His Majesty that I'll come and ask for forgiveness another day." With that said, Yi Qinghan made an inviting gesture to Pandora. After witnessing Yi Qinghan's abilities, Pandora was even more obedient to him. She indifferently glanced at the two imperial protectors and said, "Please return to Your Majesty. Pandora will go and beg for forgiveness another day." After saying that, the six of them ignored the thousands of holy guards and the two protectors and flew towards a small palace beside the imperial palace. That was Pandora's own palace. Under the leadership of the two imperial protectors, thousands of guards flew towards the imperial palace with gloomy expressions, leaving behind countless disappointed gazes. They had originally thought that they would be able to watch a good show. Who would have thought that the insufferably powerful and overbearing imperial protectors would actually lower their heads? Everyone started to become interested in the incomparably overbearing Frosty Knight beside the goddess of their hearts. This mysterious and bewitching man was so valiant. A lot of people who knew a little bit of inside information couldn't help but sigh. This Frosty Knight was actually so valiant and arrogant, vainly trying to fight against the entire empire and the Vatican by himself? Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He just didn't want to kneel to His Majesty later. He knelt to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents, but never to anyone else, let alone the king of a small empire. Since he didn't kneel, there would definitely be a conflict, so he might as well directly have a conflict. Now that his name was engraved in front of millions of people, Yi Qinghan felt even more at ease. He was mainly afraid that he didn't have a reasonable identity and would be noticed by the people of the Vatican. Once they determined that he was an expert from another plane, they would then request an expert from a high-level plane to descend. Finally, a ninth-stage expert from this side would be drawn out, and that would be troublesome. Now that he had an identity, and when he killed Lawson just now, he casually imitated their power of light, and it was actually very successful. He was even more at ease. He had already warned Pandora not to reveal that he came from another plane. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, however he wanted to play, it was all right. Big Brother Han Yi, what should we do next? In the hall of Pandora's palace, Pandora, Alice, and the other two were all looking at Yi Qinghan, their faces bewildered and at a loss. Nothing. Yi Qinghan held a cup of tea and lightly took a sip. He said with a smile, "You can all stay here with peace of mind. I won't meet anyone who comes. I won't meet that His Majesty Pandoji of yours either. I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to intrude." What? Pandora and the other four looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and astonishment. They wouldn't even meet Pandoji when he comes? This is too overbearing. Pandora muttered to herself for a moment, but she didn't ask much. She inexplicably believed that this man would protect her. With him around, no one could hurt her, and her parents' grievances would also be cleared. Alice and the other three had a look of worship on their faces. Worship towards having a formidable power, but the worry in their hearts was even stronger. In the following days, as expected, countless people wanted to see Pandora, but they were all rejected by Alice with the excuse that she was a princess. Unexpectedly, no one dared to offend Pandora and force their way in. There wasn't even someone monitoring them. Of course, there were people monitoring them, but Alice and the others couldn't feel it. Yi Qinghan didn't pay any attention to them. All day long, if he wasn't flipping through the books in Pandora's palace, he was fishing in the small lake behind the palace. He would often bask in the sun alone in the backyard. His days were very leisurely. After the initial panic, Pandora and the others gradually became a lot more at ease under Yi Qinghan's strong confidence and leisurely expression. Pandora was simple-minded and optimistic. In less than half a month, she was happy all day long. She accompanied Yi Qinghan to bask in the sun, fish and read books. Her face was full of happiness and comfort. She imagined how great it would be if this powerful man could protect her for the rest of her life. Yi Qinghan watched Pandora and Alice surround him all day long. Although he had a good temperament, Obama's evil aura infected him. Every time he saw Pandora's angelic face and devilish figure, he couldn't help but have an evil desire. He wished he could strip the five of them and do it. In the end, he suppressed his evil desire, and threw the five of them a few divine essences to refine. If they completely refined them, the five of them could reach the level of a high-grade emperor god. The highest grade divine essence that Yi Qinghan gave them was from a 7th grade war god. Although their ability to refine divine essences wasn't high, they still had the strength of a 4th or 5th grade war god. It was enough for them to protect themselves. Although Pandora and the other four didn't know what it was, even Pandora, who couldn't cultivate battle energy or magic, could feel the powerful aura inside. She was pleasantly surprised and started to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qinghan continued to investigate the detailed situation of this continent, while trying to find a way to stop the soul splitting. However, he had read almost all the books in Pandora's palace and pondered for a month, but he still had no clue. Obama's demonic aura in his soul sea continued to decrease. The 30 black lines were like crawling worms, wriggling and growing. Should I try the cultivation method of this plane? The power of light? I wonder if it can restrain the power of darkness? If it can be restrained, then I can stop the black lines from spreading. 1.5 months later, Yi Qinghan thought of a stupid idea. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over good, and light always triumphed over darkness. Since everyone on this continent cultivated the power of light, maybe it would be effective? With that thought in mind, Yi Qinghan went into the library in the palace. He took out countless top-notch cultivation manuals in the Malfa continent, and started to learn them from the beginning. Of course, for a powerhouse like Yi Qinghan, this kind of cultivation method of battle energy was really simple. In just 2 hours, he absorbed the so-called power of light from the vitality of the universe and successfully became an agent. After becoming an agent, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and found that the world was different. It felt like this world was filled with light everywhere. Why is there so much energy surging towards the holy city? What energy is this? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan casually looked out of the window, and actually felt that there were countless translucent threads in the air. They were densely packed and surging towards the holy city, and these translucent threads were all pure power of light. Yi Qinghan was amazed. There was actually such a thing? He did not cultivate this light-based cultivation technique, so he could not sense it at all. Yet, he could detect it immediately after becoming an agent. He hurriedly and quietly used his divine sense to investigate the source of these threads. After carefully investigating for 2 hours, Yi Qinghan roughly understood this strange thing. Power of faith. So many people are praying devoutly, and a warrior with the power of light is actually offering his power to the Pope? That's not right. Most of this power of faith is transmitted to the high-level dimensions through the Vatican's array formation. Could it be offered to the God of light? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered, and then he spat angrily and scolded. These shameless thieves. The power of light that others have painstakingly cultivated is given to them for free. Motherf *Ker, this is only one dimension. If there were hundreds of dimensions and so many warriors, this God of light would be able to increase his power of light without cultivating every day. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated for 2 hours. Yet he had only obtained a little power of light. Yet they could drink tea and play with nuns every day. Their power could continue to increase without cultivating. This was too unfair. If this power of light can really restrain the power of darkness, I will go and kill that bulsh *T Pope. I will become the Pope myself. In the future, I will also go to a higher dimension and kill the God of light. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart and quietly withdrew his divine sense. He was prepared to continue cultivating for a while. When he had more power of light, he would try to suppress the black threads. However, when he withdrew his divine sense, he felt that there were 4 more powerful auras in the majestic palace next to him. And it was an extremely evil aura? Finally can't stand it anymore? Are you going to make a move? Idiot, you actually invited a dark creature? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He did not continue cultivating. Instead, he lazily carried the golden sword and walked outside. Since Panduoji was prepared to shed all pretenses and did not let him cultivate in peace, then he would beat him until he behaved himself. Chapter 1088. Inside the lavish palace, Pandoji stared coldly at the 4 black-robed martial artists. Only Mike Turtle, Mike Fong, and Maxie stood guard beside him. Mike Turtle, who was the most powerful among them, had not only activated the magic array in the palace, but had also condensed a shield with the power of light. Mike Turtle actually didn't agree with today's actions. Pandoji said that asking the people from the Vatican to kill the cold night was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Now that he was inviting these 4 ghastly dark creatures, wasn't it the same? No. It was inviting the devil into the house. Your Majesty, the 13th leader of the Blood Clan, Prince Layden, greets you. We are very happy to work with you. At the very front, a black-robed man whose robe was embroidered with gorgeous gold linings gracefully saluted Panduoji. His pale face under the cloak was filled with an amiable smile. Layden, your request is too much. This king cannot help you preach in the Malfa Empire. Otherwise, the Vatican will immediately treat me as a heretic. This king will cut to the chase. Help me get rid of that detestable cold night, and I will pretend that I didn't see you preaching in the Malfa Empire. Mike Turtle sighed indifferently. Pandoji was too stubborn. If he continued like this, something big would happen sooner or later. Even if he succeeded in the end, he would definitely be hurt by the tiger. Your Majesty, although your conditions are a little harsh, I believe that as a graceful member of the Blood Clan, I can still tolerate it. Your Majesty, please remember today's promise. As for that cold night, I'll let him sink in the darkness for all eternity when the curtain of night gradually descends. Layden and the other 3 bowed again before abruptly disappearing from the palace. Your Majesty. Mike Turtle sighed helplessly and was about to say something, but Pandoji waved his hand and said confidently, Say no more, Mike Turtle. This king knows what you mean. The Blood Clan is indeed sinister and cunning, and we cannot cooperate with them. However, the Vatican is even more dangerous. Compared to the Blood Clan and the Vatican, this cold night is more obvious and direct. With this person living next to me, this king cannot sleep peacefully for a single day. Anyone who wants to drag me down from this position will die. They will all die. Yi Qinghan thought that these things that were neither human nor ghost would make a move immediately. He didn't expect them to lie in ambush. Yi Qinghan didn't care about them. He walked to the backyard of the palace and fished for a while. As long as Yi Qinghan wanted to, he could catch all the fish in the lake in the backyard in an instant. But he liked the feeling of fishing, this feeling of grasping everything in his hands, waiting for the fish to take the bait. The fish took the bait after nightfall. The 4 black-robed men quietly entered the small palace. The stealth technique of this dark creature was very mysterious. If it were not for Yi Qinghan's space force, it would have been very difficult for him to detect it with his spiritual consciousness. 3 of the 4 black-robed men silently floated towards him, while the last one pounced towards Pandora on the 2nd floor. Yi Qinghan smiled and put down the fishing rod. Then he quietly disappeared and floated towards Pandora's room. Pandora was wearing a pink palace dress. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, refining the Empyrean God's crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. Although she had only refined a trace of it, it gave her some weak divine power. She didn't notice the black-robed man appearing in the palace, but the moment he entered her room, she was alarmed by his evil and bloodthirsty aura. She instinctively felt that something was wrong. She wanted to run outside and call for help. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her escape route. Respected Princess Pandora, your beauty has even been heard of by us in the fallen forest at the far edge of the empire. Count Laxi of the Blood Clan, it is an honor to meet you. I hope to bring you a pleasant night. The black-robed man's eerie voice startled Pandora. When she heard that it was actually the infamous Blood Clan, her whole body trembled. The Blood Clan's bloodthirst and cruelty were famous in the Holy Continent. They especially loved the blood of virgins. Women who fell into their hands would eventually fall into the Azura Sea. Where was the cold night? Didn't he say that as long as he was here, no one could enter this palace? Could it be that the cold night was no longer protecting her? Thinking of this, Pandora's entire face turned bloodless. She was even whiter than this Count Laxi of the Blood Clan in front of her. Count Laxi? You things that are neither human nor ghost, your names are so unpleasant to hear. Just as the black-robed man revealed his 2 sharp snow-white teeth, his hands grew blood-red claws, and he fiercely clawed at Pandora. An indifferent voice resounded. Then, a strong and powerful hand appeared in the air, and directly grabbed Count Laxi's pale neck. As if it was lifting a duck, the hand easily lifted him into the air. Beautiful Miss Pandora, I've startled you. Follow me, I'll bring you to meet the other guests who have come from afar. When Yi Qinghan's beaming face appeared in front of Pandora once again, Pandora became incomparably excited. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with passion. The cold night was still here. The cold night hadn't abandoned her. Princess. Alice and the others in the rooms next to them were also startled. They hastily rushed over. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a pale-faced man with 2 standard sharp teeth of the Blood Clan, the 4 of them were greatly alarmed. They hastily flashed over and surrounded Pandora. They carefully sized her up, and only relaxed after making sure that there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. Following Yi Qinghan downstairs, Alice and the others looked at his back, which wasn't exactly imposing but felt incomparably tall. For the first time, Alice and the others had a sense of approval towards Yi Qinghan. With this man around, it seemed like they never had to worry about anything. Just look, even the Blood Clan, which gave even the Imperial tutor a headache, was easily subdued by him. The Blood Clan wasn't very powerful. The most powerful Blood Clan prince was only a 5th-grade war god. It was just that his methods were a little strange. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, in the face of pure power, all schemes and underhanded methods were like floating clouds. Prince Layden and the others were extremely gloomy. They had originally detected Yi Qinghan's presence in the backyard, but when they sneaked over, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared. As a result, after searching the entire backyard, they returned to the main hall of the palace, only to see Yi Qinghan and 5 beautiful women sitting there with smiles on their faces. When they returned to the main hall of the palace after searching the entire backyard, they saw Yi Qinghan sitting there with 5 beautiful women, smiling at them. He didn't know how Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the backyard, nor did he know how he was able to sit in the palace without being detected. All he knew was that they were in deep trouble. Esteemed Frosty Night, the 13th leader of the Blood Clan, Prince Layden, pays his respects to you. Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies to you for this misunderstanding. May I ask if I can explain my rash actions today? Prince Layden bowed gracefully, and his expression was one of the most refined of nobles. From his expression, he didn't look like an assassin who had come to assassinate someone in the middle of the night. Instead, he looked like a good friend who had come to visit. Esteemed Prince Layden, my ass. A friendly smile also appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, but he didn't want to waste his breath on him. I'm ashamed to tell you that I don't need your apologies. You have two choices. Submit or die. Chapter 1089. Prince Layden's face flushed even redder than Pandora's pink palace dress. He stared at Yi Qinghan's green eyes and his head of green hair as a sense of humiliation and rage welled up in his heart. First-tier Duke? First-tier Duke, my A**s. How could a first-tier Duke be so vulgar? Furthermore, he was so domineering. Did he really think that he could take on all three of them at once just because he was powerful? So what if he could take on all three of them at once? Would he be able to protect Princess Pandora from the combined attacks of a Blood Tribe prince and 2 counts? The answer was a resounding yes. Just as Prince Layden and his 2 Blood Tribe subordinates were about to pounce toward Yi Qinghan and Pandora, Yi Qinghan sprang into action. A black saber appeared in his hand, and the terrifying aura emanating from the saber caused Alice and the others to tremble in fear. The long saber cut through the air and easily slid across the Earl's body. The Earl instantly turned into dust and drifted away in the air. Yi Qinghan's body also transformed into a series of afterimages as he circled around the palace before returning to his purple gold throne. However, the black saber was pressed against the neck of Prince Layden, who was just about to launch a sneak attack on Pandora. I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die. My esteemed Prince Layden is a piece of sh**t. Yi Qinghan's voice was as gentle as a noble's, but it was also as rude as a brute's. However, Prince Layden felt a chill run down his spine. The black saber pressed against his neck was like the scepter of a pope, and it struck fear into his heart. He had insta-killed 3 Blood Tribe counts and subdued a Blood Tribe prince who was even more terrifying than the Grand Guardian. Alice was completely stunned by Yi Qinghan's methods. Their hearts began to race as they stared at Yi Qinghan's demonic eyes. Even if Yi Qinghan asked them to strip naked and bare their snowy buttocks, they wouldn't refuse. Too cool. Pandora's eyes were full of little stars. She couldn't tell how Yi Qinghan did it with her little strength, but she only knew that this man was so handsome that it was mesmerizing. He was even more charming than those warriors who could slay dragons in the history books. Esteemed Frosty Night, I, Prince Layden, the 13th head of the Blood Tribe, am honored to be your servant. Layden's reply did not disappoint Yi Qinghan. In reality, if Yi Qinghan hadn't learned some things from Layden, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on these half-human half-ghosts. Under Yi Qinghan's guidance, Layden offered his soul flame and became Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Yi Qinghan rose to his feet and turned to Pandora with a smile. Let's go, Your Majesty. Seeing as that cousin of yours has decided to make a move against you, then let's go to the palace next door and become guests. Layden, lead the way. Let's go meet His Majesty. Yi Qinghan didn't walk through the main gate. Instead, he flew over the tall wall that separated the 2 palaces. The protective barrier and guards outside the palace were easily destroyed by Layden. When Yi Qinghan led Pandora's group of 5 towards the great hall that symbolized authority and glory, Pandora's eyes, which were as pure as water, sparkled with a crystalline radiance. Never would she have thought that she would be able to openly walk into this palace one day. Your Highness, did you succeed? Pandora's eyes lit up in the instant that Prince Layden walked into the palace, and an expression of unconcealable ecstasy appeared on his face. However, he suddenly realized that something was amiss, and the smile on his face froze. He abruptly turned to look at Princess Pandora and the others behind Prince Layden. Finally, his gaze fell upon the green-robed, green-haired, green-eyed Yi Qinghan, and his heart jolted. To put it more accurately, I succeeded. Your Majesty, I'm very unhappy to see you. Whoosh. The power of light erupted from Mike Turtle and the others as they unsheathed their weapons. They stood guard in front of Pandora with grave expressions as they stared at Yi Qinghan with wariness and fear in their eyes. Pandora, tell me the truth. How did my father and mother die? Did you participate in it? A surge of courage suddenly welled up in Pandora's heart. Even though her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were already turning blue from clenching them so tightly, she still looked at Pandora with a cold expression as she spoke. Cousin Pandora, please don't listen to the lies of others. His Majesty and the Queen were obviously murdered by a despicable dark creature. Cousin, hurry up and come over. This Frost Knight is probably a dark creature. Even though a trace of fear flashed across Pandora's eyes, his expression didn't change much. He spoke calmly as his hands began to reach into his sleeves. Dark my A**s. Bam. Yi Qinghan had originally wanted to play around, but he was infuriated by Panduoji's performance. He waved the Slaughter God saber, and a beam of light energy shot out from the saber and flew towards Panduoji at lightning speed. Humph, how dare you assassinate His Majesty? Frost Knight, do you want to become the enemy of the entire empire? Do you want to blaspheme the Holy Church? Mike Turtle quickly pulled Pandora, whose face had turned ashen from Yi Qinghan's murderous aura, to the side and shouted. Boom. The purple gold throne, which symbolized the glory and power of the empire, was smashed into smithereens by the godly energy that Yi Qinghan had condensed. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. If not for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have directly used his spatial power to kill them. Layden, capture those two old geezers. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Yi Qinghan didn't want to use his willpower and attract the attention of the people from the holy city. He also didn't want to use too much energy and attract the attention of the people from the holy city. As such, he could only order Layden to grab the microphone and Max Shi while he himself transformed into a blur and charged toward Mike Tortoise. Bam! Mike Turtle's powerful light energy condensed on the huge sword in his hand, and he smashed it down on Yi Qinghan's head. However, what shocked everyone was that even the Pope didn't dare to take this blow head-on. However, when the sword landed on Yi Qinghan's head, it was completely unscathed. Instead, the huge sword was bounced back. A cold smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and his powerful hand shot forth like a dragon before grabbing onto Mike Turtle's neck. Although he had expended a lot of his essential power in the spatial turbulence, it was still very easy for him to protect his head. Mike Turtle were stunned by Yi Qinghan's methods, but Prince Layden was not. As Yi Qinghan's sole slave, he would only follow Yi Qinghan's orders with determination. Thus, Prince Layden was able to cripple Mike Turtle in a single exchange. Both Yi Qinghan and Prince Layden locked their eyes onto the microphone. Mike Turtle tactfully tossed aside the huge sword in his hand before declaring, I surrender. A warm smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and it was as if it was a warm spring day. He turned to Pandora and said, You're not surrendering to me. You're surrendering to our beautiful Princess Pandora. No, you're not surrendering. You're surrendering to Miss Pandora's soul slave. Also, Your Majesty Pandora, it's best if you don't move your hand. I'm afraid I might accidentally slice you in half. Pandora's hand instantly stiffened, and his face turned deathly pale. He glared at Pandora and Yi Qinghan with resentment. He had plotted and plotted for so many years, and he had worked so hard to obtain this position. Who would have thought that it would be pushed away so easily? Mike Turtle couldn't even muster up the power of light in his body, and he didn't feel the slightest bit humiliated by Yi Qinghan's grip on his neck. Instead, a dim light flashed through his eyes. He knew that if Pandora were to continue messing around like this, something would definitely happen. However, he didn't think that this day would come so soon. Chapter 1090. You're saying that the Pope has a prophecy technique that can restrain the power of darkness? Within Pandora's palace, Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed as he listened to Layden's report. His original intention in subduing Layden was to find a way to restrain the black lines in his mind. Thus, Yi Qinghan did not accept Mike Tortoise and the others' surrender. Instead, he taught Pandora and the others the secret technique to offer up their soul flames in order to become Pandora's soul slaves. Pandora didn't want to become the Empress, so Yi Qinghan came up with this stupid idea for her. He made her the Empress while Pandora continued to rule the empire. As the leader of the blood tribe, Prince Layden had lived for over 1,000 years, so he was extremely familiar with the situation on this continent and the blood tribe's greatest enemy, the Holy Church. After interrogating Layden for an entire 2 hours, Yi Qinghan finally understood the basic situation on this continent. The power of light could indeed restrain the power of darkness, and there was also a powerful technique unique to the Pope, the Great Prophecy technique. This technique was the natural enemy of the power of darkness, and it was the most feared technique by dark creatures like Layden. Layden confessed that he would be instantly purified by the Pope's Great Prophecy technique. From Layden's words, Yi Qinghan learned something else that he didn't understand. Recently, the werewolf tribes in the north had been attacking the Mali Empire, so the Holy Church didn't have to worry about Yi Qinghan. Logically speaking, Yi Qinghan had already become one of the heretics that the Holy Church had to deal with. Layden also said that Pandora was once one of the holy maidens of the Holy Church, so she must have learned a little about the Great Prophecy technique. If Yi Qinghan wanted to learn it, he could go and ask Pandora. Yi Qinghan waved a hand to dismiss Layden, but he sat in the hall and began to develop a headache. Even though Layden had lived for over 1,000 years, and the blood tribe had also existed on this continent for countless years, he knew nothing about the higher planes. All he knew was that worshipping the God of Light would grant him eternal life and allow him to ascend to heaven. If he betrayed the God of Light, he would fall into the Sea of Azura. It looks like I can only attack the members of the church if I want to obtain information from a higher plane. Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. Being in a different plane, he had no choice but to be careful. He could easily kill the Pope, but if he alarmed the so-called heaven plane, he would be dead. Needless to say, the Divine Light God was definitely an overlord. With so many believers of the Divine Light God constantly giving him the power of light, how strong was he? Yi Qinghan didn't know, but he knew that he, a lower grade 9th monarch, was definitely not a match for him. Touching his green hair, Yi Qinghan smiled embarrassedly. He should first think of a way to control the black lines in his mind. If he could not find a way to restrain the black thread within 10 years, he would be dead. Who would care about the God of Light? Yi Qinghan walked up to the second floor of the palace and headed for Pandora's room. He wanted to ask Pandora about the Great Prophecy. However, Pandora's room was tightly shut. He raised his eyebrows and subconsciously used his divine sense to explore inside. The magic shield in Pandora's room was very powerful, but for Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense, it was no different from a layer of white paper. Yi Qinghan easily explored the situation inside. There was no one in the room. Yi Qinghan's divine sense continued to sweep into the small room at the side. In the end, he discovered an incomparably erotic scene. That small room was where Pandora bathed. There was a large wooden barrel with water in it. In the water, there were countless rose petals. Most importantly, there was a delicate body that would make one's blood boil just by looking at it. The wooden barrel was steaming. Under the rose petals, a body like suet jade was faintly discernible, tempting people to commit crimes. Bah, this girl is too seductive. Yi Qinghan, how can you do this? You're a level 9 expert. How can you peep at a little girl bathing? What you're doing is wrong. It's immoral. Yi Qinghan's breathing became slightly rapid. He despised himself in his heart, but he didn't withdraw his divine sense. Instead, he became even more focused. He didn't even notice that Alice suddenly came out from the room behind him. Obama's evil aura was constantly affecting Yi Qinghan. Coupled with the tremendous pressure that Yi Qinghan's spirit had been under for a long time, his thoughts began to become slightly evil. The evil fire was too strong, and it was inevitable that it would affect his judgment. These years, Yi Qinghan had become very devoted to his love. He had also lost a lot of heart to womanizing, and his resistance to beautiful women had also become much stronger. However, a fortress was always the easiest to break from the inside. He didn't even know that evil feelings were produced in the depths of his soul. So how could he control it? Hanyi Darren, what are you doing? Alice watched as Yi Qinghan leaned with one hand on the door of Pandora's room. His head was slightly lowered and his eyes were closed, as if he was thinking about something important. It's just that the bulge on the lower part of his robe betrayed his inner thoughts. Alice's face blushed a little. She stood at a distance from Yi Qinghan for a long time. Seeing that he still hadn't made any other movements, Alice couldn't help but softly call out, "HM." Yi Qinghan's heart was shaken, but he didn't show it on his face. He instantly withdrew his peeping divine sense and investigated the situation around him. His face immediately reddened, but he turned to look at Alice with a straight face, saying, "Alice, can't you see that this Duke is thinking about something?" "Oh, my honorable Duke, what important matter are you thinking about?" Alice slyly blinked her eyes, a mischievous look on her face. She deliberately stared at Yi Qinghan. That bulge still remained high. Yi Qinghan was thoroughly infuriated by Alice. Could it be that he was rebelling against this girl? She actually dared to take liberties with the great Han Yi knight? Didn't she understand the concept of seniority? Furious from embarrassment, Yi Qinghan lifted Alice over his shoulder, and then heavily patted her round and perky place a few times. He angrily cursed. "This Duke is thinking about how to make you, this little hussy, face this Duke and sing conquer." Pandora was too pure, and Yi Qinghan didn't want to play with her. It was hard to turn away a debt of affection. But these four maids were clearly not decent women. Yi Qinghan didn't feel that he was committing a crime by playing along. He walked towards Alice's room with large strides, and then heavily threw her on the soft big bed. But before Yi Qinghan could pounce on her, Alice attached herself to him like a snake, one hand hooking around his neck. Too hot, tender lips wildly pasted on him. Damn, the women of this plane are really fierce. Yi Qinghan looked at Alice, who was tossing and turning on his body. Black lines and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He closed his eyes and powerlessly muttered, "Ba ba, the women of this world are actually fiercer than this young master. Could it be that this young master wants to sing conquer?" Chapter 1091. In the end, Yi Qinghan did not attack the Vatican. It was not because he could not kill the Pope and all the Vatican powerhouses in the Holy City in an instant. He just could not be sure that they would not instantly send a message to the heaven plane when he did it. Since the Vatican did not attack him now, Yi Qinghan was willing to coexist peacefully. His main goal now was to find a way to stop the spread of the black lines. Of course, he did not sing the song of conquest like Alice. Although Alice turned into a puddle of mud under his Yi family's spear, she could not sing the song of conquest either. Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate the power of light and the half-baked great prophecy spell he learned from Pandora. However, what made Yi Qinghan extremely discouraged was that Pandora had only learned a little bit of the great prophecy spell, and had no effect at all. As for the power of light, Yi Qinghan had accumulated too little. The so-called battle energy was easy to learn, but before reaching the god level, the amount of pure power of light that could be transformed was too little. Yi Qinghan began to cultivate his battle energy, so that he could become a pure warrior of the Holy Continent. In this way, the fact that he was a creature from another plane would not be exposed. By then, even if the people from the higher planes were alarmed, it would not immediately alarm the God of Light. One soul began to cultivate battle energy, while the other soul began to accept the countless magical secret techniques and books about the Vatican and the situation of the continent that Panduoji offered. The benefits of two souls showed once again. Although the cultivation of battle energy was very slow, Yi Qinghan was confident that he could reach the level of Emperor Fighter in 3 years, which was the god level of the god level. Anyway, he did not need to increase his strength. He just wanted to add a little more power of light to his body. On one hand, he wanted to disguise himself, and on the other he wanted to see if he could restrain the spread of the black lines. Therefore he could eat delicious food every day, read leisurely, bask in the sun, and fish like a normal person. Occasionally, he would fight with Alice, who was hungry for 300 rounds. He killed her until she begged for mercy and was utterly defeated. After Panduoji posted the advertisement, the Frost Knight Duke completely became a person of the Malfa Empire. He was a famous person, a first-class duke. Ever since the founding of the Malfa Empire, other than the founder of the empire, Marshal Leg, who had obtained the honor of a first-class duke, there was only this mysterious and powerful Frosty Knight Duke. The werewolves in the north were attacking the Mali Empire with increasing ferocity. Millions of werewolves charged out of Nifa's valley, swearing to flatten the entire Mali Empire. He also wanted to flatten the holy city in the center of the 3 empires, where the headquarters of the church was located. Surprisingly, the church was silent. They only sent out countless nuns to help treat the ordinary warriors. They also symbolically sent out some low-level disciples to participate in the holy war. The Pope was said to be recuperating after catching a cold. Han Yi Dage. Why didn't the Pope do anything? In the backyard of the small palace, Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged like an old monk, fishing by the lake. The beautiful Pandora knitted her beautiful eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Pandora was wearing a tight black dress with a slightly low neckline. Her hair was tied up in a bun, making her look elegant and sexy. Alice and Lacis were attending to her at the side. Alice had a dignified expression, looking very much like an elegant lady, but from time to time, she would glance at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze, which betrayed her inner feelings. Haha, this is called loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If we don't beat the ordinary people until they are afraid, injured, and in pain, they won't make a move. When the ordinary people are in danger, the great Pope, who represents justice and holiness, will wipe out all the evil werewolves in one fell swoop, even though his body has not fully recovered. When the ordinary people are in danger, do you think that the ordinary warriors and people will be more devout to him, and the God of light? Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. When one reached a position like Yi Qinghan's, one could see through many things at a glance. If it was still the seventh son of the Yi family in Song City, he would definitely not understand this mystery. Ah! How could Pandora's pure mind understand this? But when she thought of what she had heard and seen, she couldn't help but agree with Yi Qinghan's words. She hated the symbol of justice, the Great Vatican, more and more. Pandora explained the matter. It was indeed because Pandora's father was too righteous and couldn't stand the shady business the Vatican was doing behind his back, so he brought Pandora back from the Vatican and secretly began to plan to overthrow the Vatican. The ending was very tragic, and he was purified as a heretic. After chatting for an hour, Pandora got up and went back to her room to continue refining the divine crystal. This little girl was always absent-minded because she hadn't avenged her parents. As for Alice and the others, they were worried about Pandora, so they couldn't refine the divine crystal in peace. Yi Qinghan continued to fish, and Wraith accompanied Pandora. Alice, however, found an excuse to stay. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile, walked behind him, and stretched out a pair of lotus root-like hands to massage Yi Qinghan's shoulders. Her pair of proud breasts touched and teased Yi Qinghan's nerves from time to time. Duke, do you have time tonight? Alice would like to ask you for advice on cultivation. Alice's golden hair hung down, and her delicate lips moved closer to Yi Qinghan's ear. Her ambiguous voice sounded. Yi Qinghan didn't turn around, and he enjoyed Alice's special massage. He smiled faintly and said, "Why? We just sparred a few days ago. You're not convinced again?" Hee. Alice smiled faintly and stuck out her little pink tongue to hook Yi Qinghan's earlobe. She smiled and said, "Of course I'm not convinced. Han Yi Darren, although your Yi family's marksmanship is fierce, can you fight 1 against 4? We 4 sisters would like you to give us some pointers on cultivation." 1 against 4? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He recalled the other 3 maids' completely different and enchanting appearances, and his mind couldn't help but waver. To be able to become Pandora's maids, their looks were definitely top-notch. His body subconsciously straightened, and Yi Qinghan said with incomparable solemnity, "I, the Grand Duke of Han Yi, will absolutely not yield to the power of evil. Even if there are millions of people, I will still advance. Not to mention 1 against 4. Even if there are thousands of men and horses, this young master isn't afraid. Of course, we've agreed that we'll only discuss cultivation." Alice sensed that Wraith was slowly walking in from the backyard's entrance. She immediately straightened her body, turning into a dignified and elegant noblewoman. She smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Of course. Please rest assured, Duke will only discuss business." At the border of the 3 great empires, there was a majestic giant city, the Holy City, the headquarters of the Holy See. On the top floor of the tallest and largest cathedral in the city, an old man dressed in a gorgeous robe sat with a gorgeous scepter in his hand. His face was filled with a pure and holy aura. Beside him stood a few archbishops dressed in red robes, looking at the old man with incomparable fanaticism and devotion. "Your Holiness, That mysterious cold night has been very well behaved recently. I don't know why, but Pandora actually hasn't continued to make a move against him? It seems that the two of them have reached an agreement. What do you think? A red-robed archbishop bowed respectfully towards the white-haired old man and said. Seeing that the Pope didn't say anything, another red-robed archbishop beside him took over and said, Your Holiness, the werewolves of the Mali Empire have already conquered half of the empire. The empire has already asked for help countless times. What do you think? Can we make a move now? The Pope was already silent. After a long while he finally opened his mouth and said, Don't worry about that cold night. We can first obstruct the werewolves. In a year's time, an archangel will descend. When that time comes, we'll make use of this miracle to thoroughly cripple the werewolves and spread the light of light across the entire continent. As for that so-called cold night, we'll wait for the archangel to descend before talking to him. If he's unwilling to submit, we'll just purify him. Chapter 1092. Time flew by amidst the laughter of the northern werewolves, the sorrowful wails of the people of the Mali Empire, and the moans of Alice and the others. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. It was beyond the Vatican's expectations. Before the Vatican went to look for Yi Qinghan, he actually took the initiative to look for the Archbishop of Mengzhong City, sincerely hoping to bathe in the light of the God of Light, and follow in the footsteps of the Pope to spread God's will throughout the continent. Of course, the Archbishop of Mengzhong City did not dare to make a decision, and immediately reported it to the Pope. Although the Pope had his doubts, he did not overly suspect it. He believed that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were paper tigers. Moreover, the archangel would descend in half a year, and with the recent chaos of the northern werewolves, he very readily granted the identity of a red-robed archbishop to Yi Qinghan. At the same time, the Vatican spread the news to the entire Holy Continent, so that all the people could feel the holy power of the Vatican. Look, even the first-class Duke of the Malfa Empire was bathed in the light of the God of Light. What are you still hesitating for? The portrait and name of Lord Han Yi once again resounded in the Holy Continent, but this time, he had become the Archbishop Han Yi. An archbishop, above tens of thousands, but below only one. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not that bored. Half a month ago, he condensed a small bit of the power of light, and then controlled it to enter the Sea of Soul to try to suppress the Black Line. In the end, he succeeded. Under the pressure of the power of light, the Black Line no longer grew, but gradually shortened. This discovery made Yi Qinghan ecstatic. How wonderful it was to be alive. Only by living would there be hope, and only hope, to go home. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate, and immediately threw an olive branch to the Archbishop of Mengzhong City. He very sincerely expressed his belief in the God of Light, and hoped to bathe in the light of God and obtain eternal life. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have a good impression of this *T God of Light, and he did not want to help the Pope who was darker than the dark creatures. He was also not used to being his subordinate and fighter, since the power of light was useful. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to obtain more power of light. As for Yi Qinghan, he was too lazy to cultivate the so-called combat aura and the power of light. He was ready to usurp the throne, kill the Pope, and become the Pope himself. From there, he could obtain the faith of billions of martial artists, and obtain the power of light that they bestowed upon him. Since he was going to be the Pope, he would enjoy the faith of millions of people. Then he must have a suitable identity. In other words, all Frost Knight knights needed a transition to become Frost Knight archbishops. Alice and the others were bewildered by Yi Qinghan's sudden action. Even the innocent Pandora began to have doubts about Yi Qinghan. The Pope was the murderer who murdered Pandora's parents. Yi Qinghan was going to rely on the Pope. If not for Yi Qinghan's actions during this period of time, which made the five of them have some trust in Yi Qinghan, if not for the fact that Yi Qinghan's Yi family spear had conquered Alice and the others, Alice might have gone to the Vatican to inform them that Yi Qinghan was a creature from another plane. A powerful human from another plane had first seized the ruling rights of the Malfa Empire. Although Pandora, Mike the Tortoise, and the others were Pandora's sole slaves on the surface, they were even more afraid of Yi Qinghan. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Qinghan was the real emperor of the Malfa Empire. At this moment, he still wanted to seize the position of the Pope. He had ulterior motives. Yi Qinghan did not explain too much. He just called the 5 of them in front of him, looked at them sincerely, and told them seriously. If he seized the ruling rights of this continent, he could easily kill all the powerhouses on the first day of his arrival. He also told them that if he wanted to become the ruler of his plane, he could easily rule over 100 times more people than this plane. Therefore, their worries were completely unnecessary. It was unknown whether it was Yi Qinghan's tyrannical strength, or the strong confidence revealed in those understated words that convinced Pandora and Alice. The 5 of them decided to believe Yi Qinghan for the time being, because this man's gaze and his usual actions felt trustworthy. After Yi Qinghan became the Archbishop of Hanyi, he actually received a strange order from the Vatican, asking him to represent the Vatican to exterminate the werewolves, killing with a borrowed knife. Even Pandora, who was the most simple-minded, could see through the tricks of the Vatican. However, Alice and the other 3 were worried. The power that the werewolves had accumulated for hundreds of years was all unleashed at this moment. In half a year, half of the Mali Empire had already fallen. 2 of the 4 great protectors of the Mali Empire had already died. He actually said that the 3 hidden elders of the werewolves were almost as strong as the Pope. Now he actually wanted Yi Qinghan to exterminate them? And he was alone? Yi Qinghan laughed heartily, and the smile on his face was extremely radiant. Without any hesitation, he immediately told the members of the Vatican who came to announce the Pope's decree that he would set off tomorrow, and that he would definitely purify those evil werewolves on behalf of the great god of light. He was just about to sleep, and someone actually immediately sent him a pillow? Yi Qinghan could not help but be happy. At this moment, he just happened to need a chance to make his name known on the continent, a chance to make the people of the continent accept him and believe in him. And this stupid Pope actually sent him this chance? Yi Qinghan did not bring Mike the Tortoise and the others with him, nor did he mobilize the celestial army of the Malfa Empire. He only brought Pandora and Prince Layden. They sat in a carriage, and the next day, they flew towards the Mali Empire. The Mali Empire provided them with the highest level of hospitality, and the king personally came out to welcome them. Pandora's beauty made the king, who was already 40 years old, drool over her. However, she was clearly not good enough for the king of an empire to come out to welcome her personally. This was a show of respect to Archbishop Han Yi, as well as a powerhouse who had come to rescue the people of the Mali Empire. Although the powerhouses of the Mali Empire did not believe that this Archbishop Han Yi had the ability to do so, Yi Qinghan asked Layden to protect Pandora and the others. Of course, in the Mali Empire, the chances of Pandora getting into trouble were still very low. After all, she was a princess of the empire. Afterward, Yi Qinghan, the king of the Mali Empire, and the nobles and powerhouses happily enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, under the countless dumbfounded gazes, the great Archbishop Han Yi didn't know if he was drunk, or if he was getting a little carried away by everyone's flattery. He actually said that he was going to the front lines to exterminate the werewolves, and he even asked His Majesty to prepare supper for a celebration. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as they watched Archbishop Han Ye's figure fly towards the north. Some people admired Archbishop Han Ye's courage. Of course, most of them were just stirring up trouble. The archbishop sent by the Holy See had died in battle, so the Pope would probably be too embarrassed to pretend to be sick, right? As soon as Archbishop Han Yi made his move, it would be obvious whether he was lying or not. Night had already fallen, and the dark night had always been a paradise for creatures of darkness. Archbishop Han Yi, on the other hand, was emitting the power of light all over his body. Like a famous lamp, he brought the light of the God of Light and descended upon the battlefield. Archbishop Han Yi, under the gazes of millions of Mali Empire martial artists on the battlefield, and under the investigation of countless powerhouses of the continent, charged straight into the enemy's camp. The great golden sword in his hand flashed with the holy power of light, and none of his subordinates were a match for him. Under the siege of millions of ferocious and valiant werewolves, he easily broke into the enemy's main camp, where the werewolf clan leader and elders were. As a result, what made millions of people on the battlefield dumbfounded was, the battle was incomparably intense, yet incomparably short. The holy light emitted by Archbishop Han Yi blinded everyone on the battlefield, and the surging power actually isolated the investigation of countless powerhouses. A white light flashed, and in the next second, Archbishop Han Yi flew out with 3 heads in his hands. Surprisingly, they were the heads of the werewolf clan leader and 2 elders. Archbishop Han Yi sighed with some regret. A moment of carelessness, and another werewolf elder slipped away. That night, the werewolf army was in chaos. The powerhouses of the Mali Empire were mobilized, and the powerhouses of the Holy See also took advantage of their victory to pursue them. After a night of battle, millions of werewolf corpses were left, and the werewolf crisis was completely resolved. And the great Archbishop Han Yi became famous after this battle. His name instantly spread throughout the entire Holy Continent, and his prestige was almost on par with His Holiness the Pope. Chapter 1093. Killing 3 werewolf leaders who were merely 5th-grade war gods was not something to be proud of for Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan was quite satisfied with the sumptuous supper that the king of the Mali Empire had prepared for him. He rejected the king of the Mali Empire's offer of a few beautiful maids to warm his bed. When Yi Qinghan walked into Pandora's room, the king and the nobles revealed expressions of jealousy and hatred. Yi Qinghan's impressive achievements had obviously been passed on from Alice to Pandora. However, she did not expect that the drunk Yi Qinghan would suddenly barge into the most luxurious palace that the king of the Mali Empire had arranged for him. When she saw Yi Qinghan enter and immediately activate the protective barrier, Pandora's mind was in a mess. What was he trying to do? A man and a woman alone. Could it be? And he was drunk. What should she do? Call for help? Resist? But this was the imperial city of the Mali Empire. Even if she screamed herself hoarse, no one would come to save her. Furthermore, he was so powerful. How could he resist? Could it be that since he could not resist, he could only enjoy it? At this moment, Pandora's simple brain was obviously not enough. Her jade-like hands clenched the hem of her skirt tightly. Her gem-like eyes stared anxiously at Yi Qinghan. Her delicate lips had already turned pale from biting so hard. Pandora, rest early. Yi Qinghan's divine power shook, and the tipsiness in his body immediately evaporated. Looking at Pandora, who had a complicated expression on her face, he smiled and then disappeared in front of Pandora. Of course, he did not want to have sex after getting drunk. He was going to do something serious. Entering Pandora's room was just to give everyone a chance to misunderstand, and an alibi. He went to the northernmost evil valley, which was also the Valley of the Werewolves. That night, he purposely let go of a senior member of the werewolves tribe. Now was the time to take him as a soul slave. This senior member of the werewolves tribe was the strongest among them. He was a 6th-grade war god. Of course, it wasn't enough in front of Yi Qinghan. He easily found the werewolf's hiding place. Just as the werewolf elder was about to flee, Yi Qinghan revealed himself and grabbed the werewolf by the neck. Then, he erupted with divine power, and sealed the werewolf's power. The cunning and cruel werewolves chose to submit in the face of absolute power, and were then thrown into the War Imperial Palace by Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan quietly returned to the Mali Empire with the werewolf elder's weapon. The next day, under the probing of countless envious and jealous divine senses, he lazily walked out of Pandora's palace. In the following days, Yi Qinghan led a befuddled life, mingling with the nobles. However, he was more like a fraud. Every time he opened his mouth, he would say the great God of light and the honorable Pope. The Holy See gives a high degree of recognition to Archbishop Han Yi, and is quite appreciative of his wholehearted devotion to serving God. They announced to the mainland that 3 months from now, Archbishop Han Yi will be conferred the title of Chief Inquisitor, a position second only to the Pope. The Heresy Court of Inquiry was the Holy See's great weapon for judging heresy. All heresy that betrayed the God of Light would be judged by the Heresy Court of Inquiry. Hehe, you want this young master to become a knife in your hands? Unfortunately, this young master's knife is too sharp. I'm afraid you won't be able to use it. When Yi Qinghan received the news, he laughed and told the Holy See's Master of Ceremonies that he would definitely rush to the Holy City in 3 months to receive the God of Light's blessing. After staying in the Mali Empire for a few days, Yi Qinghan returned to Mengzhong City with Pandora, Alice, and the others. They began to resume their leisurely days of reading, basking in the sun and fishing. On the night that Yi Qinghan broke in, Pandora was worried for the whole night. In the end, Yi Qinghan never appeared again. This made her trust in Yi Qinghan skyrocket. Alice and the others looked at Yi Qinghan with ambiguous eyes. Pandora saw it. She was sure that Yi Qinghan was a person with a normal sexual orientation. That night he didn't bare his ferocious fangs at her. This showed that he was really a good person. Even if he wasn't a modest gentleman, he was still a real villain. However, there was still a faint disappointment and lack of confidence in her heart. Since Yi Qinghan wanted Alice and the others, why didn't he want her? Was she too young and inexperienced? Didn't she have the mature charm of Alice and the others? One had to know that if Yi Qinghan really wanted her, she would definitely not be able to resist. The thoughts of a young girl were always like the rain, the fog, and the wind. After becoming a woman, it was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Yi Qinghan didn't want to guess, nor did he want to turn this pure girl into a woman. He was fighting to live, to prepare to go home. That faraway place, that place called the secret realm of reincarnation, had his family, his women, and his children. Although only a few hundred years had passed, Yi Qinghan felt like centuries had passed. He didn't dare to sleep at night, afraid that he would return to the secret realm of reincarnation in his dreams. He was afraid that the moment he woke up, his heart would hurt. Recently, he had hooked up with a red-robed archbishop in Mengzhong City. Yi Qinghan had tyrannical strength, unparalleled reputation, and deliberately tried to please him. In just a short 2 months, that red-robed archbishop and Yi Qinghan had become sworn brothers. They were just short of fooling around with nuns on the same bed. From this cardinal, Yi Qinghan understood many secrets of the Vatican. He also knew everything about the Vatican like the back of his hand. Other than the secrets that only the Pope knew, he knew everything. Half a month later, a gorgeous carriage slowly headed towards the Holy City under the escort of countless Malfa Empire holy guards and the Vatican's warriors. In the carriage sat the soon-to-be chief judge, Archbishop Han Yi, and the princess of the Malfa Empire, the goddess in the hearts of the mainland's men, Princess Pandora. The carriage didn't fly. Instead, according to the rules of the Vatican, it had to stop at every town to allow the devout believers to worship the great archbishop. At the same time, the light of the God of Light shone on the mainland. Based on this speed, they would arrive at the Holy City on the day set by the Vatican. On the 11th day of Yi Qinghan's departure, the carriage had already arrived at the sphere of influence of the Holy City. They rested for the night in a small town, and would enter the Holy City the next morning to receive the worship of millions of the most devout believers, and be bestowed the position of chief judge. In the tall church in the Holy City, there wasn't the slightest bit of festive and joyous atmosphere. On the highest floor of the church, the Pope, who held the glorious scepter in his hand, was still sitting high up on the throne. His eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. Below him, the 6 most powerful bishops and monks stood on both sides. Your Holiness, Duke Han Yi has already arrived at Plumtown. He will arrive at the Holy City tomorrow morning. Your Holiness, everything has been prepared. When do you think we should take action tomorrow to purify this heretic? The eyes of the 2 red-robed archbishops were cold and filled with killing intent. His Holiness the Pope opened his somewhat turbid eyes and said expressionlessly, "After the ceremony tomorrow, when this heretic enters the church, immediately activate the demon sealing spell and purify this heretic in one fell swoop." Yi Qinghan used a wisp of the power of space to suppress the 3 elders and the patriarch of the werewolves. Others couldn't feel it, but His Holiness the Pope, who was the most powerful person on the mainland, could feel a wisp of an aura that was different from the power of light. Although he wasn't sure if Yi Qinghan was a powerful being that had descended from another plane, the Pope had completely determined that he was a heretic, and heretics must fall into the Azure Sea forever. Therefore, His Holiness the Pope had no choice but to use the title of bestowing the title of Chief Judge on Yi Qinghan to surround and kill Yi Qinghan without waiting for the arrival of the great angel. There's no need for tomorrow, Your Holiness the revered Dogsh *T. In my opinion, there's no time like the present. Tonight, I shall purify you creatures that are even more filthy than dark creatures. What do you think? Right at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Then an enormous pressure instantly descended. At the same time, two incomparably obvious evil auras enveloped the entire holy city. Yi Qinghan led Prince Layden, the werewolf elders, and Pandora into the hall. Chapter 1094. It's you. His Holiness the Pope's murky eyes suddenly lit up, and the power of light erupted from his body. He raised his scepter high up in the air, and it glowed with a dazzling light. The power of light of the 6 powerful beings beside him also surged, and all kinds of weapons appeared in their hands. Their eyes were even more ferocious than the werewolves. Kneel before me. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly, and the entire cathedral trembled as he unleashed his power of space. The Honorable Pope and the 6 most obedient big shots of the Vatican all felt their bodies go soft, and they directly knelt on the ground. His Holiness the Pope was only at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, and he was like an ant under the pressure of the will. Pandora, these are the murderers of your father and mother. If you want to kill them, you can do it now. Of course, your Holiness the Pope, spare his life for now. After a while, I will let you torture him. Yi Qinghan had no interest in this boring game, nor did he want to torture these so-called powerful beings. There was no joy in torturing them. He decided to make his move today, because he felt that the time was right. From the red-robed archbishop in Mengchong City, he knew that it was very difficult for the lower realm to contact the upper realm. Even if they wanted to contact the upper realm, they would need to go through a very complicated ceremony. Since he was sure that the Pope could not easily send a message about his existence to the experts of the heaven plane, Yi Qinghan naturally did not have any more scruples. Of course, the most important thing was, he needed a lot of power of light to completely suppress those fatal black lines. He wanted to live, and he wanted to go home. The werewolf and Prince Layden of the Blood Tribe unleashed his evil aura, causing the entire holy city to tremble. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan used his power of space to seal off the entrance to this level. No one could enter. His plan was perfect. However, Pandora did not dare to make a move. She wanted nothing more than to kill the murderers of her father and mother 100 times over. But to the pure and kind Pandora, harming a little rabbit would make her feel heartache, let alone killing someone. The ones who had attacked were Layden and the werewolf Grand Elder. Although the 2 creatures of darkness had always dreamed of tasting the blood of the higher-ups of the church and the Pope one day, they never had the chance. Therefore, the eyes of the 2 of them shone brightly as they attacked brutally, tearing the 6 experts of the Vatican into pieces. Yi Qinghan reached out a hand and covered Pandora's eyes. There was not the slightest hint of emotion in his eyes. Back then, he didn't even feel excited when he killed 3 billion people with a single palm strike. Now he didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the Pope and threw him into the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan deactivated the spatial barrier and teleported Pandora and the others into the War Emperor Palace. He then shot a glance at Layden and the werewolf elder before disappearing into the distance and returning to his small town. Countless werewolves and blood tribe cultivators attacked the Holy Church's holy army under Layden's leadership, and countless powerful beings of the Holy Church died at the hands of the blood tribe and werewolves. However, the Pope and the 6 most powerful bishops of the Holy See had yet to show up. Battle cries shook the heavens within the holy city as the bloodthirsty aura of the werewolves and the bloodthirsty aura of the blood tribe enveloped the entire holy city. Fortunately, these werewolves and blood tribe cultivators didn't attack ordinary people. Furthermore, just as the sun rose, Archbishop Han Yi, who had coincidentally arrived at the holy city to receive his conferment, unleashed an enraged massacre. He instantly killed countless low-ranking werewolves and blood tribe cultivators, scaring them into retreat. Only then did the holy city not fall, and it continued to bask in the light of the God of Light. When the sun shone upon the entire continent again, it was as if a massive earthquake had struck the entire holy continent. When the citizens heard this news, they were shocked speechless for a long time. 5 red-robed bishops of the Holy Church had been killed. The former head judge of the Holy Tribunal had been killed. And the Pope had gone missing? Going missing in the holy continent that was filled with believers was no different from dying in battle. In just a single night, all of the high-ranking members of the Holy Church had been killed. The person presiding over the holy city right now was Chief Judge Han Yi, who had just so happened to be on his way to receive his conferment. No, it was Archbishop Han Yi. That pitiful guy had suffered such a drastic change the night before he was about to become the second in command of the Holy Church. Following that afternoon, the great blood tribe leader, Prince Layden, solemnly declared that he would take responsibility for this terrorist act. He stated that the blood tribe would continue to wage the holy war until the Holy Church was completely destroyed. At the same time, the werewolf tribe expressed their willingness to take responsibility, and at the same time stated that this was revenge for the Holy Church's killing of the werewolf tribe leader and elders. They also stated that their next target would be Archbishop Han Yi. Archbishop Han Yi righteously declared that he would completely annihilate the blood tribe and the werewolf tribe. The light and glory of the God of Light would not tolerate the slightest provocation or disobedience. He also expressed his willingness to lead the holy army to complete this arduous task. Following that, the remaining red-robed bishops of the Holy Church gathered in the Holy City. A country couldn't go a day without a ruler, and the Holy Church certainly couldn't go a day without His Holiness the Pope. Under the proposal of the red-robed bishops of Mengzhong City, the red-robed bishops unanimously elected Archbishop Han Yi as the new pope. At the same time, Pandoric and His Majesty of the Mali Empire also issued statements, expressing their full approval. Archbishop Han Yi repeatedly postponed, repeatedly emphasizing that he was too inexperienced, and that the time he had bathed in the light of the God of Light was too short, and so on. But he couldn't stand the repeated pleas of the other archbishops, and finally, under the blessings of millions of devout believers, he reluctantly ascended to the throne that symbolized glory and power. It wasn't that the red-robed bishops didn't want to fight for that position, but that they didn't have the guts. The Pope and the few bishops, with such powerful strength, died tragically in a single night. They didn't want to become the second target for Prince Layden to issue a statement declaring his responsibility. On the third day after His Majesty Han Yi ascended to the throne, he immediately led the million-strong holy army to begin exterminating the werewolf tribe and the blood tribe. Under His Majesty Han Yi's fierce military might, the werewolf tribe couldn't resist for even half a day. The werewolf elders led the remaining werewolf tribe members and surrendered. After that, His Majesty Han Yi directed his troops to the south and led a million-strong army to attack the Dark Night Forest, the gathering place of the blood tribe. In the end, they easily broke through the blood tribe's defensive line, captured Prince Layden alive, and the blood tribe surrendered. 1 month after His Majesty Han Yi took office, the great cause that the Vatican hadn't been able to accomplish for tens of thousands of years was completely pacified by these dark creatures that had harmed and killed countless people. Moreover, it was said that the werewolf elders and Prince Layden, under the influence of His Majesty Han Yi, decided to change their faith, renounce darkness for light, bathe in the light of the God of Light together? Whether this rumor was true or not, at least His Majesty Han Yi's prestige reached its highest point in history. Countless believers devoutly kowtowed to his portrait day and night, and countless young girls yearning for love gazed at His Majesty Han Yi every night. During this period of time, His Majesty Han Yi's prestige was almost approaching that of their true God, the God of Light. However, Yi Qinghan didn't feel the slightest bit happy. He only sat alone on the highest floor of the Vatican, foolishly gazing at the stars in the sky. His eyes were filled with sorrow, just like a lost child, a child longing to go home. Chapter 1095. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, every festive occasion makes one miss one's family even more. Today Yi Qinghan doesn't see anyone, because according to Yen Dragon history, today is the Yen Dragon Festival. In front of everyone, His Majesty Han Yi is incomparably humble, benevolent and friendly. A faint smile hangs on his lips, representing the God of Light to scatter his radiance in all directions. On the highest floor of the church, he sits on the supreme throne, looking down at the beautiful night scene and the clamorous crowd through the shield, but he feels so lonely. It feels like the first time he arrived at Song City of the Yen Dragon continent. It's so out of place, so lonely as the snow. A white figure walks in lightly. There are only 5 people in this plane who can come in under the protection of the Holy See's high-level guards. The person who comes has a head full of blue curly hair and gem-like eyes. Under the moonlight, she looks especially charming. Pandora has Yi Qingyu's eyes that are as pure as water, but she also has a peerless countenance like fireworks, as well as Ling, Er's impressive figure. She's worthy of being the goddess in the hearts of men on the continent. She looks at His Majesty Han Yi sitting on the throne, looking at the undisguised sorrow in his eyes. Her heart feels as if it's being pricked by a needle, very painful. She doesn't go to comfort this man with tyrannical strength, but a mysterious identity. She just foolishly looks at him, accompanying him, hoping to make him feel a trace of warmth. Yi Qinghan's gaze doesn't move, still shrinking most of his body into the throne. He enjoys this feeling of loneliness very much. Even though there's one more person, it doesn't affect him from continuing to look down at the clamor below. His mind has already wandered millions and millions of miles away, going to that place called the secret realm of reincarnation. Even if there's one more person by his side, what can it represent? Seemingly infected by Yi Qinghan, Pandora also feels a kind of loneliness and desolation. She has no relatives in this world, and she's woken up by nightmares every night, until the arrival of this Knight of Han Yi. She's wondering if there's really a God in this world? Otherwise, how could she hear her most devout prayer? And how could a godlike man descend to protect her? But then she thought that maybe this man was sent by the devil, because he easily bewitched her heart, and made her believe him, fall in love with him. The knight quietly slipped away. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and began to fall asleep on his throne. Unknowingly, Pandora walked to Yi Qinghan's side and sat down on the spacious throne, snuggling up to Yi Qinghan. Two lonely people, in this lonely night, hugged each other to sleep. The night was still so alluring, so enchanting, yet so desolate. Yi Qinghan did not continue to wear his sorrow on his face. On the second day, when the sun shone over the land, he was all smiles as he welcomed the believers who came to worship the new pope. He had always liked to hide his pain in the depths of his heart, and not find someone to talk about it. That was the embodiment of a useless man. He believed that a man should be indomitable, and move forward in solitude and pride. The Cardinal of Mengzhong City, Sieg, became the new chief judge, while Alice, who was cold and elegant on the outside but like a raging fire on the bed, became the third most important person in the Holy See, the High Priestess. Although this is outrageous, who would dare to oppose the edict of His Majesty Han Yi, who was at the height of his power? No one wants to become His Majesty Han Yi's most loyal dog, and Prince Layden's next target. Alice is shrewd and powerful, and after refining the divine crystal, she will become one of the strongest people in the continent. This is Yi Qinghan's compensation for her hard work in bed. With Alice here, Pandora and the other three maids should have a better life after refining the divine crystal. Since he has become the Pope, he will have an endless supply of light power, and the black thread will be able to continue to oppress him. After solving this fatal problem, Yi Qinghan's next step is to find his way home. At this moment, he naturally has to make arrangements for his departure. Yi Qinghan leaves the internal affairs of the Holy See to Alice and Sieg. He enters the War Emperor's palace to have a heart-to-heart talk with the great Pope. You heathen, the Archangel is about to descend, and your end is near. Hurry up and release me, or your soul will forever sink into the Azure Sea. When he saw the Pope again, he didn't expect to hear the Pope's angry roar. It was obvious that the Pope had had a hard time over the past month. His snow-white hair had turned gray, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glares angrily at Yi Qinghan, as if Yi Qinghan had hooked up with his wife and daughter, and was caught in the act. Slap. The Pope's reply is a resounding slap and two bloody teeth. Yi Qinghan helplessly looks at the Pope's bloated body, which was sent flying a few meters away by his slap. He feels that it is so ridiculous. He has seen stupid people, but he has never seen such a stupid person. As a prisoner, he should have the awareness of a prisoner. Isn't he asking for a slap by being so arrogant at this moment? I have a secret technique called soul searching, which is to extract your soul from your body and read your memories like flipping through a book. I have another method, and that is to cut off your face and any distinctive features on your body. Then, I will cripple your strength and cut off your tongue. In short, no one will be able to recognize you, and you won't be able to ask for help. You can only look and not speak. Then, I will strip you naked and hang you at the gate of the holy city. Finally, I will ask someone to pour ice water on your little brother. Which method do you prefer? Yi Qinghan walks over and squats down, smiling at the Pope who is lying on the ground and glaring at him hatefully. His voice is emotionless, but the Pope's bloated body starts to shake violently after hearing his words. He screams like a duck. "Devil, you are a devil. You are the devil king of the Azura hell." 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan looks at the Pope who is lying on the ground like a reptile. He feels disgusted. He admits that he is not a good person, and he has killed people before, but he has never killed innocent people. As long as people do not provoke him, he will not mess around. Even if he messes around, he will not kill civilians who are weak. However, the things that this great Pope has ordered made Yi Qinghan want to stab him to death a few times. He walks out of the War Emperor Palace and starts to ponder the great prophecy spell that he learned from the Pope, as well as the method to absorb the power of faith. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan suddenly feels warm, and his soul is extremely comfortable. That is because a small portion of the countless threads around the entire plane is surging toward his body. Countless pure power of faith slowly surges into his body. It makes him feel refreshed, as if he has returned to his mother's embrace. After understanding the principle of the great prophecy spell, Yi Qinghan is too lazy to cultivate it. This so-called first secret spell of the Pope is actually using the power of light from the upper realm to suppress the enemy. This kind of borrowed power is not as easy to control as his own power of light, so Yi Qinghan does not dare to use it to suppress the black threads in the Sea of Souls. The matter of ascending to the upper realm is also clear. Every once in a while, the upper realm will summon you, and you will be qualified to accept the summons and ascend to heaven when you reach the strength of an archangel. As for the arrival of that archangel, Yi Qinghan does not care much. This is just a routine inspection in the heaven plane, to ensure that nothing happens to the plane below, and to continuously provide the power of light to the God of light. In other words, an archangel has the strength of a venerable one. Easy to talk to, good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. If you are not easy to talk to, then stay forever. Chapter 1096. This power of faith is really awesome. It has only been a month, and it has accumulated so much power of light. If this goes on, I will be able to completely suppress the black lines in 3 to 5 years. Phew, I'm finally safe for the time being. In the Church of the Holy City, Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and sat comfortably on the Pope's exclusive throne. No wonder those red-cloaked archbishops still wanted to sit on the throne even though they knew that no one could sit on it. The feeling of sitting and having people continuously send in the power of faith is really wonderful. In just over a month, he had used the power of faith that he had obtained to suppress the 5 longest black lines in his mind. As long as these black lines did not spread, his soul would not collapse, and he would be temporarily safe. When Obama's demonic aura was completely refined, when the black lines stopped spreading, he would be completely safe. Then he could think of a way to go home. With the help of Yi Qinghan, Alice's authority in the Holy See was getting stronger. When she refined the God Crystal of the God Emperor, she would have absolute power. With the help of Lassie and the other two, they should be able to protect themselves in the Holy Continent. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few figures walked into the room and interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. The new chief inquisitor walked in with Alice and a group of red-cloaked archbishops. After bowing respectfully in front of Yi Qinghan, Sieg said, "Your Majesty, it will be the time for the archangel to descend. Your Majesty, please move to the rooftop." Yi Qinghan was holding the Pope's scepter in his hand. He was wearing a holy white robe and had a benevolent smile on his face. He really looked no different from a fraud. He raised the scepter slightly and said solemnly, "Let us welcome the great archangel together. May the light of God be with you." Sieg, Alice, and the others prayed devoutly at the same time. Alice walked forward and supported Yi Qinghan as he walked out. Yi Qinghan looked at the pure and holy Alice, who was wearing a white nun's robe, and nodded in appreciation. Deep down he was shocked and amused. One of them was a heretic, but sat in the most sacred position of the Pope, and the other was a slut, but became the high priestess who was the role model of chastity. The two of them were still acting so holy at this moment. Life was really King hell. Under the accompaniment of countless masters of ceremonies, everyone walked up to the rooftop, where there was a gigantic magic array. This was the only way to the upper realm, and the people from the upper realm. Dozens of people stood respectfully on the wide rooftop, all looking at this magic altar. At the same time, the entire holy city was already filled with countless devout believers, waiting for the birth of a miracle, waiting for the appearance of a true God. Not long after, the magic altar suddenly lit up. Then, the light of the altar soared into the sky, and the sky suddenly brightened. This wasn't like sunlight, which was dazzling to the eyes. Instead, it was an incomparably gentle light. Anyone who came into contact with this kind of light would feel a sense of peace and comfort in their hearts. This light directly radiated to the entire holy continent. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sky. He sighed inwardly at the acting skills of these swindlers. With such a miracle, Yi Qinghan might be able to make it bigger than them, but he wasn't as professional as them. They were indeed professional liars. A figure appeared in the sky out of nowhere, wearing a holy white robe. Even Yi Qinghan couldn't help but want to punch him a few times. Moreover, this was not the kind of handsomeness that a gigolo would have. It was the kind of manly and incomparably holy aura. The 12 wings on his back slowly fluttered, and he looked very flashy. "Welcome, Archangel." Yi Qinghan stepped forward with a pious expression. Sieg and Alice, who were behind him, all knelt down to welcome this archangel from the heavens. In the holy city and countless other cities, many believers knelt down. Countless people started crying and praying. Countless young girls looked at the handsome God in the sky, and their hearts and bodies were surging. "My devout people, I bless you. May the glory of the God of light be with you." The deep and magnetic voice of the archangel echoed in the ears of all the people on the holy continent. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power that could bewitch people's hearts. At this moment, even Yi Qinghan felt blessed by God. After the archangel finished his performance, he slowly descended and landed in front of Yi Qinghan. With a benevolent look on his face, he nodded to Yi Qinghan and waved his hand. Sieg, Alice, and other believers were covered in golden light, and they stood up directly. Then he said lightly, "Believers of God, the God of light will always protect you." However, Yi Qinghan saw that when the archangel glanced at Alice, he paused for a second. He despised them in his heart. These people are exactly the same as the old pope. They all look holy on the surface, but they are all thieves and prostitutes. Next, Yi Qinghan represented the Holy See to host a grand welcoming ceremony. All the higher-ups of the Holy See came to welcome the great archangel. This archangel obviously came to the holy world for fun. He casually asked about the Holy See's development in the holy continent. When he heard that Yi Qinghan had already spread the light of the God of Light all over the holy continent, 80% of the people on the holy continent believed in the God of Light. 80% of the people on the mainland believed in the God of Light. He represented the God of Light, and gave Yi Qinghan a high degree of affirmation and praise. He even drew a big pie. The general meaning was that if Yi Qinghan worked hard, he would definitely have the opportunity to ascend to heaven, and be with the God of Light and so on. Yi Qinghan found that he really had the potential to be a swindler. He and this archangel flattered each other for a few hours. Unexpectedly, he didn't feel bored. But after a few hours of meaningless chatting, Yi Qinghan and the archangel were very happy with each other. After the archangel went to rest, Yi Qinghan sent the 5 most beautiful and slutty nuns of the nuns to his room to listen to his teachings. This archangel was even more satisfied with Yi Qinghan. A sensible subordinate is the most likable, isn't it? Your Majesty, why did you send those 5 sluts to the archangel? Shouldn't you send pure virgins to listen to the teachings? In Yi Qinghan's room, the pure and holy high priestess took off the nun's robe that symbolizes loyalty and chastity, and wore His Majesty Han Ye's favorite black silk underwear. Her hands are helping him massage his temples. Of course, there's also his back, but the massage tools are obviously different. This archangel likes noble and mature women the most. Don't you see that he's always sweeping his eyes over you? Besides, to have me go against my conscience and send him a few virgins, this pope still can't do such a thing. A person can be bad, but they can't be without principles. Yi Qinghan smiles coldly. Although Obama's evil aura is constantly affecting him, Yi Qinghan has always been controlling his own nature. If he loses his nature, loses himself, then he wouldn't be Yi Qinghan. Alice smiles faintly. She turns around and sits on top of Yi Qinghan. Mischievously looking at him, she says, "Our great majesty, you actually still have principles. When you were whipping people, why didn't you talk about principles?" "Nonsense." Yi Qinghan glares like a tiger. He picks up the whip next to him and fiercely says, "How can this be compared? This is Zhou Yu hitting Huang Gai. One is willing to hit, the other is willing to suffer. Besides, you didn't teach me this thing. This young master still doesn't know how to play with it. Be obedient, turn around and pout." Chapter 1097. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan brought a group of higher-ups of the Vatican and accompanied the Archangel to patrol the entire continent and the cities that were enveloped by the light of the God of Light. Everywhere they go, they receive a warm welcome from the devout believers. His Majesty Han Yi represents the Holy See and gives an important speech. The Archangel represents the God of Light and gives the believers divine blessings. Of course, every night, they very sincerely accept the most pious repentance of the local nuns who have committed a crime. After a few months, Yi Qinghan's reputation rose once again, and he received even more power of faith. The black lines in his mind were suppressed more and more. Yi Qinghan's relationship with the Archangel was getting better day by day. The Archangel was full of praises for Yi Qinghan. Yes, of course, he was also very satisfied with the nuns who came to him to confess their sins at night. Yi Qinghan also obtained a lot of information about heaven from the Archangel. Yi Qinghan had imagined the heavenly plane to be like the divine realm, where there were a lot of people. The heavenly plane wasn't big, and the population didn't exceed 1 million, but the weakest among them was a god emperor. The chi of heaven and earth was incomparably rich. There was not only one god of light, but a total of 12 god of light, all of whom were at level 9. The 12 gods of light divided up the tens of thousands of material planes in the vicinity. The strength of an archangel was indeed similar to a venerable. However, the god of light had too many venerables under him. Monarch Dis, the god of light that belonged to the Holy Continent, had close to 100 archangels under him. Therefore, this archangel did not have a good time in heaven. Now that he had the chance to descend, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. As Yi Qinghan had been restraining his aura, he did not dare to expose his spatial energy. On the surface, his strength was only that of a 6th-grade war god. Moreover, with the power of faith revolving around his body, he did not reveal his true strength. On the other hand, when the Archangel saw how hard Yi Qinghan was working, he gave Yi Qinghan a so-called Peerless Radiant Saint artifact, which was actually just a high-grade divine artifact. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. As long as this Archangel didn't provoke him, he was willing to treat him like a god, and let him play for a while before sending him away. He would continue to be the Pope and completely suppress the black threads first. However, at the last stop of the patrol, something happened. After wandering outside for more than a year, he had visited every major city in the 3 empires. The Archangel had also accepted the confession of hundreds of nuns, and was ready to return to the Holy City, to heaven. However, after Yi Qinghan returned to the Holy City, the beautiful and innocent Pandora, Alice and the other 3 who had stayed behind in the Holy City missed Yi Qinghan immensely, and they personally went out with the members of the church to welcome him. As for Alice, who was becoming more and more holy and elegant, the Archangel did not dare to have any improper thoughts because he was concerned about Yi Qinghan. But when he saw Pandora's angelic face, her devilish figure, and her limpid eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body was agitated, like a wolf in the dark night that had spotted its prey. His eyes were green with greed. After returning to the church, the Archangel actually emphasized in front of countless higher-ups of the church that Pandora had the purest soul, and that such a woman should be offered to the God of Light, so that she could bathe in the God of Light's light. In the end, he directly ordered that this woman must follow him and ascend to heaven, to receive the blessings of the God of Light. All the members of the church looked at the great His Majesty Han Yi. They all understand that this is the goddess in the hearts of the men of the continent, but Han Yi is His Majesty's exclusive property. At this moment, Alice's dignified and noble face has become incomparably pale. She unwaveringly stares at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his decision. Respected Archangel, it is Pandora's honor to bathe in the God of Light's light. I don't think she would refuse. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Yi Qinghan actually ignores Alice's murderous gaze. He smiles, and without a trace of reluctance he readily agrees. After receiving Yi Qinghan's confirmation, the archangel's entire face instantly glows. With great satisfaction, he heavily nods towards Yi Qinghan, and then leisurely walks away. His footsteps unexpectedly stagger a little. He turns around and solemnly instructs Pandora to go to his room at night. He needs to explain some matters to Pandora about going to heaven. Thump! On the highest floor of the church, Alice's four maids heavily kneel on the ground, continuously kowtowing towards Yi Qinghan, who is sitting on the throne. Alice's face is beseeching and pained. She bites her lips so hard that they almost break. She urgently says, "Your Majesty, Your Excellency, I beg you, you must save the princess. That archangel is a pervert. Many nuns have reacted to me, saying that he isn't human at all. The princess will be played to death by him. I beg you, please don't give the princess to him. Alice and the others will do anything he wants." Lazith and the other two also continuously kowtow, their eyes beseeching. Although they are Pandora's maids, they have watched Pandora grow up. They love Pandora, who is as pure as water, from the bottom of their hearts. It can even be said that they spoil her. At this moment, they have to watch Pandora jump into the fire pit with their own eyes. This is more painful than being violated by the devil. Unexpectedly, Pandora, who has rushed over after receiving the news, doesn't look too excited. She just calmly looks at Yi Qinghan, then waves her hand to stop Alice and the others from continuing to beseech. She shyly looks at Yi Qinghan and says, "Big brother Han Yi, you don't have to feel embarrassed. The archangel's strength is so strong, you are not his opponent. Pandora is already very satisfied that you can avenge my imperial father and imperial mother, and kill the pope. But before giving it to the archangel, Pandora has a small request. I don't know if you can satisfy me?" "What request?" Yi Qinghan looks at Alice and the other three kneeling on the ground with some disappointment. He inwardly sighs that these four can only play around. They have been together for so long, but they still don't understand him? On the contrary, he is a little curious. He looks at the goddess like Pandora and faintly asks, "If I can do it, I will definitely help you achieve it." "You can do it." Pandora's beautiful face turned even redder, and her beauty was beyond comparison. She looked shyly at Alice and the other three on the ground. Finally, she gathered her courage, clenched her teeth, and said, "Pandora hopes that before I give myself to the archangel, I can give my first time to the man I love the most." "Your first time?" Yi Qinghan is stunned. He didn't expect that Pandora would actually make such a request. His first thought is that he feels a little sour in his heart, then he becomes incomparably angry. Although he doesn't intend to accept Pandora, and he also hopes that she will find her Mr. Right, but thinking that such a super fresh cabbage is going to be taken by a wild boar that he doesn't know whether it's white or black, he still feels uncomfortable in his heart, very unhappy. After a moment, Yi Qinghan gradually stabilizes his mood. Although he really wants to drag this bastard out and ruthlessly beat him until his mother can't recognize him, he still calmly says, "Pandora, I give you my blessing. I can agree to this request of yours." Who is the man you love? Do I know him?" "You, of course you know him." Pandora lowers her head, and her two lotus root-like hands pinches the corner of her clothes. She doesn't speak for a long time. Finally, she takes a deep breath, raises her head, and looks at Yi Qinghan. He is a mysterious man. He has tyrannical strength and a handsome smile that makes people infatuated. He is like a god built from the heavens and saved Pandora from the embrace of the devil. He is also a devil, quietly capturing Pandora's heart, and he has even seen Pandora's body. Chapter 1098. This. Yi Qinghan's old face felt a burning sensation. For the first time, he couldn't remain calm in front of all the girls. Especially when he saw Pandora's eyes that were as pure as water, yet incomparably passionate, he felt a wave of shame. When he thought about how he wanted to beat up the man who stole Pandora's heart, he felt even more ashamed. This matter is so messed up. Damn it. Your Majesty, you just agreed to the princess' request. Alice saw Yi Qinghan's complicated expression and immediately felt a glimmer of hope. She quickly emphasized that as long as Yi Qinghan wanted Pandora, he wouldn't have the heart to give his woman to someone else to play with. No, Yi Qinghan directly refused. It wasn't that he didn't like Pandora, nor was it that he had completely changed his mind. It was because he had something to do later, a very serious matter. He might have to flee for his life. He didn't want to bring Pandora to wander around. If he carried too many love debts, he would be unable to breathe. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qinghan knew that he had said something wrong. Sure enough, Pandora's beautiful face began to change color. Her whole face dimmed and became incomparably bleak. Like a flower that was rapidly withering, he hurriedly explained, "Pandora, it's not what you think. Look into my eyes and listen to me." Pandora raised her head, but her gem-like eyes were still bleak. Alice and the other three also looked at Yi Qinghan with pale faces. "Do you remember what I said to you in the courtyard?" Yi Qinghan stood up and held Pandora's shoulders with both hands. He smiled and said, "I said that as long as I'm here, no one in this world can hurt you. The previous pope couldn't. Similarly, this archangel can't either. And, Alice, do you remember that I also said something to you? I, Yi Qinghan, am not a good person, but I have my bottom line and my principles." Ah, she could feel the determination in Yi Qinghan's words and the meaning behind them. Pandora's eyes suddenly lit up, and Alice thought of something. However, she felt that Yi Qinghan's words were a little cold. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a bitter smile. She knew that she had misunderstood him, hurt him, and distanced herself from him. Pandora's eyes lit up, but then she thought of something and dimmed again. She said in a low voice, "What about the archangel? He's so powerful, and he's the representative of the god of light. Even if you can kill him, the god of light will look into it afterwards. Hanyi Dage, Pandora thanks you for your kindness. I only hope that you will agree to Pandora's request, and then I will be satisfied." Silly girl. Yi Qinghan reached out and stroked Pandora's soft blue hair, his heart softening. The land of tenderness is the grave of a hero. The night of spring is bitter and short, and the sun rises high. From then on, the king does not attend morning court. It's no wonder that there have been so many heroes since ancient times, indulging in warm and fragrant jade. Such a woman, how could a man not take pity on her? Yi Qinghan looked up at the starry sky through the window, and said with a smile, "In this world, there are many things that I can't do, and there are many people that I can't protect. But protecting a little girl like you is still not a problem. Since you call me Big Brother Han Yi, how could a big brother let his own little sister suffer?" Yi Qinghan patted Pandora's shoulder, and then walked outside. His footsteps were very calm, and his back was incomparably straight. He was like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed, cold and threatening. The 6th floor of the church was specially used to entertain the most distinguished guests. Except for the people of the upper realm, in the eyes of the Vatican, there were no other guests who could use the word distinguished. The entire 6th floor was decorated very luxuriously, and His Excellency the Archangel stayed alone in the spacious room, pacing back and forth. From time to time, he would sweep his gaze towards the door. There was clearly some displeasure on his face. This very sensible little pope, why is he so indecisive in his work? Pandora's graceful and delicate body and beautiful face kept appearing in the Archangel's mind. The best. Even in the plane of heaven, there were very few beauties of such quality. Of course, if there were, it wouldn't be his turn. Most importantly, the Archangel felt that Pandora's soul was unexpectedly very pure. This kind of pure soul was the best tonic for cultivating the law of light. He had been stagnant in the Archangel's realm for a very long time. This pure soul was very likely to let his strength take a big step forward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Finally, there was the sound of footsteps that had not been heard for a long time outside. The Archangel probed with his divine sense, and was somewhat annoyed. What was this little pope doing? He actually made him wait for so long. And he came alone? Then, Yi Qinghan's actions after coming in made the Archangel a little confused. After he came in, he actually mysteriously opened the room's barrier, and then turned his head around. There was a sneer on his face, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Murderous intent. This lowly little pope actually dared to reveal murderous intent towards him? The archangel's ridiculously handsome face immediately contorted, and he was incomparably angry. But in the next second, just as he was about to teach this extremely audacious pope a lesson, a huge pressure pressed down on him, and then a powerful spatial force directly suppressed him, making him unable to move at all. Swish! Yi Qinghan took out his golden greatsword, and the power of origin slowly revolved around it. Under the archangel's horrified gaze, he slowly and incomparably gently stabbed towards the archangel's lower abdomen. There was the sound of a melon breaking, and then a rich power of light surged out from that bloody lower abdomen. The archangel's face instantly became whiter than snow. If he could move, his whole body would definitely be trembling. Yi Qinghan's stab was very ingenious, and it just happened to pierce his divine crystal, but it did not pierce through. Instead, it just happened to pierce through, and a crack appeared on the divine crystal. If it went any deeper, the archangel's divine crystal would have shattered, and he would have been left on this continent forever. Then, he felt his body being lifted by Yi Qinghan, and in a flash of white light, he was brought to an unfamiliar place. This place had powerful restrictions. The archangel casually looked around, and immediately came to a realization. He roared in anger. "You are a creature from another plane. You are definitely not someone from the holy plane. You are finished. You actually dared to attack this archangel. The great god of light will make your soul fall into the azure sea forever." Pa! What answered him was another resounding slap, and this time it was even more ruthless than the last time. The archangel's divine crystal was almost destroyed, and he was equivalent to a cripple. After being ruthlessly slapped by Yi Qinghan, his entire face almost deformed, and he spat out a few white teeth and a wall of blood. Yi Qinghan strode over, raised his leg, and ruthlessly stomped on the archangel's face as he cursed. "Do you think this young master is afraid? God damn it, you pieces of dog shit. Can't you change your way of threatening people? This young master has been to the demon plane, and there is even a devil monarch in the soul sea. Why would I be afraid of the azure sea? You bastard, if you say you want to come down to play, then so be it. If you want a nun, I will give you one, but you actually fancy my woman?" This young master's original plan was to wait until the black lines in my soul were completely suppressed, and then think of a way to go to heaven to play with you. Now everything has been ruined by you, you bastard. Maybe I will have to wander in the turbulent space again. Baba, I will give you half an incense stick of time to convince this young master to kill you. No matter what, the god of light in heaven will not come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, this young master will make you regret crawling out of your mother's belly. This young master's 18 Manchurian tortures. Even I am afraid of using them. Do you know? Bastard. Chapter 1099. Believers who offer their souls to the God of light are never afraid of the threat of the devil, nor are they afraid of any violence. So you heretic, just give up. I, the great Archangel Lyric, will never compromise with a creature from another plane. Although the archangel was badly beaten, and none of his bones were in good condition, he gritted his teeth and endured. In fact, he did not want to do so. Who asked Yi Qinghan to offer such ruthless conditions? After killing him, he still had to think of a way to prevent the god of light from finding out? This shameless heretic should really sink his soul into the Shura Sea forever. I don't need violence. Since you are so stubborn, I can only risk my own fear and let you enjoy it. Yi Qinghan smiled sinisterly and looked at the archangel. When he saw Yi Qinghan take out a fully enclosed helmet, he felt an ominous premonition. When Yi Qinghan put the helmet on him, he used something to plug his mouth and forcibly sealed his divine sense. He could not see, speak, or probe, and could only listen. He felt a chill all over his body. Then, he felt his body being tied up. His body suddenly felt cold, and the robe on his upper body was suddenly torn. He began to feel incomparable fear. Could it be that this evil heretic was going to explode the flower in his back? Fortunately, Yi Qinghan did not continue to tear the robe on his lower body. This made him feel slightly at ease, but it made him even more terrified. A person who could not see, could not probe, and did not know what inexplicable situation would happen was the most afraid. Finally, he knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do. His 4 limbs were tied up, and then all 10 of his fingers were cut by sharp blades. Blood began to drip slowly, dripping onto his naked body. It felt like raindrops were slowly dripping from the eaves. This heretic actually used such a low-level method? Bloodletting? Didn't he know that the believers of the God of Light were the least afraid of death? Drip. Drip. The War Emperor Palace was incomparably quiet. Blood oozed out of the 10 fingers and slowly dripped onto the Archangel's stomach, dyeing his skin red. At first, it felt a little warm, but then it felt a little cold, and finally, it became sticky. Death was not scary. The most terrifying thing was to die slowly while enjoying the taste of death. Bleeding was not scary. What was scary was to bleed, and to bleed slowly. Yi Qinghan sat leisurely at the side, slowly drinking a pot of tea. Having lived 2 lives, he knew that the most powerful torture was not physical torture, but the torture of the soul. Sure enough, in less than an hour, the Archangel's complexion began to change. Not only was he pale from blood loss, but his body also began to tremble slightly. However, his divine crystal had been crippled, and Yi Qinghan had used a special material to tie him up. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. An hour later, his body trembled even more violently. Logically speaking, the blood in his body should be able to flow at this rate for 4 hours. Even if all his blood flowed out, he wouldn't die immediately, but his muscles would slowly die. Of course, if his God crystal wasn't broken. Even if all his cells died, he could slowly recover, unless his life force was completely depleted. 2 hours, just 2 hours. The Archangel began to writhe his body frantically, using all his strength to start writhing. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, knowing that this Archangel was on the verge of collapse. But he didn't move, instead letting the Archangel continue to writhe for a while. Only then did he remove the Archangel's helmet, took out the metal rod that was stuck in the Archangel's mouth, and smiled faintly. How is it? Do you want another 2 hours? Huff huff. Devil, you must be the Devil King of the Azura of Avicii. You will die a horrible death. The Archangel's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Yi Qinghan's smile that was even more terrifying than that of a devil, and roared hysterically. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly, then picked up the helmet and covered the Archangel's head. But before it could completely cover the Archangel shook his head desperately and shouted, Don't, I'll help you think of a way. Don't do it, I'll go crazy, I beg you." Yi Qinghan chuckled, and the soul ring in his hand flashed, and the Archangel's body began to recover. After a while, the Archangel's face returned to normal. He smiled faintly and said, "Speak, tell me everything you know. You can't kill me. Your soul has an imprint in the Temple of Light. If I die, the God of Light will immediately find out." The Archangel took a deep breath, and after a long silence he spoke. Seeing Yi Qinghan's cold eyes, he quickly said, "I'm not doing this to save my life, this is the truth. You can lock me up here, and as long as I don't die, the upper realm will not know. Of course, I can also become your slave. I promise to be loyal to you. I swear in the name of the God of Light." Smack! Yi Qinghan picked up the helmet and threw it at the Archangel. "Swear to hell, become my slave, and you want to swear in the name of the God of Light? That's right. If you become my soul's slave, that means you are offering your soul to me. Will the God of Light find out? Don't play games with me. I can examine your soul. If you dare to lie, your soul will have a special fluctuation. When that happens, I'll let you continue to enjoy it." The Archangel shook his head desperately, and said with a sad face, "No, Your Excellency. The God of Light cares about this the most. As long as there is a change in our soul, the imprint of our soul will change, and then he will know. The God of Light is very strict with the management of heaven. They are especially concerned about the piety of their followers, and the people around them." Sure enough, Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a close call. If he had asked the Archangel to offer his soul as soon as he came in, the God of Light would know immediately, and it would be troublesome if he sent someone down to investigate. Being in a different world, there were 12 level 9 experts above him, and he didn't know whether they were experts at the upper level 9 or level 9 Supreme Master. Yi Qinghan had to be careful and advance step by step. Otherwise he would be doomed eternally. Think of a way for me to get into heaven. And I can't let the God of Light know that I came from a different world. If you can't think of a way, I will come in half a month to let you bleed, until you are completely crazy. I can't kill you, I can't touch your soul, but it's okay to play with you until you are crazy. Yi Qinghan patted the archangel's pale face with the back of his hand, and then smiled gently, saying, "If you can think of a good way, I will get into heaven, and finally have a chance to kill those 12 God of Light, and unify the heavenly hall. Maybe I will let you sit on the throne of the God of Light." Seeing Yi Qinghan's figure disappear in the War Emperor Palace, the archangel's whole body and soul trembled, and he weakly lay in the corner murmuring, "He wants to sneak into heaven? He wants to unify the heavenly hall. He must be a devil from the Hell Azure Sea. He must be the Devil King." Chapter 1100. Pandora and Alice's group of 5 worry for the whole night, while Sig and the other archbishops don't sleep at all. They're waiting to watch a good show. Either His Holiness the Pope's woman is humiliated, or the Pope challenges the Archangel's dignity, and His Majesty Han Yi is slapped to death by the Archangel. Of course, these archbishops hope for the latter, because after Yi Qinghan's death, their chance will come. Pandora and the others are pleasantly surprised, and the archbishops are shocked. Yi Qinghan announces a piece of news when he comes out of the Archangel's room the next day. The great Archangel received the God of Light's summons in the middle of the night, and hurriedly returned to heaven. This news is very shocking, very sudden. Even the most innocent Pandora doesn't believe it. For hundreds of thousands of years, if the people of the Holy Plain want to go to heaven, they must go through the altar on the rooftop. It takes at least a few days of preparation for the altar to be activated. Besides, even if the Archangel left in a hurry, wouldn't he still have time to take one more person with him? The Archangel has disappeared. After confirming this piece of news, all the cardinals began to panic. They were extremely terrified. What is the Archangel? That's the representative of the God of Light. He actually disappeared inexplicably? Will the God of Light be furious, send down divine punishment, and destroy the world? Everyone looks at Yi Qinghan with even more pious eyes. To be able to make a tyrannical archangel disappear inexplicably, just how powerful is His Holiness the Pope? Alice, Pandora, and the others are overjoyed, but they're also worried about Yi Qinghan. Killing an emissary from the upper realm. This is going to pierce through the heavens. In the eye of the storm, Yi Qinghan doesn't care about what everyone thinks. Every day, if he's not fishing in the lake behind the church, he's leisurely reading books on the highest floor of the church, eating and drinking. His days are very comfortable. Although Alice and the other 3 very much want to restore their previous friends with benefits relationship with Yi Qinghan, it seems that the great His Majesty Han Yi has recently begun to cultivate his moral character. He turns a blind eye to these people's various temptations. Even Pandora has become a lot colder. Yi Qinghan began to focus on suppressing the black lines in his mind. As Obama's demonic aura weakened, the evil thoughts in his mind also decreased a lot. Without the evil fire, of course, he wouldn't go and have sex with those shady women. Alice and the other 3's unintentional actions that night made Yi Qinghan very disappointed, and he missed his wives in the secret realm of reincarnation even more. Pandora sensed Yi Qinghan's coldness, and didn't pester him like other women. Instead, she focused on refining the divine crystal, and went into seclusion. Alice, on the other hand, started arranging for Ramses and the other 2 to enter the church to further consolidate her power, while refining divine crystals. She felt that this powerful and mysterious man was about to leave them soon. Before this man leaves, they must have the power to protect themselves, and also protect Pandora. Spring leaves and autumn comes, flowers bloom and wilt. 3 years have passed, and that archangel who liked nuns to confess at night has definitely disappeared. However, the divine punishment that the several archbishops had imagined didn't come, and heaven didn't even send a single emissary. Everyone felt completely at ease, and they also became even more respectful towards Yi Qinghan. To be able to kill an archangel, and still be completely undetected by the upper realm, His Majesty Han Yi is very powerful. Yi Qinghan still fishes every day, drinking tea and reading books. At night, he would stand alone on the rooftop of the church and look up at the sky, enjoying the good time of solitude that belongs to a person. Every few months, Pandora would come out of seclusion. Every time, she would quietly come to the doorway of the rooftop at night, but she didn't go out. Instead, she would quietly hide in a corner, watching that lonely silhouette looking up at the starry sky. There are no tears in her eyes, but there's the same faint sadness in those eyes of that lonely silhouette tonight. It's just as lonely, just as enchanting, just as poignantly beautiful. Pandora has been refining the divine crystal for 3 years. Although she hasn't broken through to the heavenly god realm, her skills are still quite outstanding. Her appearance is still as delicate as water, but her figure is incomparably agile. She quietly arrives at the doorway of the rooftop, hiding in a familiar corner. She looks outside, but she doesn't see that lonely silhouette that used to be here every night. Her slightly curved eyelashes tremble, and there's some doubt in her gem-like eyes. Every night, His Majesty Han Yi would look up at the starry sky and ponder about life. Why isn't he here tonight? Could it be that he has changed? Is he going to discuss the doctrine with Alice and the other 3 again? But when she plucks up her courage and enters Alice's room, she doesn't find His Majesty Han Yi. She panics a little, and she and Alice and the other 3 begin to search separately. But even after searching the entire church, they still can't find Yi Qinghan. But Alice suddenly remembers something, and her complexion suddenly pales. It seems that she hasn't seen the great His Majesty Han Yi for 3 days. Although Yi Qinghan isn't as familiar with them as before, every time he's going to leave the holy city, or enter the War Imperial Hall to cultivate, he'll give them a heads up. But this time, he suddenly disappears, and it's been 3 days. Finally, Pandora, Alice, and the other 3 arrive at the rooftop. The 5 of them imitate Yi Qinghan and look up at the starry sky. They look at each other, and all begin to feel fear. Could it be that His Majesty Han Yi has really left, abandoned them? Alice's strength is the highest among them, but she originally only had the strength of a peaked divine general. Even after refining the divine crystal for 3 years, she could barely reach the strength of a divine king. But the archbishops are all at the level of god emperors, and each of them looks at Pandora with hidden greed in their eyes. Pandora isn't worried about her own safety. She just looks at the starry sky with incomparable sadness. At this moment, she feels abandoned by this world. Yi Qinghan didn't leave. He wants to leave, but there's no good way at the moment. He enters the War Imperial Hall. The reason why he didn't inform Alice and the others before entering the War Imperial Hall is because something has happened. Something big has happened. After absorbing the power of faith for 3 years, the power of light in his body is already very strong. Most of the black lines in his mind had been suppressed. The 30 longest black lines had been completely suppressed, and the short black lines that were just showing their sharp edges had also been suppressed by a lot. The power of light in his soul has completely surpassed the power of darkness. The black lines are no longer spreading, and his soul is no longer collapsing. But just 3 days ago, something strange happened. In the Great Hall of the War Imperial Hall, that is filled with mysterious stone tablets, Yi Qinghan's figure is rolling around on the ground. His hands are holding his head tightly, and his delicate face has become distorted. Blood is dripping, and he looks incomparably hideous. His whole body is emitting a fierce aura, and his eyes are bloodshot, filled with pain. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan rolled a few times on the ground and suddenly shot up. Then, holding his head, he fiercely smashed into the mysterious stone tablet at the side. The powerful force caused the entire mysterious